In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. What are you doing? What are you doing? She comes sitting up all up under me. What are you doing? Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a great night. I didn't realize how close it is to Christmas. Man, Christmas just crept on up here, didn't it? So, let me announce to you about the wreath decoration competition that I will be having this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Wreath Wars Christmas Edition. A festive holiday decorating showdown. Grab your greenery, ribbons, sparkles, and flair. It's time to decorate, show off your creativity, and compete for bragging rights and cash. Sunday, December 21st. Oh, I said 2020, Lord. 2025, not 2020. Oh my God. That's why, I guess that's why they say proofreading is a thing. I will correct that at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, the prize pot stands at $75. If you want to make it bigger, $ Ronnie Q and put in the notes cash prize or prize pot or something like that. Let the wreath shine, let the sparkle fly, let the best wreath win. So I hope you guys join me this Sunday. We will give each competitor an hour and a half to put their decorations on their wreath. Your wreath must be empty. You can buy one of the pre-lit wreaths if that's what you want to do, but come on out and join us in 2025. Oh my God. Let me see what you guys are up to. Now, you see, it appears to be 4547 is about to take us to war. Hey, them slick the body. Thank you for being here. If you guys hit the like button, it would be greatly appreciated. So now there was a big story about 4547 chief of staff coming out here saying the quiet part out loud. I don't think it was all that quiet. I guess I think it was more of a confirmation. Uh, the enforcer. She is the alleged boss of everybody in the administration under 4547. So she has been doing a series of interviews, 11 interviews over, I think, about the same amount of time, 11 months. Now, she came out and said that 4547 has an alcoholic personality, that JD Vance, he is a conspiracy theorist and believes conspiracies, and he only came over to 4547 side of, to booster his own political career. Oh, what else did she? She said that Elon Musk uh, basically went on ketamine fueled rants. She said that this is Susie Wiles. She also tried to come back after the article in Vanity Fair. This article is in Vanity Fair. She also tried to walk it back and said, I didn't say that because I would have no way of knowing that. Like I couldn't have said that. I've never seen him use drugs, but she has affirmed that that motherfucker be high as kite pussy running around the Oval Office cutting jobs of agencies that have investigations into him and black women. So she also confirmed. Now she tried to paint herself as innocent. She also confirmed that 4547 is on a retribution tour, that he is trying to wreak havoc with people who he feels are his enemies. Thus, I'm pretty sure a lot of court cases are going to be filed, and the ones that are the people who he has in court, or he has been trying to keep in court. I'm pretty sure that they will file that as a motion as the reason they're being prosecuted. He's tried with Letitia James. He's tried with James Comey. He has what's handlebar mustache? Uh, oh my God, what is his name? It's on the tip of my tongue. He's been in politics for so long. You guys know what I'm talking about. The one who he did the raid on his house. He's trying with him, and he's tried 3 times with Letitia James, and they have thrown it out on every count. They have thrown out, except for the Lindsay Halligan, who did a she did a paper switch, and didn't tell the grand jury, and didn't have all the grand jury see the new. She did all type. It's a wonder she's going to have a law license. It's a wonder that these people are not going to be locked up and put in jail. But there's also still another case that he's try against Letitia James, talking about um, talking about she the audacity of him saying that she violated his First Amendment rights, and she violated the First Amendment rights of the NRA. This is a Northern District of New York case that they're trying to bring against her. So the vindictive it now your for-profit media never talks about this fourth case in New York City that they're trying to bring against Letitia James. And they are requesting uh, that they have an opportunity to go in her office and go through all of her files. Looking for other problems in her job. threatening another successful black woman's job because he is he has done his so poorly. So that is going on. Hey, pretty things, grand rising. So let's get back to Susie Wiles. She came out and said, I didn't say that because I would have no way of knowing that. And then they played the tape where she said exactly that about Elon Musk. And then she was like, oh, oh. Now, what made her think when she's sitting down in front of a reporter about a story, and it's not like it's reported that she knew she was being recorded. So I don't know why she came out here trying to save face. And when they played the recording, so it's a lot going on with this little story. Now they're also talking about Kakai Patel and Dan Bongino is. They say Dan Bongino hasn't been in his office. He's the second in command of the FBI. But they're saying after this Brown's Brown University school shooting that Kakai Patel has fucked that up too badly, and allegedly he is on his way out the door. But you know, every time the press comes to 4547 and asks him these things, he says that, no, 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 we love this person, we love that person, we love, and then he will change their position. He'll make them the ambassador to Antarctica or something like that, and say that I did not fire that person. So we're looking out for that. Now, also in this Vanity Fair piece, they had pictures of the administration. And who can anybody tell me who this is with the polka dot lips? Uh, is that braille lips? All of those red bumps across those lips? What 28-year-old person is this? Is that 28? Who is that? Nobody knows. So they took several pictures and they decided not to Photoshop the pictures. Y'all don't know who this is with all of these polka dots on their lips? I think he, 4547, said she has a mouth like a machine gun. It can really fire, fire, fire. That's what 4547 said about this person. None other than Caroline Lovett, Lyot, as I call her. Now, let me see what I have here. Susie Wiles responded to the Vanity Fair article, said it was disingenuously framed hit piece on me. Significant content was discarded. Now, but what she didn't say is she was lied on. What she did not say is that is not true. So it was disingenuous. You sat down with somebody over an 11-month span, did 11 interviews, and you don't like him quoting you. Things were taken out of context. You know how they like to say, it was taken out of context when you quoted exactly what I said. Hey, Dennis. Welcome to the chat. Please hit the like button. Okay, so let's get into some of the stories behind Caroline, behind Susie Wiles. Let me share a couple of little things with you. Also, uh, 4547 says that he's going to blockade any ships that are any oil ships that are coming from Venezuela. Not all. What uh, any oil ships that basically have an embargo on them, he's going to block coming from Venezuela. The one oil ship that they have already went aboard. He says he's bragging that he has the largest amount of our military ships surrounding it, a flotilla of our military, the largest ever seen. We have the largest flotilla blocking in that ship. Also, he also said something that you may or may not find peculiar. If you've been listening to me, I told you about all the tantalum, the rare earth minerals that Venezuela has and stores. So he has also said that he's going to take back all the land that Venezuela has stolen from the U.S. Do y'all recall any land that Venezuela stole from the U.S.? And he's going to take that land back. Oh, so we are going to actually encompass Venezuela into the United States under the guise that Venezuela previously was uh, uh, stolen, has stolen the land from the United States. Yes, that's what your president said. As a guise, in my opinion, to seize their land, to have the tech oligarchs go over there and harvest all the rare earth minerals out of that land. I talked about that. A lot of people said that no, is the oil really won't benefit the United States. Susie Wiles came out and said the drug boat strikes in Venezuela is not about drugs at all. This is what his chief of staff came out and said in a Vanity Fair article. She said that it's about the oil. So, I believe it's about the rare earth minerals because you don't need to seize their physical land and try to pretend like that their physical land is something that was stolen from the United States and you're getting your land back. So, that is what's going on. So, let's get into some of the. Let's get into. I think I have. Let me share this with you. Let me get the sound on. Here we go.
Sanctioned oil tankers coming out of Venezuela, saying that he is demanding a return to the United States of all oil, land, and other assets that Venezuela previously stole from us. In Truth Social post, he says that Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before. Until such time as they return to the United States of America, all of the oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. And he goes on to say that a total and complete blockade of all oil sanctions, oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. This war, this possible war, is all about oil. And now it seems like a potential land grab for the United States as well. What land in Venezuela does the United States want? That's a real question. Spread the word. Follow along, stay update on all the news you need to know about. More to come soon.
In my opinion, they want all the land that has those raw earth minerals in. So this is what is being done by the United States. You know, your country, and I'm just interested in what does that do for the United States citizen. But I'm clear on what it will do for the oligarchs in the United States that bought and paid for this administration. I'm real clear on what it would do for them. They will go into another country and harvest all the riches out of another country for their profit, their personal profit. And, it's really sickening. The Met Gala next year is going to be sponsored by Jeff Bezos and his wife. And I'm kind of really uh, Be Easy talked about that on the channel yesterday, about these celebrities, about how quiet they are, how they are not saying anything. The time they can do what they want, but the time is not a time to be quiet. I guess everybody trying to safeguard their image, their money, at the cost of the whole American way of life, at the cost of rules and norms. I guess everybody just want to freeze and hope nobody sees me and I'll survive this. So I'm wondering how many celebrities will show up to show off their fashions for this next Met Gala. I'll be watching. So let me also, there is also something else. There has been a DOJ lawyer that has come out and said that this war on anti Semitism is a whole fake made up war. Now, nine DOJ attorneys quit because of the investigation that they wanted to have them, and the charges they wanted to have charge you. I think it was the UC system of colleges in California. They gave them 30 days to basically prove a narrative that they set out that the UC system was being anti-Semitic and against Jewish people and students and faculty in the UC system. This was during the time that there were protests at these schools. So they gave them 30 days and they say, hey, go in there and find this. Not go in there and see if this is happening. No, they said go in there and find this. So let me share this with you guys. This is a this was a LA Time expose, as it were. Times investigation. Ex-Trump DOJ lawyers say fraudulent UC anti-Semitism probes led them to quit. Let me. Okay. 9 former Department of Justice attorneys assigned to investigate alleged anti-Semitism at the University of California described chaotic and rushed directives from the Trump administration and told the Times they felt pressure to conclude that campuses had violated the civil rights of Jewish students and staff. In interviews over several weeks, the career attorneys who together served dozens of years said that they were giving the instructions at the on-site of the investigation. All 9 attorneys resigned during the course of their UC assignment, some concerned that they were being asked to violate ethical standards. Initially, we were told we only had 30 days to come up with a reason to be ready to sue UC. Um, Ijah Balak said was an attorney. He is the whistleblower, who is blowing the lid off of this story. A former senior trial attorney who was assigned to investigate whether Jewish UCLA faculty and staff faced discrimination on campuses that the university did not properly address. It shows just how unserious this exercise was. It was not about trying to find out what really happened. In the spring of 2024, increasingly uh, tumultuous protests over Israel's war in Gaza racked UCLA Jewish students and faculty reported broad-based perceptions of anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli bias on campus. A UCLA anti-Semitism task force found a group of I read that. Jewish students and faculty reported a broad base of perceptions of anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli bias on campus, a UCLA anti-Semitism task force found. A group later sued, charging that UCLA violated their civil rights and won millions of dollars in concessions in a settlement. UCLA avoided trial, but the suit, along with articles from conservative websites such as Washington Free Beacon, formed a bias for the UC investigations, the former DOJ lawyer said. UCLA came the closest to having possibly broken the law in how it responded or treated civil rights complaints from Jewish employee, Bala said. But we just didn't have enough information from our investigation to warrant suing UCLA. To me, it even it's even clearer now that it became a fraudulent and sham investigation, another lawyer said. A DOJ spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment when it announced findings against UCLA in late July. Assistant Attorney General Herman K. Dillon and DOJ Civil Rights Chief said the campus failed to take timely and appropriate action in response to credible claims of harm and hostilities on its campus. Dillon said that there was clear violation of our federal and civil rights law. Attorney General Pam Bondi said UCLA would pay a heavy price. Okay. So they were rooting out anti-Semitism. They told them it's there and go make the case. So isn't that what the Department of Education is tasked at doing at every public school? But they want to dismantle the Department of Education is to make sure that the civil rights of students are not being violated. Isn't that the main purpose of the Department of Education? So we're supposed to take this seriously. We're supposed to take this seriously because they are trying to root it out for one specific group of people. Now, you would not be surprised that 4547 had a Christmas party last night where he brought up Miriam Adelson, his donor. And Miriam Adelson came up there and to me, like she could barely walk and talking all real low to him and telling him to run in 2028. And I don't know if she said it because you couldn't hear her on the mic, but she was saying something. And he said, Miriam said that she'll give me another 250 million to run in 2028. And I told Miriam she better hurry up and get that money together because 250 million is not what it used to be. Bitch, that ain't enough. I need more money from you. One of his biggest donors, who he out of his own mouth said gave to him directly and to his campaign. The one who got him to move. I can't remember what it is. She gets whatever she wants from this administration, basically. So we don't need the Department of Education to protect everyone else's civil rights. But under this administration, the Department of Justice will try to tell you that people protesting for or against the war in Gaza were anti-Semitic. Whatever this administration wants to say, call you anti-Semitic. And There's more information about these lists that this administration wants to put us on. These lists, if they feel that you are anti-capitalism, uh, uh, support sexual identities that they don't support, if you are anti-Christian, anti-capitalism, and just plain out anti-American. I read that to you from Ken Klippenstein post last week. No, this week. I think it was on Monday. Now, uh, who is to say who's anti-Christian? Who is to say who is un-American? What does that entail? It entails whatever the Department of Justice tell you it entails. They are the deciders uh, of these things, of these uh, broad ideas of people being anti-capitalism, anti-American, anti-Christian. They are giving out 800 numbers, so anyone can be reported for this stuff. They are making a big boost, so everyone knows the 800 numbers where you can call the Department of Justice on anybody you choose to and make these claims against people. Are you serious? Yeah, but unfortunately, yes, I am serious. This is what your government is up to. Now, what is more frightening, if this could get any more frightening, is that your government, 4547, would not say if he would then treat you as a terror, because they have all of these anti-government, anti-Christianity things included into to his PM7 memorandum that you will be treated as domestic terrorists. But he will not answer a straightforward answer if he will treat you like the domestic terrorist that he is bombing in the oceans off of the coast of Venezuela. He doesn't want to answer if he will send the American military out here and treat you like you are a terrorist in a foreign land and get rid of you. He doesn't want to say. So, all of your neighbors, anybody can report you for all of these vague things, un-American, unchristian, supporting ideology about sexual genders, all of these things. But he won't say if he will wipe you off the face of the earth. So stay tuned. This is your administration. Okay. The former DOJ attorney's description of their Trump administration work offers a rare view inside the government UC probe. For months, university officials have said little publicly about their ongoing talk with the DOJ. Their strategy has been to tread cautiously and negotiate an out-of-court end to the investigations and financial threats without further jeopardizing their $17.5 billion in federal funds UC receives. So they receive $17.5 billion from an administration who wants them to bend the knee. So they're being very cautious about what they're saying. And so this story has been able to be prosecuted by the mouths of this administration, who tells you a whole bunch of lies. Even the attorneys from the DOJ is saying that this was a bullshit, shamble ass case. Four attorneys said that they were particularly troubled by two matters. First, they were asked to write up a J memo, a justification memorandum that explained why UC should face a lawsuit before we even knew the facts, one attorney said. Then there was the PR campaign, the attorney said, referring to announcements beginning with a February 28th, 2025 press release saying investigators would be visiting UCLA, UC Berkeley, USC, and 7 other universities nationwide because the campuses have experienced anti-Semitic incidents since October of 2023. Never before in my time across multiple presidential administrations did we send out press releases essentially saying workplaces or colleges were guilty of discrimination before finding out if they really were, said one attorney, who requested anonymity for fear of retaliation. This is a DOJ attorney saying they have never sent out a release saying something happened before we could even investigate if something happened. Okay. Jen Swedish, a former deputy chief of the employment discrimination team who worked on the UCLA case, said virtually everything about the UC investigation was atypical. The political appointees essentially determined the outcome almost before the investigation had even started, said Swedish, referring to Trump administration officials who declared publicly that punishing colleges for anti-Semitism would be a priority. She resigned in May. The lawyers spoke out because their formal connection with the DOJ recently ended. Many said they believed the Trump administration had compromised the integrity of the department. With that, they viewed as aggressive, politically motivated actions against UC and other elite U.S. campuses. So, a lot of these colleges had to bend the knee because they didn't want to lose federal funding. So he wanted to go in, and a lot of these colleges stopped their DEI initiatives. He wanted to go into Harvard and tell them what courses they could teach. And Harvard, of all of the school, told them, "No, you're not. No, we're not bending the knee to you." He wanted to go so far up into Harvard and tell them they could not teach this class, this subject matter. Harvard says no. And now the DOJ attorneys are coming out and telling you that this was all a plan and a plot. They don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. They just give a fuck on being able to have power to tell colleges and universities what they can and cannot teach, or we're gonna withhold our federal dollars. What does this sound like to you? Does it sound like America the Beautiful? It doesn't sound like that to me. I think there were absolutely Jewish people on campuses that faced legitimate discrimination. But the way we were pushed so hard to investigate, it was clear to so many of us that this was a political hit job that actually would end up not helping anyone, said one attorney who worked on UC Davis and UCLA and interviewed students. In a statement, a UC spokesperson said, "While we cannot speak to the DOJ's practices, UC will continue to act in good faith and in the best interest of our students, staff, faculty, and patients. Our focus is on solutions to keep UC strong for Californians and Americans. The government has not sued UC, but in August, the Department of Justice demanded that the university pay $1.2 billion fine and agreed to sweeping conservative-leaning campus policy changes to settle federal anti-Semitism accusations. In exchange, the Trump administration would restore a $584 million in frozen grant funding. At the time, Governor Gavin Newsom called the proposal extortion. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he call that extortion? Because that's what it is. Last month, after UC faculty, last month after UC faculty independently sued U.S. District Judge Rita F. Lynn, ruled that the coercive and retaliatory proposal violated the First Amendment. Lynn blocked the fine and the demands for deep campus changes. So thank goodness that the UC system didn't have to pay this fine and didn't have to make these right-leaning changes to their schools. Agency officials, as well as the president and vice president, have repeatedly and publicly announced a playbook of in a playbook of initiating civil rights investigations of uh, preeminent universities to justify cutting out federal funding with a goal of bringing universities to their knees and forcing them to change their ideological tune, Lynn said. Her ruling does not preclude UC from negotiating with the administration or reaching other agreements with Trump. Protesters rallied campuses in spring of 2024. The federal investigation largely focused on tumultuous pro-Palestinian campus protests that erupted at UC campuses on April 30th, 2024. A pro-Israeli vigilante group attacked a UCLA encampment, resulting in injuries to students and faculty activists. Police failed to bring the situation under control for hours, and a melee of former Chancellor Jean Block called a dark chapter in the university's history. During the 23-24 UC protests, some Jewish students and faculty described hostile climates and formal anti-Semitism complaints to the schools increased. Some Jews said that they face harassment for being Zionists. Others said that they encountered symbols and chants at protests and encampments such as "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," which they viewed as anti-Semitic. Jews were also among the leading encampment activists. In June 2024, Jews were actually some of the people who were in these encampments protesting. But they had a few. I'm not going to say it was a few. They had complaints from others because they felt that they were harassed by. What is this? How are people so harassed by this from the river to the sea? I'm not up on all of on none of this. None of that means anything to me. But the thing that means something to me is the way that this war was waged against the Palestinian people and all of the innocent bodies that were piled up and made excuses to just go through and wipe out all of these people from a people who had this done to themselves. I don't understand any of this. I don't understand any way trying to rationale just killing a whole bunch of people and making it seems like it's okay. Even all of these children, and making it seem like it's okay. These children didn't do anything to you. Absolutely nothing to you. Under the guise that one fighter allegedly was held up in a school, so you're gonna bomb a whole school with that that have children in it to allegedly get one person who's hiding in the school. Is it the fault of these children? So in June 2024, Jewish UCLA students and faculty sued UC, saying the encampment blocked them from accessing Dixon Court and Royce Quad. I'm poo-poo that you are fighting for and you are protesting for the lives of innocent women and children. Poo-poo. I need to get to Dixon Court and Roy Squad. I'm gonna sue you. You are inconveniencing me. Four people. The four blamed the university for anti-Jewish discrimination, saying it enabled pro-Palestine activists to protest. How dare a college campus allow people to protest? It isn't that the main places that protests sprang up all through U.S. history, all through the history of the United States. Couldn't you rely on college students to protest injustices and make the needle move? Maybe that was the problem. You were going to make the needle move. People had been ignoring it up until these college campuses start doing these protests. So they wanted people to go on with their lives and not even realize, not take a moment out to think and to uh, take in the entirety of this situation. Maybe that was the problem. And then there has been a great amount of people who have uh, come out against what has gone on in Palestine. Maybe that's what they didn't want to happen. The world view, not just the college view of students in UC systems of higher education. No, the whole world view turned against what was going on in Palestine. The guises and the reasoning of starving a whole nation of people and withholding medicine from a whole group of people. The whole worldview changed. And could it be that the college students were the ones who put eyes on the issue even happening from these selfish Americans who care nothing about uh, things that affect other people? They just care about their little boxed in lives. So, inside the investigation, I'm gonna drop this link. This link is going to be in my description box. Let's go inside the investigation. The 9 former DOJ lawyers worked between January and June researching whether UC campuses mishandled complaints of anti-Semitism filed by Jewish student, faculty, and staff tied to pro-Palestine encampments. They were involved with two areas under the DOJ's Civil Rights Division: employment and litigation, and educational opportunities, tasked with looking into potential discrimination faced by UC employees and students. The attorneys described an at times a rush process that concentrated legal staffing on probing anti-Semitism at UC campuses to the detriment of other discrimination cases focus on racial minorities and people who are disabled. So the anti-Semitism discrimination was far more important discrimination than racial minorities being discriminated against, than people with disabilities being discriminated against. Those things took a lower priority on the we're investigating discrimination. Isn't that interesting? At one point, an attorney said more than half of the dozens of lawyers in the employment litigation section were assigned solely or nearly exclusively to UC campuses, with some told specifically to research the UCLA David Geffen School of Medicine and other campuses' divisions. As lawyers began to quit, the attorneys said an additional staff was brought in from other DOJ teams. The those focused on tax law and immigration employment law. When 5 lawyers in the mid-spring reported minimal findings at Berkeley, Davis, and San Francisco campuses, they were reassigned to UCLA. It was like UCLA was the crown jewel among public universities that the Trump administration wanted to get, similar to Harvard for private institution, privates, which mean private colleges, said another attorney who requested anonymity because they feared retaliation for speaking out. Now, we have people. We have professionals. We have attorneys who are doing their job, going along, doing the jobs that is presented to them, and are afraid to put their name to it because they fear that this administration will retaliate against them because they're telling the truth that they did not find these accusations that the Trump administration sicked them out there to find. I just want you to know these people are doing the job that they were tasked with. And come to find out, they were sent out on dummy missions. And instead of pretending like they found something, they respect their education and their hard work to become an attorney. That they are not going to throw their lives away and lie and say that they found something. So, the simple fact of saying that this shit was unfounded, they are afraid of retribution. This is what I'm telling you. Okay. Okay, where am I? Because they fear retaliation for speaking out. There were meetings where managers who were career employees like us would convey that political appointees and even the White House all wanted us all on UCLA. Adina Robinson, a former senior trial attorney, investigated Berkeley, Davis, and Los Angeles campus. It was someone who volunteered on my I was someone who volunteered on my own to join the investigation, and I did it because of some of my lived experience. I'm a black woman. I'm also Jewish, she said, but she describes concerns about fast and shifting deadlines. And I am highly skeptical of whether this administration actually cares about Jewish people or anti Semitism. Lawyers describe similar views and patterns in the educational opportunities section where UC investigations were currently taking place. A 10th attorney, Amanda Huckins, said she resigned from that section to avoid being assigned to the UC cases. I did not want to be a part of the team where I am asked to make arguments that don't comport with the law and existing legal precedent, she said. Huckins has been away from the job for a little more than 2 months when she read findings the DOJ released July 29th saying that UCLA acted with deliberate indifference to Jewish students and employees and threatened to sue the university if it did not come to a settlement. In those findings, the DOJ said Jewish and Israeli students at UCLA were subject to severe perversive and objectively offensive harassment that created a hostile environment by members of the encampment. As evident, it cited 11 complaints from Jewish or Israeli students regarding discrimination between April 25th and May 1st of 2024. And your Department of Justice decided that they were going to sue the university and bring them to their knees, based upon these 11 complaints. It was as if they only talk to particular students and use public documents like media reports, Huckins said, adding that the evidence of publicly researched seems thin. In a normal investigation, attorneys research different layers of document and data requests and interviews at every level of the university system. Those investigations, she said, can take at least a year, if not longer. Attorneys described site visits at several UC campuses over the spring, including meetings with campus administrators, civil rights officers, police chief, and UC lawyers who attended interviews, including at least one UCLA chancellor. The lawyer said UC leaders were cooperative and shared campus policies about how civil rights complaints are handled, as well as information dealing with the way specific cases were handled, such as those of faculty who said they faced harassment. There were thousands and thousands of pages of documents and many interviews, said Balk, referring to Berkeley, Davis, and UCLA. They may have been harassment here and there, but there was not a lot that rose to the level of the university violating federal law, which is a pretty high bar. We identified certain incidents at Berkeley and at Davis that were a kind of flashpoints. There was a couple of protests that seemed to get out of hand. There were encampments. There was graffiti, but we just did not see a really hostile work environment, said another attorney who visited these campuses. And if there was a hostile environment, it seemed to have been remedied by the end of 2024 or even May or June for that matter. However, at UCLA, Balch said he and his team members found problems with the complaint system and that some of the professors were genuinely harassed and to such a severe level that it violated the Title VII. Eventually, he said, we successfully convinced the front office that we would only be going after UCLA. Where do the UC and Trump administration stand today? When Harvard faced major grant freezes and civil rights violation findings, it sued the Trump administration. UC has so far opted against going to court and is willing to engage in dialogue to settle ongoing investigation and threats. Our priorities are clear. Protect UC's ability to educate students, conduct a research for the benefit of California and the nation, and to provide high quality health care. The said UC spokesperson Rachel Zenitz. We will engage in good faith dialogue, but we will not accept any outcomes that cripples UC's core mission or undermines taxpayers' investments. A calculation, according to UC sources, is simple. They want to avoid a head on conflict with Trump because UC has too much federal money on the line. They point to Harvard, which suffered major grant losses and federal restrictions on its patents and ability to enroll international students after publicly challenging the president. Our strategy before was to lay low and avoid Trump any way we could, said a UC official who was not authorized to speak on the record. After the UCLA grants were pulled and the settlement offer came in, the tactic shifted to playing nice without agreeing to its terms. In public remarks to the Board of Regents last month, a UCLA UC President James M. Milken said the stakes are enormous and presented a data on funding challenge. Under Trump, more than 1,600 federal grants have been cut. About 400 grants worth $230 million remain suspended after faculty court wins. UC is still facing potential loss of more than $1 billion in federal research funding, Milken said. Now, where's all this money going to? They're taking this money away from these colleges and researchers and all of this in the billions of dollars. Is that why he told Miriam Adelson that $250 million ain't what it used to be, because we are taking away billions of dollars from from educational institutions that won't bend the knee. We have clawed back many congressional approved budgets, and we have gone in and taken that money back, but they haven't told you where the money has gone. One of the things that his chief of staff said, that she was against the cutting of USAID because she felt that they were doing good work, and that Pet Fair, I think it's called Pet Fair, a program that George W. Bush installed to give AIDS medication to countries around the world to stop the spread of AIDS. I think it's called Pet Fair. Pet Fair. That sounds like an animal research thing. But the George W. Bush initiative to give AIDS medication to poor countries across the world to stop the spread of AIDS. You remember this administration said that who spends, they tried to say it was $5 million on condoms when it actually, I forgot what the figure was, the amount. And then instead of giving those condoms out, they did not give them to the countries that they were meant for to prevent the spread of HIV and AIDS. And then they have already purchased them, or it's complaining about the price of them, but they would not give them to entities in the United States that wanted to use them to pass out and give free condoms in the United States. Instead, they complained about what it cost, and they destroyed the condoms. And at the same time, Elon Musk was in your government looking at waste, fraud, and abuse. It just all of this. So Susie Wiles wanted you to believe that I supported the good things, and Trump has an alcoholic personality. Not that he is an alcoholic; he has a personality like an alcoholic. And what did his chief of staff say? He believes that he can do whatever he wants whenever he wants. So, with dealing with 45, 47, she said that she tried to rein him in a little. That she'll give him 90 days to do his retribution campaign against people. She'll give him 90 days because she kind of understands why he may have a chip on his shoulder, why he may want to have some retribution against people in government. But hey, let's give it 90 days and let's wrap it up. It has not been wrapped up. Okay. No information about a possible UC Trump settlement has been released, but some former DOJ lawyers said that they believe a settlement is inevitable. It's devastating that these institutions are feeling pressured and bullied into these agreements, said Huckins, speaking of deals with Columbia, Brown, Cornell, and other campuses. I would love it if more schools would stand up to the administration. I recognize that they're in a hard spot to Balkan, who worked on the UCLA case, it appeared that the DOJ had the upper hand. Cutting grants is a huge hit to a university, and the $1 billion fine is a lot. I see why these universities feel backed into a corner to settle, he said. The threats they're working. Okay, so this story originally appeared in the LA Times. I have it. It is a second thing in my description box. Um, I'm gonna put it on UC. I'm just gonna put it on UCLA. Look under UCLA in my description box if you want to peruse this article. The link is there. How about Now, let's get into some more things I want to share with you. Hey, Big Brenda. Hey, LaDon. Now, Big Brenda, I already made my announcement. Wait a minute. Did I speak? Miss Global Empire. Hey, Global Empire. Let me see. Big Brenda, if you're still in here, we are doing our wreath competition. It says 2020 on the flyer. I just realized that. Uh, uh, Sunday, December 21st at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The pot right now stands at $75. If people want to contribute to bring up the pot, you're more than welcome. But make sure you cash up $ Ronnie Q and put prize pot or something in the description of your Cash App, and it will go to the winner. There is going to be one winner only. Make sure you have all of your decorations already cut and ready just to put on to your wreath. We are going to give an hour and a half to for you to decorate your wreath. So I would advise you if you have a lot of ribbons or different things that you need to cut and all of that, I would advise you to already have your things cut and just ready to apply to your wreath. That's I'm just giving you a recommendation. However it works out, we are going to give an hour and a half to create your wreath. So I hope to see you out. I hope to see you here. It is not in 2025, the competition. It is this Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, what else? I have some more things I want to share with you. So, let me see. Now, before I get into the Susie Wild story, I want to get into the story of these DOJ secret lists that they are gathering about American citizens being terrorists if they deem them to be un-American, un-Christian, un-ideology face with this administration ignoring if trans rights and all of this type of stuff, if they are not agreeing to the sexual ideology of this administration, if they are anti-capitalist, all of these things, all of these vague terms that this administration wants to basically, in my opinion, based upon his memorandum and the hotlines uh, and the memos that have come out to the DOJ, how to classify people who not are in lockstep with everything that 4547 does. It appears like you are going to be determined to be a terrorist. I've talked about and I've shown you those memorandums last week before last, the week before that. I have been talking about this. consistently, giving you the information. So let me share this with you. This link will be the link number 3 in the description box.
Now no longer even bothering to try to pretend. They are openly plotting the assassination of Americans. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. I know it sounds hyperbolic, but it also happens to be factually accurate. All right, y'all. Welcome to the Kyle Kulinski Show. I hope y'all are having a great day out there. We got a lot of stuff to jump into today. So in just a second, we have the government is now no longer even bothering to try to pretend. They are openly plotting the assassination of Americans. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. I know it sounds hyperbolic, but it also happens to be factually accurate. And so you'll see exactly what I'm talking about in just a minute. I got some amazing videos to show you. So we'll talk about that. We also have a bunch of big tech broligarch billionaires were caught starting private cities to escape a failing America.
Now, I talked to you about these big tech oligarchs, and up to 15,000 private cities have been created. I talked to you about this. I also talked to you about the private city that they were trying to create in near Palo Alto in California, and buying up all of this farmland. These big cities that govern themselves with their own rules and laws, no matter where they are. Many of them go into third world. We talked about that. We talked about that. But a lot of people are fully unaware of what's being done, what the setup is, the hunger game of it all, and what side of the gate are you going to be on in this Hunger Games? Okay, let's continue.
Again, I know that sounds like it's something out of a dystopian sci-fi novel, but I swear to you, it's not. The billionaires understand the country is failing. They're trying to loot and pillage the treasury, and they're trying to escape to their private cities before the shit fully hits the fan. So we'll dive into that. We also have Nick Fuentes going after Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes and Roseanne Barr. We have justice lawyers in cases against the oligarchs. So you don't want to miss any of this stuff, man. That's only a little that helps out massively. The video drops for content. So you can also support the show on Patreon.
This link is in my description box under MSPM7. That is the memorandum of where all this drastic stuff against the American citizen was put down. Hey, shh. Hold on 1 second. I apologize. Okay, I apologize. I'm back.
Go sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. And of course, go sub to Corn's World, where we do live Kyle and Corn episodes every Monday night. You don't want to miss that. We have a hell of a lot of fun when we do that. And that's all I got for you, man. Enough with the shameless plug. Let's go ahead and jump right in. So let's start with this here. This is disturbing is not a strong enough word to describe exactly what this is here. So The Intercept posted the following. The White House refuses to rule out summary executions of people on its secret domestic terror list. The Trump administration ignored questions about whether it would order the killings of those on its NSPM 7 list, even while answering our other queries. That's disturbing. So, in other words, they've already done this when it comes to fishermen in the Caribbean. You guys know this. We've covered it endlessly. 86 different people killed in the Caribbean, over 20 boats bombed. These are people, there's no evidence was presented. There was no process that was followed. Trump decided we're going to murder these people. We're going to do terror attacks. So they murdered these poor innocent fishermen. And then they said, it's totally legal because we declared that they're terrorists and then we murdered them. So there is no recourse for you. And they're dead, by the way. So how could there be any recourse, right? Well, what if I were to tell you that exact same thing they did there in the Caribbean, they're planning on doing that on U.S. soil. They're planning on doing that domestically. So they can kill whoever they want to kill, and then they turn around and they go, yeah, but they were terrorists, so it's okay. We declared that they're terrorists. There was no process. There was no evidence presented. There was no judge involved. There was no nothing. But we declared them terrorists, and then we murdered them. So this is what The Intercept is saying. White House refuses to rule out summary executions of people on its secret domestic terror list. The fact that there even is a secret list should tell you a lot, that they can't prove this stuff in court. It's all made up. So it's a list of political enemies. This is really, the dividing lines are you pro-Trump or anti-Trump? If you're anti-Trump, you're probably on some list somewhere. It's just absolutely disturbing stuff, incredibly disturbing stuff. And then, of course, we should point out as well, this NSPM-7 that they mention here, and shout out to Ken Klippenstein, he got the original reporting on this, but the whole idea of that is, if you show anti-Americanism, an anti-capitalist ideology, anti-Christian ideology, if you are a, quote, extremist on migration or race or gender, then you're the enemy. You're the problem. You're a potential domestic terrorist and extremist. And so, in other words, again, anybody who's on the left, anybody who's even a liberal would qualify based on these characteristics. I mean, what does it even mean to be, oh, you're anti-American? What does that mean? If you criticize Trump's stupid fucking wars, would they categorize you as anti-American? Yes, they would. What about if you say, hey, I think we should do Medicare for all? They would go, oh, that's socialism. So now you're anti-capitalism, you're on the list. If you're anti-Christian, so in other words, a vocal atheist would be on the list. This is insane what they're doing. They're literally making a list of the enemies of MAGA, the people who disagree with MAGA, and they're going to use the intelligence agencies and the military to go after these people. All right, but I'm not done. Here we go. So this is crazy. We had a hearing, and Senator Reid asked a very important question. Basically, like, what if Trump ordered you to attack somebody in the United States of America? Listen to this terrifying answer. Watch this.
If the president declared an organization a terrorist organization or DTO, which is on a secret list, and you were ordered to attack them on U.S. soil, would you carry out that order?
Already terrifying. A general pausing when asked the question, what if the president told you to kill people that are on some secret list that he made up?
On U.S. soil. And you hear this long pause? There was no, that would be against our military code. None of that.
Would you carry out the order? He freezes. He freezes. Ready? It's about to get worse.
Senator Reid, as with any order I would assess the order, consult the legal authorities to ensure that it was a lawful order, and I would
the legal authority to make sure it's a lawful order. These JAG officers, who his commander Pete Kegbreath called JAG-offs, who are more concerned about their personal careers and other than the war fighter who is out there. These are people, these career JAG officers who Kegbreath has fired, and you're going to support the few that he has in there, sycophants, bootlickers, brown nosers. These are the JAG officers he will be able to consult. Let's continue.
if I had questions, I would elevate that to the chairman and the secretary, as they welcome at all times. And
if he had questions after talking to the attorneys, he would elevate it to the who did he say? The commander and the secretary. He would update it to Raising Cane and Pete Kegbreath. So why bother? Why bother visit the attorney? And if I have questions beyond talking to the JAG officers that remain, I will then consult Pete Kegbreath. Do you not understand that if you do it, Kegbreath is going to act as if it was your own free will to do it, much as he's doing the guy who they had up on Capitol Hill and saying he made a great decision, making the decision to do it that general's own decision. Okay, so that we're clear.
If I had, and I would, if I had questions, I would elevate that to the chairman and the secretary as they welcome at all times. And if I had no concerns and I was confident in the lawful order, I would definitely execute that order.
So that's what's known as a yes. If Trump asked me, or if Secretary of War Crimes Pete Kegbreath asked me to assassinate an American citizen on American soil based on a secret fucking list that they made up of their political enemies, yes, I would carry out that order. I would murder Americans on American soil. This motherfucker should resign. He should carry out that order. I would murder Americans on American soil. This motherfucker should, yes, I would carry out that order. I would murder Americans on American soil. Yes, I would carry out that order. I would murder Americans on American soil. This motherfucker should resign. He should resign in shame. He should apologize, and he should never be in this position of power ever again. This is fucking disturbing. This is the most un-American shit I've ever heard in my life. Greenlighting political assassinations done by the military against American citizens. I don't know how anybody could watch this and go, yeah, oh, that's okay. That's acceptable. Like, what is it? The fascism has now become so extreme and so in your face that they just announce it casually in a congressional committee hearing. What? Wow, man. This is so crazy. All right, I got more for you, though. FBI hints at new counterterrorism focus on young Americans online. So that NSPM 7 list, how do you think they're going to get the list? They're going to scour the internet. They're going to look at social media. They're going to go through everybody's entire internet history. Hey, you made a joke about Republicans in fucking 2012. Now you're on that list, right? This is where we're at. This is where we're at. Watch this. Listen.
The FBI has identified a particularly concerning uptick in radicalization of young people. Radicalization of domestic terrorists most often occurs online. Social media and encryption have increased the speed and accessibility of the violent extremist content.
Social media and encryption. So in other words, they're going to start waging a war on social media. They're going to censor people they don't like, pro-Palestine activists, left-wingers. And encryption, they're going to come after encryption. They don't want you to be able to have a private message with your friends. They want to be able to read your messages. They want to know what you're saying. This is what's embedded.
Speaking of which, I maybe 2 weeks ago, I gave you the way to prevent Google from reading all of your Gmails. They automatically opted you in where Google, if you have a Google email account, they can read all of your emails. There was also a Meta on December 16th, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, December 16th, they have just turned on the button where they can also read all of your DMs. If you don't know that these things have been added to your usage of different social media platforms, now you know. Now, I had it up to share with you guys. I'm going to try to find it. Now, there are three different ones. It was Google reading your emails, Meta reading your DMs, and there was a little tutorial of how you could go through your settings and opt out of that. They automatically opt you in, but reportedly there is a way to opt out, and is very you have to go through quite a few steps to opt out. So if you haven't seen that, you may want to Google it, because I don't have it up. I know for sure I did the opt out of Google, but who's to say that's going to opt you out anyway? Under this war of terror. Under these terrorism laws, they have been listening in to our phone calls way before we knew any of that was happening. So who's to say this opting out is going to keep them out of your Gmail? They could read every email that you sent out. If it was financial, if it was medical, they had access to read all of your emails. And so there's a reported way you can opt out. I'm very skeptical if going through the steps will opt you out of anything that these tech millionaires, billionaires are looking into and troving all of your data. So he is absolutely right about that. This man, this is during the Christy Nomes hearings. Him, he is a stand-in for Kakai Patel, who didn't bother to show up. So he is representing the FBI. We're talking about domestic terrorists, and because I'm going to go back to something in regards to this man as well.
And everything this guy, they want to be able to read your messages. They want to know what you're saying. This is what's embedded in everything this guy's pointing out.
Often occurs online. Social media and encryption have increased the speed and accessibility of the violent extremist content.
So this is what they're focusing on. As Hassan says, there's an esoteric, pedophilic, neo-Nazi cult that directly pushes teenagers to do mass shootings every other week on Telegram. And these guys are going to investigate people who don't like Trump, Israel, and want free healthcare. That is literally exactly what's going on here. Hassan, that sounds hyperbolic. It sounds like a joke, but Hassan's actually 100% factually correct. The government is compiling lists of people who are anti-Trump, anti-Israel, and pro-Medicare for all. And they want you on that list. They want you to potentially be fucking blown away by this fake general who just said he would follow the order if Trump gave it to murder people on American soil. Now, by the way, from this same hearing, here's what happens when you push these people with their fascist agenda. Watch how quickly these guys buckle under pressure. Watch.
So where is the Antifa headquarters?
Hold on. I want you to hear the whole line of questioning right here. That's why I said I will go back to him because I do want you to hear the whole line of questioning. I played it for you once. We really need to get back into the whole line of questioning about domestic terrorists. Where is it? Here it is, right here.
U.S. technology. Prior to this passage, it was only the FBI and or DHS that could provide that assistance. Now that this...
So, he's asked, what is the main threat of domestic terrorism in the United States? Now, we are sure that the main threat of domestic terrorism to the United States had been white supremacists and white nationalists. But since this administration has come into office, they wiped that clean. They just got rid of those facts. So now he's going to be asked, let's follow.
Passage of authority, it will allow us to have a greater handling of the...
Ranking member for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gladstein, will you tell me the organizations that pose on the domestic side, two of the organizations, number one, number two, threat to the homeland at this point?
Can you please clarify, like, organizations?
Any domestic terrorist?
No, he's sitting in for the FBI chair, Kash Patel, and he needs him. Can you clarify what a fucking organization is? Let's continue.
Organization that poses, any domestic terrorist organization that poses a threat to the homeland as we speak?
I'd say the first one, President Trump had just announced executive order domestic terrorist organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
The first one, President Trump just said it was Antifa. Is President Trump an investigator? Is President Trump a FBI investigator that he would put Antifa, a non-entity, a group holding, non-member holding entity on the number one on the federal watch list of domestic terror? What investigative powers did President Trump have to put Antifa, which is an idea, on the number one in the terrorist watch group? He is testifying for the FBI.
The first one, President Trump had just announced executive order domestic terrorist organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what President Trump did. What does the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic.
We say whatever President Trump, who has no investigation powers, who is on as his own chief of staff, Susie Wiles says, on a whole retribution tour. We're going to get to that after this. Because President Trump said that is his number one enemy, we are going to lock our boots and put our boots on the necks of who this administration tells us to.
Terrorist threat that we're facing. Same view. When
President Trump did. What does the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing. Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is
Antifa? That is the most immediate terrorist that I see. This is what somebody who's addressing Congress is saying to kowtow to the retribution that 4547 wants you to believe. He said, this is what I see right now. And we know why he is even looking at it, because of President Trump said that was the number one. And he now all of a sudden, that's all he sees. That's all I'm looking for. They are the number one threat to Americans. For example, he gives no example of this obvious number one threat that he sees. He should be able to list off a litany of things and that has gone on to prove to us what he sees, but that doesn't happen.
Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is the Antifa headquartered?
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist?
No.
If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
You're building out the infrastructure right now. But you know that they are the most pertinent domestic violent organization that you're looking at. But you have no idea where they are stationed, where any offices are, where any meetings are. You're filling out the infrastructure right now. So How is it that you are the FBI and you are telling us that you, the FBI, are filling out the infrastructure of some terrorist group? So what are you telling me? Are you telling me or we're making it up? We're trying to put it together so we can pinpoint what we want you to say, what we want to say and what we want you to see, what we want to present. We're creating it. An infrastructure is something that has to be built. Why is the FBI saying that they are building the infrastructure of this terrorist group that they are highlighting and keeping an eye on? That is the danger to America. If they are a organization that is a danger to America, wouldn't they fill out their own infrastructure? Wouldn't they put all of the infrastructure to their alleged terrorist organization together themselves? Why is he telling you that the FBI is putting together the infrastructure of this alleged terrorist group? Are you listening to what this man is saying?
It as if it's a terrorist organization, and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
So what does that mean? We trying to get the information. You say Antifa is a terrorist organization. Tell us as a committee, how did you come to that? Where do they exist? How many members do they have in the United States as of right now?
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you. I'll ask one question, sir. I just want you to tell us. If you said Antifa is the number one domestic terrorist organization operating in the United States, I just need to know where they are, how many people. I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Well, the investigations are active.
So you wouldn't come to this committee and say something you can't prove. I know you wouldn't do that. But you did. Madam Secretary, you and the gentleman from CT.
That's the question. I wanted. That's the person who is presenting this bullshit. This is in my description box. It's under terrorist. You can go here and hear the rest of the hearing. We have already gone over this hearing. This is what Kyle Kulinski was showing. I just wanted to show it in its entirety. Let me see if I can find Kyle again, and we can finish what he was saying. Go over and join Secular Talk with Kyle Kulinski. Great content. Okay. Let me find that where we were again. Where were we? Maybe I can't find it. It's somewhere. I'll find it in a second. Just listen to the wind chimes in the background. Here it is. Let's continue.
All right, y'all. Welcome to the Kyle Kulinski Show. I hope y'all are having a great day out.
And you were ordered to attack them on U.S. soil. Would you carry out that order?
Here we were.
Everybody's entire internet history. Hey, you made a joke about Republicans in fucking 2012. Well, what you're saying. This is what's embedded in everything this guy's pointing out in Telegram. And these guys are going to investigate people who don't like Trump, Israel.
Antifa headquarters.
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist? If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
So what does that mean? We trying to get the information. You say Antifa is a terrorist organization. Tell us as a committee, how did you come to that? Where do they exist? How many members do they have in the United States as of right now?
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you. I'll ask one question, sir. I just want you to tell us. If you said Antifa is the #1 domestic terrorist organization operating in the United States, I just need to know where they are, how many people. I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Well, the investigations are active.
So you wouldn't come to this committee and say something you can't prove. I know you wouldn't do that. But you did.
So they're now saying Antifa is the #1 domestic terror threat in the country. That is so beyond fucking absurd. It is insulting to everybody's intelligence. You got to be out of your mind to make that argument. Straight up out of your mind. Do you guys know what the death toll is because of Antifa? I'm not kidding when I say literally maybe one person has been killed by Antifa. Now, it's not even an official organization, and this is the point that the congressman was making. It's not an official organization. There's no hierarchy. There's no structure. There's no membership. There are no marching orders. There are no rules. There's no charter. There's no nothing. There's no nothing. And so this is a total attempt. They're trying to deflect from right-wing terrorism. They're not talking about right-wing terrorism, which statistically is way more likely to happen. They're not even talking about ISIS or Al-Qaeda or anything like that. They're talking about left-wingers being the main domestic terror threat. Again, why? Because this is what Trump wants to do. He wants to purge the country of all dissent. He wants to make it illegal to oppose him. We all know this. In his heart of hearts, this is what he wants. This is why all the time he says positive things about Kim Jong-un. When he walks in, his people stand at attention. That's what I want. That's what I want right there. So they're in the process of making that a reality. That's what you need to understand.
They have put in all the mechanisms in your government. While you're ignoring or what's going on in your government, this is what your government is doing. Let's be clear. Let's see what they're ignoring. I covered this. I covered this story last year. I covered many stories. I covered the story in Tennessee where they wanted to make a all white town in Tennessee. Why did they want to do that in Tennessee? I also covered the story over a year ago where all of these white nationalists go to this camp in Tennessee. Let's review what has been going on in this nation with these white nationalists that they want to ignore. Where are we? Let's go back down memory lane of information that I have already previously given you. Let me see if this is the one from a year
Tonight
ago.
at 6 News, Channel 5 investigates the neo-Nazis next door, a large hate group that are...
That's not the one I want. I want to go from the a year ago.
Fronting hate. Our exclusive News Channel 5...
Let me see. Is this from 1 year ago? I shared this with you. Let's revisit who they are not investigating. Okay.
Fronting hate. Our exclusive News Channel 5 investigation continues, focusing this time on how Tennessee has become home for what may be the most influential white supremacist gathering in the country.
Every year, a state park right here in Middle Tennessee hosts the so-called American Renaissance Conference, drawing 200 to 300 people from around the country some of them the biggest names in the world of hate. So who are these people and what do they want? Our chief investigative reporter, Phil Williams, went to Montgomery Bell State Park in Dixon County to find out. Phil?
Well, out in the parking lot, we spotted cars from as far away as California, Texas, Florida, and yes, some from Tennessee, there to hear lectures that they believe will justify their white supremacy. But instead of white robes and hoods, these attendees come in coat and tie. Here at Montgomery Bell State Park, the tranquility of a fall afternoon was interrupted by the sounds of protest.
No Nazis, no KKK, no fascist USA.
By a small group of anti-fascists upset over the return of the white supremacist American Renaissance Conference, an annual event that's been held here at the park's Lodge and Conference Center since 2012.
We're out here to make a statement. Don't ever come back.
This conference has been held here since the year of 2012. This was last year. And they've been there holding their conference every year since 2012. Is this Antifa? Let's see who this is.
Here again.
No! You are not welcome here.
Y'all here for the conference? Trying to avoid a clash that erupted 1 year between the two sides, park rangers set up a security perimeter,
Follow your leader! Shoot yourself like Adolf Hitler!
confining the Antifa protesters to the backside of the lodge, separated from the conference by a locked gate.
Basically, they invite some of the worst neo-Nazi hate groups into this park every single year to rally. You can see one of them right there.
In your mind, what's the difference between this and a KKK rally?
Oh, there is no difference. They're the same people.
The protesters made it very clear how they feel. We're about to head over to the conference center and talk to the man who's leading all of this. Mr. Taylor. Hi, Phil Williams. At the main entrance, we were allowed inside.
This is very important. Sure, absolutely. Very important. These people can lose their jobs. Sure, absolutely. Their girlfriends can jilt them. I mean, that's the kind of society we live in.
Under the condition that we not take video of any of the participants' faces. How would you describe the people who are attending this conference?
These are smart, observant, thoughtful Americans who see that our country is going in the wrong direction and has been going in the wrong direction for decades.
And your critics say you use, being smart, being intellectual as a cover for racism.
What is racism, for heaven's sake?
What is racism, for heaven's sakes? Oh, what do you speak of, this racism thing? I don't even understand what that word means.
Do you not know what racism is?
Well, nobody can really define it in any sensible.
Well, no one can really define it in any sensible meaning.
Consistent way.
Racism is?
Well, nobody can really define it in any sensible, consistent way.
Jerry Taylor heads American Renaissance, which includes a website that...
Nobody can really define racism in any sensible, a consistent way, because it's not sensible to be racist. None of it makes sense. Of course, you have no sense, but you think that we're crazy as you hold your white nationalist meeting in the deep woods of a public park in Tennessee. Let's continue. You think that we don't know the history of this nation, but no one can really define it in a sensible way. What is racism? I tell you, I have no idea. We're dignified racists. We're dignified. Well, we don't use the word racism. We use white superiority. We're the supreme.
Promotes articles like Jerry Taylor heads American Renaissance, which includes a website that promotes articles like how thousands of black behaviors opened my eyes. And leaked emails showed the website was one often privately promoted by Trump advisor Stephen Miller. What's the difference?
This is a year ago. This is prior to their ever being a election, a 2024 election. And What ugly head is this group promoting? The deportation czar of the United States. We've already seen this. You can go back through my videos. I wish I could tell you which one. So that's why I decided to bring it up again. As you got a motherfucker from the FBI pretending like some mystery group Antifa is the worst domestic terrorism, when the FBI has already identified that white supremacist and white nationalist group are were on a watch list. But what happened when Pam Bimbo and Kakai Patel came into this administration this time? They erased them from the files. They erased them and took them off. And now, all of a sudden, some shit you ain't never heard of, Antifa. There is no such thing. Antifa is the words anti-fascist put together. It's an idea that they are against fascists. So, let's be clear.
Between what's promoted by Trump advice and leaked emails show the
how thousands black behavior has opened my eyes. And I'm pretty sure he never encounters any black people any day of his life. I'm sure his life is filled without being surrounded by or interacting with black people. But he has a whole article about the behaviors of black behaviors. How do these black behaviors that he want to pin out to be black behaviors affect him and how he live his life? What about the white behaviors? Which one affects him and how he live his life more? To think that you can compartmentalize behaviors as belonging to solely black people lets you know that he's a racist. But he doesn't know what racism is. But he is so inclined to study black behaviors, to try to make a point about the overall black people as a whole. Let's be clear.
website was one often privately promoted by Trump advisor Stephen Miller.
What's the difference between what's happening here and a KKK rally?
I've never been to a KKK rally. I couldn't tell you.
Isn't the message the same, though?
I have no idea. I've never been to one.
But I am delighted to see groups and organizations cropping up.
But leaked video from the 2021 conference shows Taylor meeting with Thomas Rousseau, the head of the Patriot Front. That's the khaki-loving extremist group known for plastering communities, including the Nashville area, with their white supremacist slogans.
Patriot Front! Thomas Rousseau!
In fact, when we checked our video, that was Rousseau we had spotted on the bridge. Patriot Front later posted a group photo of them at this year's conference.
They do their thing, I do mine.
How about the neo-Nazis?
I don't even know a neo-Nazi.
But among this year's speakers was Austrian Martin Sellner, a neo-Nazi who plastered swastikas on a synagogue in 2006. And after some 50 people were killed at mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand in 2019, emails show Sellner had been in contact with the shooter. Although he was never charged with any wrongdoing, Sellner was barred from entering the U.S. and had to appear at the conference by video.
Do you not consider yourself a racist?
No.
Like other people at the American Renaissance Conference, Taylor argues for a separation of the races, where whites don't have to be reminded of slavery, segregation, or the fact that racism still exists.
Well, right, people don't have to be reminded about slavery. That's why now you have an administration who wants to take museum pieces out of museums that remind people of slavery. Everything is too concentrated on slavery. You know, why continue to harp on the bad that happened in our country? Our museums should show the good in our country. Let's erase all of this from museums, says this administration. You get where I'm going here? Do you see the correlation in all of this? These groups that have been going on since 2012 and actually had to feed in a speaker because he was in contact with a mass shooter who shot up a mosque. But I don't know a white supremacist.
If agrees for a separation of the races, where whites don't have to be reminded of slavery, segregation, or the fact that racism still exists.
If leftists were consistent, they would be perfectly happy to say, yes, you white people, you torment all of these non-whites. Of course, we do not. And
But
you
white
should
people did.
Well, hold on. Why can't you let me finish?
You
Please.
keep wanting to gloss over the history.
I'm not denying the history at all. What have I glossed over? Of course, there's been slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, lynching. I'm not denying any of that. Don't put words in my mouth.
Yet when I pressed Taylor on how he and others at the conference would separate the races,
if you guys want to continue to say we're so bad, I don't even know racist people. But I'm gonna gloss over it, and I'm gonna get mad when you remind me of it. Don't put words in my mouth. No, you need to put those words in your own motherfucking mouth. Let's be real clear. Okay, let's continue.
If you want that white-only land, why don't you go find somewhere else to live?
What do you mean, find someplace else?
It's beyond his thought. They're so used to telling you to go back to Africa, go back to Mexico, go back to wherever you're from. But they never think if they want this all-white nation, maybe they should go where they're from. Well, how come they're not going where they're from? What do you mean go somewhere? This is my homeland. They don't understand that they are the ones who need to go back to where they are from. It never occurs to them. We had slaves build this whole country. Why would I leave? This and you hear Stephen Miller says foaming at the mouth at that Charlie Kirk funeral about they are nothing. They aren't nothing. They've never built anything. They never created anything. We built this country. Who the fuck is the we that built this country? These people don't. That's why they're taking history out of the school. And this is a person, a group, and a mentality who is in line with Stephen Miller, as you saw. This link is in my description box, along with the Kyle Kalinske link under domestic terrorists. These go revisit these.
Where do you want the people to? If you want that white-only land, why don't you go find somewhere else to live?
What do you mean, find someplace else?
Where do you want the people of color to go?
I don't want them to go anywhere.
He was short on specifics.
So it sounds like you're advocating for something that you have no idea how it would work.
Oh, I have a good idea how it would work.
You just told me you did.
Well, the practicalities of it. I think it's entirely possible that an American state might secede. There is a considerable secessionist movement all around the country today.
So
it's
you are in
entirely
favor
possible.
of succession, breaking up the United States.
I'm a believer in separation.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Then, as we prepared to head out,
why are none of you showing your names or badge numbers?
the last time we saw the protesters, they were at a dock across from the lodge. Now they're apparently having some sort of standoff with police here.
No, we are all
people. They want to kill people.
We soon discovered protesters had attempted to get closer to the main entrance, hoping to be able to confront conference attendees more directly. So you're wanting to go down to the lodge?
We are wanting to go anywhere on public property that we are constitutionally allowed to do, and they are inhibiting that. But yes, specifically, we would like to go down towards the lodge where they are expressing their speech, and we'd like to likewise express our own.
They will kill everyone you care about.
Yet as I watched the determination of the protesters, I was also reminded of Jerry Taylor's own determination and his insistence that he believes he and his group are wearing down the resistance.
I think they've kind of given up. I mean, we're going to be back here, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, we're not going to change Jared Taylor's mind. He's not going to change ours. That's not why we're here. We're here to let the public know that this will not stand in our state of Tennessee. That's all I have. Yeah.
But as you saw there, Jared Taylor and his white supremacist friends feel they have the advantage, 200 or 300 of them to compared to maybe a dozen protesters. So they feel welcomed here. Plus, they get an army of law enforcement there to protect their First Amendment rights to have and express those views.
Really eye-opening. Who pays for all that extra law enforcement?
Well, as you might imagine, you and I do. A few years back, the state of Tennessee tried to charge them for the security associated with this conference, but a federal judge ruled that such fees were unconstitutional.
Interesting.
We'll let them secure themselves then. This is public land, and only certain members of the public are allowed to use this public park when it is overrun by racists. Now, that was a year ago. Let's get back into this. Where are we? This is 9 months ago.
Tonight at 6, News Channel 5
This is 9 months ago. Now, you guys remember I did the story on this white nationalist group. They try to pretend like they are just a Christian-loving group. All of them with their handmaids in there, probably they all screwing each other. You know how they like to do it. Where is it? I think it's in Kansas. Where is it in? I forget what state it's in. I did the story on them. Back to the land is what they white only communities, no gays, no blacks, no Jews. Now, understand that they want you to believe that they are against anti-Semitism in colleges as they claw back billions of federal funding to colleges under the guise of anti-Semitism. They want you to believe that Antifa is the number one terrorist in this country. As they say nothing about these white supremacists walking through our streets talking about Jews will not replace us. These are the things. Creating towns which are illegal because of the Fair Housing Act, and trying to get around it by saying that they are a private club. So they can create a place, a land where like-minded people, based upon their actual DNA, that they must submit to ensure that they are pure. The purest of whites can only live there, and disguising it as a private club. Guess who showed up to this year's little hold down in Tennessee? That same guy who was trying to bullshit the reporters that no, we're just an organic group of people who want to live together, but you must submit your DNA. No blacks, no Jews, no gay. Guess who showed up at this year's Tennessee holdout? This was 9 months ago. This link is also in the description box under domestic terrorists. Let's get into it.
investigates the neo-Nazis next door, a large hate group that our investigation discovered is expanding its presence right here in Tennessee. Good evening to you. I'm Carrie Sharp. That group, the so-called Patriot Front, is probably best known for plastering our communities with their hate-filled posters and graffiti. Now our investigation has uncovered new videos that reveal the group is also preparing for battle. Chief Investigative Reporter Phil Williams is continuing his Hate Comes to Main Street investigation. Phil, you have been working on this story for more than 3 months.
That's right. And during that time, we gathered never-before-seen video that shows what the Patriot Front is really up to. As you're about to see, that includes training men to fight right here in the volunteer state.
Right now, they've got an enemy. If they get rid of their enemies, they're going to have to find a new one. Might be you.
Our investigation began last fall as anti-fascist activists protested an annual white supremacist gathering inside the lodge at Montgomery Bell State Park, about 40 miles west of Nashville. It was an investigation that would eventually lead us across the state to this large compound being built by a hate group right here in Tennessee. A compound where members train for battles that sometimes play out on the streets of America.
These are smart, observant, thoughtful Americans who see that our country is going in the wrong direction and has been going in the wrong direction for decades.
Which may be why Jerry Taylor, the founder of the American Renaissance Conference, insisted that we not take video of any faces while we were inside the conference.
How about the neo-Nazis?
I don't even know a neo-Nazi.
That is absolutely false. Jared Taylor lied to you.
Jeff Tischhauser tracks hate for the Southern Poverty Law Center, and he knows a lot about the men we identify from outside the conference using facial recognition software. Men like Thomas Rousseau.
Nationalism is natural. Patriotism is inevitable.
Rousseau, seen here during a demonstration in Nashville last summer, heads the Patriot Front, one of the largest organized hate groups in the country. Known for their flash mob protests that suddenly spring out of the backs of rental trucks, members wear white gaiters to hide their faces. Their flag-waving marches are designed to present an image that also hides the hate behind their cause.
When you get within their private spaces online, members of Patriot Front worship Hitler, right? They deny the Holocaust. They use a tremendous amount of racial slurs between each other.
They're very clever, though. They wrap themselves in patriotism, Patriot Front.
So that's a way for Patriot Front to appeal to the larger conservative movement.
We are Americans. We are not white Americans because there are no other kind of Americans than those who are white and from Europe.
At age 26, Thomas Rousseau is polished in his racism.
Life, liberty, victory!
But leaked videos from inside Patriot Front reveal that beneath that polished veneer
Good take right there. See high. Let's go.
are old.
Say what now? Say what now? Say what now? Who the fuck you think they are getting ready to fight? But they are not on the terrorist watch list anymore. They pretend like they don't know, they don't see this, and when all up in through this administration, Pete Kegbreath goes to a white nationalist church. One of the pastors said that slavery wasn't so bad. You shouldn't look at slavery as bad. The Bible doesn't even say slavery was bad. They were just men of their time. Don't look at slave owners as bad men. Look at them as men of their time. That's all they were. They were just men of their time. Why are you guys making such a big fuss of this? Oh, and by the way, women should not have the right to vote. Stay home getting pregnant. Let's continue.
Fashion neo-Nazis.
These are
Front revealed that beneath that polished veneer
Good take right there. See high. Let's go.
are old-fashioned neo-Nazis.
These are hardened white supremacists who want to see a white ethno state created somewhere in the United States.
You are not welcome here.
Outside the American Renaissance Conference, we had also spotted these two men. Our search quickly came back with matches: Robert Benjamin Whitted of Texas and Garrett Joseph Garland of Illinois. Both were among 31 Patriot Front members arrested 3 years ago, accused of plotting to create a riot at an Idaho Pride celebration. Ryan Hunter was one of the prosecutors.
They wanted to basically promote a fight. They wanted to get people to respond, make them angry, make them attack them. And, you know, their history is that they then try to play that they're the victims.
Hey, but announce. Announce.
Hey, man, sheriff's office, everyone have your hands visible.
The old racist U-Haul. The old racist U-Haul full of racists coming up on cities. I just did the report on the racists that went to the first segregated high school I think it was in Arkansas, Montgomery, Arkansas. I had a bunch of these cowards in a U-Haul, which they are illegally hauling human beings in the backs of U-Hauls to go to these communities. How many of these stories have I did? There was one. There were several in Ohio's. I'm not going to go back. I'm going forward. I've already played this information. Those who have enough sense to pay attention and wake the fuck up to what's going on in America, talking about what you fought for. You ain't fought for shit. You were born into something that other people have fought for, and you don't have enough common sense to fight for yourselves, as you ignore the real shit that's going on in America and concentrate on bullshit. But let's continue. I'm not going back. I've been here all this time giving you this information. So let's keep going.
This never-before-seen police video shows what happened when Coeur d'Alene, Idaho police intercepted two Patriot Front U-Hauls on their way to that Pride event. In the video, we see the men from that balcony, Robert Whitted and Garrett Garland, as they're being processed by police.
It does detail our peaceful.
We see the people from the balcony, the Tennessee balcony, where they have their supremacist rally every year in Tennessee, in a U-Haul van, going to terrorize people in the United States after they have trained to fight and set up these fights so they will be able to go out into the public and fight them and then try to play victim as they are prepared to go out and fight. Who are you? Who among you are ready to go out and have a physical combat with these people who are preying on the American society to harm the American way of life because they feel that there is no other American but white American. So you don't even have to say the word white when you say American, because it is understood that if you're talking about an American, you're talking about a white person. Make that make sense. Make any of this make sense? But are you unaware of this? I'm just trying to give you information. If I have given you any new information, that's why I have my goals set up, because my goal on my channel is to give you information that you may not know. Now, because your for-profit media isn't giving you this information, this is a local news channel. I'm pretty sure they're for-profit, but they're not for-profit like these big news agencies are. They're paying their talking heads millions of dollars that are ignoring all of this real information. The NSPM has not even been talked about on the for-profit media. Has not even been talked about. Much less these lists. Much less these motherfucking neo-Nazis that are showing up in all. They don't even bother to cover this anymore on the national news that I've seen, that I have seen. Let's continue.
While Thomas Rousseau insisted their intentions were peaceful, police discovered what a witness called a small army prepared for war, including being equipped with riot shields. Shields that this leaked video shows Patriot Front prepares for use in battle.
Those shields can be used offensively, and in fact, in riot training, they're intended to push and to move people out of the way or to certain areas. And we actually got testimony on cross-examination that confirmed that, yes, that's how they had been trained to use those.
And when police unmasked the Patriot Front members, they found their caps secured to their heads by chin straps, and the caps were no ordinary headgear. Inside, they found hardened plastic designed to protect their heads in battle. They also discovered tactical radios for communicating over long distances, first aid kits to treat the injured. One even carried a smoke grenade.
You don't come to a boxing match with gloves on and dressed to fight if you don't intend to fight. And that was the circumstance we faced with this group. Is they were ready to fight. They were prepared to fight. They had trained to fight.
And the group's ops plan indicated the Patriot Front Army would line up on the outskirts of the park and proceed inwards until barriers to approach were met. There they planned to create what they called a confrontational dynamic.
And during the testimony that we were able to elicit from them on cross-examination, they confirmed that people really they didn't consider those to be barriers that they would stop for.
So you're saying if they encountered people at the Pride Fest, they were just going to plow through them?
That was effectively what they said at trial.
Which brings us back to Montgomery Bell State Park and another man we identified from the balcony.
So Ian Michael Elliott is a longtime member of white power groups, including Patriot Front. Within Patriot Front, he's one of their lead recruiters.
Ian Michael Elliott, we discovered, is one of the people behind this 122-acre Patriot Front compound in Tellico Plains, Tennessee, located between Chattanooga and Knoxville. When we flew over in Sky 5, it appeared to be very much still under construction.
It appears that they're using this place to network and strategize. They're inviting white supremacists from across the country into this compound to network and strategize.
This photo obtained by News Channel 5 Investigates shows Elliott with Rousseau at that East Tennessee compound.
Hold on. Isn't that one of the Tate brothers? Is that Barron Trump's friend Andrew Tate? Is that Barron Trump's friend Andrew Tate? I'm not positive. It looks like him. That is a question. Is that Andrew Tate right there?
Another white supremacist group from Texas.
3, 2, 1, fight!
And this video posted online shows Elliott in a studio adorned with neo-Nazi symbolism, training men for bare-knuckled battle that often leaves these Patriot Front warriors bruised and bloodied.
Patriot Front will claim that they are nonviolent, but they're training in mixed martial arts. They're using their training in mixed martial arts to escalate confrontations and to hurt people.
Which is exactly what happened to a musician who tried to confront the group in Boston in 2022. A federal judge recently awarded the victim $2.7 million in damages, although it's not clear he'll ever collect. Police video shows that when a Patriot Front U-Haul was stopped shortly after that incident, one of the people present was Garrett Garland. He's the one on the right at the American Renaissance Conference back in the fall.
This isn't your, granddad's KKK. This isn't the old school white supremacists. These guys are smart. I'll give them that little bit of credit, is they're smart in how they approach it.
Ryan Hunter says he believes it's critical that Americans see beyond the images that Patriot Front would like to project, to see that what they represent is neither good nor American.
And it's, incumbent upon all of us that see it for what it is to combat it every chance that we get and tell what really this group is about and what their message is all about. And so that's probably my biggest takeaway from this.
Seed high, let's go.
And in addition to their marches, Patriot Front members have been implicated in defacing murals celebrating the achievements of notable African Americans. But because this is usually done under the cover of darkness, police aren't always able to make arrests, And that's where the public can help. If you see, these people out, vandalizing property, for example, get a tag number and call police. People can do something about this.
That is good to know. You interviewed a prosecutor who has taken on Patriot Front. Did that person have any tips for law enforcement here in Tennessee?
Absolutely. One of his ideas is that police should not simply treat these as nuisance events, vandalism, for example, in the case of those murals being defaced. Instead, he suggests prosecuting the wider conspiracy to deprive other citizens of their civil rights, to use laws with teeth that will really, really send a message.
Really look deeper and at the big picture.
Absolutely.
Phil, thank you.
Instead of giving them a slap on the wrist. Now, let's see.
Fronting hate, our exclusive News Channel 5
Let's see this. This is all local news. No, that's not the one I want. I don't want the one, maybe.
Tonight at 6, News Channel 5 investigates the neo-Nazis.
That's not the one I want.
Wallace.
No.
Wallace.
That's not the one I want. Hold on. Let me find the one I want. I think I played.
Fronting hate, our exclusive News Channel 5
I think, yeah. I think I played this one. Yes, we played this one. We played that one. There's so much of it. Oh, this one. 8 days.
On this Monday, we're getting brand new insight.
Okay, so I showed you one from 1 year ago. I showed you one from 9 months ago. Now, this is a report 8 days ago. 8 days ago. Under this 8 days from today, this was reported.
About the guest list for an annual hate conference. On this Monday, we're getting brand new insight about the guest list for an annual hate conference at a state park right here in Middle Tennessee. And we've now discovered it includes people who have celebrated political violence. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston. Carrie is off. The American Renaissance Conference has been coming.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me this hate group, these white nationalists that have been convening upon this state park in Tennessee has celebrated political violence? Did anybody tell J.D. Vance so he can dox their jobs? Did anybody tell 45, 47 so he can? Did anybody tell Kakai Patel? Did anybody tell Pam Bimbo that these people are celebrating political violence to put them on the anti-American watch list? No. The FBI told you that Antifa is the number one on the Americans watch list. This was 8 days ago. They're number one because this administration decided to take these people off of the top of the watch list, which they were on. Let's be clear.
To the areas, John, it includes people. We're getting brand new insight about the guest list for an annual hate conference at a state park right here in Middle Tennessee. And we've now discovered it includes people who have celebrated political violence. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston. Carrie is off. The American Renaissance Conference has been coming to the area since 2012, yet not much has been known about the cast of characters who attend. That is until now. News Channel 5 Chief Investigative Reporter Phil Williams was there 3 weeks ago when the conference returned to Montgomery Bell State Park in Dickson County. Phil is with us now, and I know you've been working hard to figure out who you were actually seeing come into that place, right?
That's right, which was not something that the conference organizers liked at all. As it turns out, there's probably a good reason.
If you are not here to celebrate and lift up love, what are you doing here? Why would you come?
Among the changing colors of the season,
here for the conference? What's your last name?
Visitors came from across the country for a conference where the only color that really matters is white.
But because there are 200 or 300 people in that building over there that believe only they belong in this country.
Here at Tennessee's Montgomery Bell State Park, protesters were kept far from attendees at the American Renaissance Conference, an event that, as the protesters see it, represents the worst of the world of hate.
And we want our message of tolerance and acceptance to stand in stark contrast to what they're advocating for in there.
Exactly what they advocate inside the park's lodge is a closely guarded secret, as is the guest list, which is what led us to stake out the security checkpoint standing in a public spot in a public park, where we found some attendees desperate to hide from our cameras. For this woman, it was an effort that required both hands.
It's my understanding that we have been providing these pictures over the past year.
And this man, a longtime American Renaissance speaker and attorney who has represented the Klan and other hate groups, accused us of working with domestic terrorists. So when he stopped to take pictures, I decided to confront his questions directly. Did you have any questions for me?
Well, I'd be happy to ask. No, are we Channel 5?
I am with Channel 5. I'm Phil Williams.
Hi, I'm Sam Dixon. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Sam.
The reason is we have reason to be concerned that we had lots of problems with a group called Antifa. And they have tried to prevent us from having our meetings. And
I assure you, I'm not Antifa. Back at the checkpoint, we saw some familiar faces.
Howdy, Bill.
Hello, Thomas. How are you, sir? That's Thomas Rousseau. He's the leader of the Patriot Front, the white nationalist group known for its flash mob protests, as well as its training of young men for battle. They want an America that's for whites only.
Understand, this is a public park where they are setting up security for these people. And a judge has ruled that they cannot charge these people to have their to have this extra security layer to protect these white nationalists coming into a public park while they keep everyone else out of this public park. Understand? This is where your tax dollars are going to protect these people coming and going to their regular race revival.
And this is Eric Orwell, the Arkansas man who had
the Arkansas man, the return to the land, who says that they just want to be among like-minded people, is at this racist revival. You know, there was a whole lot of little chatter around him, creating his all-white communities, no gays, no blacks, no Jew community. Are we surprised that he is at this rally? 8 days ago. We've been having problems from these people called Antifa. What problems did they present? They were out there chanting no hate chants. And this created so many problems from this old KKK defense attorney. They created problems. Their freedom of speech created problems for them. So, you know, these people, you know, they're so, but you're in there with whole people who are talking about Hail Hitler. What are we doing here? What are we doing here with a whole people who have assembled MMA fight clubs to use on people when they go in the street and try to go to a great gay pride event and disrupt gay pride events with their MMA style fighting under their belt. But these alleged Antifa people are giving you so many problems with their freedom of speech. But you don't have no problem sitting up here with those people a KKK, you being a whole KKK public defender, you have no problem sitting with them. Oh, because they're white, and because they're of a like mind as you. They want to live in a all white utopia, but they don't. They feel that they don't need to go anywhere else.
It's Return to the Land, the group that wants to build a white for whites only. And this is Eric Orwell, the Arkansas man who heads Return to the Land, the group that wants to build a whites-only community in Tennessee. Recently posted photos show Patriot Front showed up at Orwell's compound in Arkansas to help with building projects there. That despite what seemed like his efforts to distance himself from the group when we talked a few weeks back. When we did the Zoom interview, you expressed some ambivalence. But then they came to your place and did some work.
No, I'm all for helping them and them helping us. I do have some personal ideological disagreements, but they're relatively minor.
Then there's Greg Johnson, the man in the passenger seat who, as you can see, was none too happy to see our cameras. One of the speakers at the conference, Johnson is author of the White Nationalist Manifesto. After a mass murder committed by neo-Nazi Anders Breivik in 2011, first killing 8 people with a van bomb, followed by the massacre of 69 people at a Norwegian youth camp, Greg Johnson wrote of his, quote, strange new respect for the killer, who he argued was engaged in resistance to genocide. Although Johnson said it would have been better if he had killed the actual leadership of Norway's Labour Party or the leaders of the Norwegian press instead of innocent children. Breivik, he wrote, simply chose the wrong targets for his killing spree. Back at the protest, does it surprise you that you have someone like Greg Johnson who...
And these people are not on the United States, top of the United States domestic terror list. Make that make sense. They are nowhere on the top of your United States under 45, 47 terrorist list. We're pretending like these people have some pure ideas. Let's go back. Let's really understand who is at this, but they are not considered the number one on the domestic terrorist watch list for this administration. The FBI, who sat there and told you that Antifa, because 45, 47 has labeled Antifa number one, and therefore the FBI has as well. Antifa, a non-existent entity.
Defend or the lead had been here. Greg Johnson, Nazi Anders Breivik. Speakers at the conference, Johnson is author of the White Nationalist Manifesto. After a mass murder committed by neo-Nazi Anders Breivik in 2011, first killing 8 people with a van bomb, followed by the massacre of 69 people at a Norwegian youth camp, Greg Johnson wrote of his, quote, strange new respect for the killer, who he argued was engaged in resistance to genocide. Although Johnson said it would have been better if he had killed the actual leadership of Norway's Labour Party or the leaders of the Norwegian press instead of innocent children. Breivik, he wrote, simply chose the wrong targets for his killing spree. Back at the protest, does it surprise you that you have someone like Greg Johnson who, defends mass shooters?
It doesn't surprise me. Like I said, it is the worst of the worst.
Then there was Johnson's companion, David Zeddy. He has defended the neo-Nazi who drove into a crowd of protesters in Charlottesville, killing 32-year-old Heather Heyer. The killer was convicted of first-degree murder. Yet David Zeddy tweeted, quote, James Fields is a hero who did nothing wrong. And, quote, Charlottesville made me realize that many liberals aren't fully human, along with the true extent of Jewish media control.
So, let me make sure my mic is on. Are we going to pretend like 45, 47 is so concerned about anti-Semitic rhetoric and behavior when these people are congratulating people who and speaking with anti-Semitic hate and applauding violence? Uh, Charlottesville is the Jews will not replace us chant rant that these white supremacists went on in Charlottesville. One of the things that they were chanting, Jews will not replace us. But these people have secured a place in America based upon their white supremacist beliefs. And there is no checks and balance and hate list and a watch list. Will these the names of these men be on the secret list that 45, 47 is compiling of United States citizens for being anti-American, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity? Are these some of the people who are going to be on this list? You know, the list where he will not disclose if he is considering unaliving people via our military who are on these secret lists that are being compiled by your current administration. No, they're not. They're not going to be nowhere on that list. They're not even on the domestic terrorist watch list under this administration. This is what I wanted to give you this information.
He has also defended those who assaulted Capitol Police on January 6th. We also spotted this man from Atlanta. His name is Jared Huggins, and he was once part of a neo-Nazi group called Identity Europa. Huggins was also in Charlottesville, according to hate researchers who uncovered this Facebook post under a different last name where he called the weekend, quote, effing metal, and this Twitter post where he celebrated the Dodge Challenger used in the murder. Then there was a Pennsylvania man who heads a publishing house that reprints Nazi and other far-right books, and this young man from East Tennessee wearing a cap for the National Alliance. His name, we discovered, is Dylan Gaidano. National Alliance is a group originally founded by neo-Nazi William Pierce. Pierce's book, The Turner Diaries, helped inspire Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh. Social media accounts linked to Gaidano have expressed admiration.
Hey, these people have no connection to domestic terrorism. I think it was too hard for the FBI to connect any of these people and their behaviors and what they are putting out to young white minds. I guess it's hard for our sophisticated FBI to be able to connect these people to domestic terrorism in any way. I guess Kakai Patel is too busy out here holding the wrong people and saying he caught the wrong people in shooting incidents at universities. A whole keystone cop out here. Let's continue.
For violent white supremacists Robert J. Matthews and Fraser Glenn Miller. One Telegram post stated, quote, for me at least, if our goals aren't met in my lifetime, I will pull a page out of Master Sergeant Fraser Glenn Miller's playbook. Fraser Glenn Miller shot and killed 3 members of a Kansas Jewish community in 2014 because he wanted to kill some Jews before he died.
But this administration wants you to believe that they are on the hunt for anti-Semitism, but he does not have any of these neo-Nazis on the domestic terrorist watch group, and they are free to come and go as they will, and be in protected by cops that your money, your tax dollar is paying for, and meet every fucking year in Tennessee to build all of these encampments under the guise of a private membership and practice MMA and all of this stuff. These are the young white men of today. And they're getting bigger, and the numbers are getting bigger and bigger, and they're getting bolder and bolder. And the police officers, kind of like the police officers back in the KKK day, they give them slaps on the hand, knowing nods, and tell them to, oh, just go away, just go away. Complacency, give them escorts when they have no permits to gather, like they gathered in Alabama, had no permit, but they did have a police officer riding along the side of them under the guise of just making sure that they didn't get into any trouble. Your tax dollars are going to pay these police officers who see them piling into the back of a U-Haul, know that this is illegal, and what do? They don't arrest them. They do not take them somewhere to their police station and tell them, you can't ride in here, get a ride. No, they have a whole fury of cop cars that gathers these people up, 22 people who were in the back of a U-Haul, take them to a different location, and then drop them off and watch them until they have someone come pick them up, because it's illegal to ride in the back of a U-Haul. This is what your tax dollars is going to pay these police officers. These agitators going to communities, to historically black communities, to spew their hate about blacks and Jews. But this administration wants you to think that they give a fuck about anti-Semitism. While they are playing games in this administration and compiling lists of people who this administration feel that are not in lockstep view with this administration, they're letting these people run all over the United States, causing chaos.
Perhaps the best clue about what was happening inside comes from this man we spotted at the checkpoint. Emil Kosman is a Romanian-born pro-Russian podcaster who was invited to the conference to observe.
Right over there, they are videotaping us because somehow we are bad dudes.
This was Kosman we spotted outside the lodge. He later described the atmosphere inside the conference as one where it was anti-Semitism that really invigorated the crowd.
Yeah, the Jews are in control of it. These kind of things. A lot of people cheered. Oh yeah, like good job, man, telling us the truth.
The podcaster said the National Alliance had a table set up where it was selling its materials, but American Renaissance insisted that the Turner Diaries be kept under the table out of public view.
Guys, you know what the reason was? These guys are neo-Nazis. These are Nazis. That was the answer. They are Nazis. That's why we don't do it. It's a Nazi book.
Mr. Taylor, hi, Phil Williams. That's a far different story from when I first met American Renaissance founder Jerry Taylor a year ago.
How about the neo-Nazis?
I don't even know a neo-Nazi.
But inside the conference this year,
he said, well, that, what was his expression? That promotes violence and terrorism. Do you know that?
Kosman said Jerry Taylor privately insisted the group's Turner Diaries was a real problem.
Who's state? Our state! Who's state? Our state!
Which is why these protesters say what happens here inside this state park cannot be ignored.
And this group kind of represents the worst of the worst. And I wanted to at least be out here to say that that's not the America that I grew up with. That's not the America that I believe in.
Now, we've also identified other people at the conference, including, get this, a Lutheran pastor from Southeast Alabama who has connections to what has been described as a neo-Confederate group. And to be clear, not everyone there advocates violence, although it is also clear there are some, including some influential attendees, who refuse to reject it.
A lot of work put into this, Phil. Appreciate it. At the top of the newscast, we mentioned that this event has been held out at Montgomery Bell, since 2012?
Since 2012.
They have no plans, apparently, to move locations?
Yeah, I think that's the safe bet. In fact, in a write-up after the conference in a blog post, they wrote that American Renaissance is now an institution at the current location. So it seems they're determined to stay.
All right, Phil, thank you. And a reminder, if you'd like to see any of Phil's past investigations on hate in our communities, go to newschannel5.com/hate.
Did you guys know? Did you know? In this.
Now we're going to go into this hate group that was marching in Alabama. I shared the story with you, but now the body cam footage has been released, and we get to see the people who were the 22 people who were in the back of this U-Haul without their mask on. So let's get into this. This is also under, I'm going to share this link in my description box. You can find it under domestic terrorists.
As I just pointed out, severely divided country where people, are detached from humanity because our president is detached from humanity. Did you know that they're acting on it? And matter of fact, there's like white supremacists that are off in the woods and stuff somewhere and attacking communities that act on the things that Donald Trump believes in.
We have a bunch of guys here with Nazi flags, red shirts, rocking down MLK, doing a lot of chanting with bulletproof vests on, getting ready to march into the black neighborhood here.
There's a big crowd of people all in like matching red clothes, and they're waving like swastika flags.
Some Nazi people, something, yelling about burn it or something right by the school.
Patrol units in the area, MLK, south of Children's Hospital. This neo-Nazi group is walking southbound.
That's the image of Donald Trump's foot soldiers. The MAGA movement has these guys harassing people, patrolling neighborhoods, and doing something else, though. They got a lot going on. It's almost like we're watching the Nazification.
Understand, this is in Alabama at the first integrated black integrated school. They decided to go there and do a photo op and to spew hate. Now this is an all black community that has a lot of old all black residents, and this is what's walking down their street. Now, no, the first high integrated high school, not the first integrated high school. So they go into a black community spewing all of this hate and get escorted out of the community. But these people have been emboldened. This was in Alabama. Most of these people were from states like Illinois. You will see where these people are not from Alabama themselves. No, you have all of this hate is being imported from state to state to states. You have people coming from their state to go to a different state to fucking cause all of this chaos. Isn't that some type of RICO type shit? But they don't even have them on a terrorist watch list. They don't even have them as domestic terrorists that should be watched anymore under this administration. So surely there will be no RICO charges filed against these people who are climbing into U-Hauls, going state to state from their home state. Some of them are far. You heard some of the license plates at that racist Renaissance retreat in Tennessee was far away as California, Florida, countrywide.
creation of America, and as we saw it forming, folks kept telling us that we were crazy, that all these Patriot Fronts and Proud Boys and 3%ers and whoever else the rest of these white nationalist militia members are, they haven't stopped.
This is footage of a training event organized by Patriot Front, one of the most active white supremacist groups in the country.
Finish strong.
The group's leader says they aren't violent, but in January, they were found liable for the brutal beating of a black man in Boston. I've been tracking them for some time, and earlier this year, I noticed something in their propaganda. They appear to be using a private compound where they teach recruits and where violent fight clubs are held. The footage we're showing you from inside the compound was shared online by Patriot Front's leaders. I've geolocated several of their videos to the same place, a 124-acre property hiding in plain sight outside the town of Tellico Plains in Tennessee. Now, we've asked Patriot Front for access. They've not gotten back to any of our requests. So we're driving there to see if we can get a better idea of what goes on.
The first bit of this CNN report, Rob Pachetta there, I think is his name there, going to talk to Patriot Front. These guys that are training in the backwoods in Tennessee somewhere for the race war that they've been begging for a long time. The race war that Donald Trump told them that he's all about being a part of. The one where he's, made sure that their narratives and their mindsets have become mainstream enough that people don't have to hide their thoughts anymore. They're back in the woods fighting each other, punching each other in the damn face to try and come up with some kind of a training regiment before they then come out into, public and then get their asses kicked there. Here's the rest of it.
The property is managed by Ian Elliott, a leading member of Patriot Front.
It stemmed from some of the same desires that many like-minded, like-blooded people have for an intentional community, private property, self-sustainable property.
Now, Elliot didn't respond to my request for an interview, but we flew a drone over the site, and our footage revealed several newer structures, including a large gym where fight clubs are held. According to the property deed, this land's been owned since 2021 by notorious neo-Nazis. I looked back at several years' worth of satellite imagery, which shows how quickly the group's been building here. We spoke to the group's neighbors, and we found rising tension in the community. We agreed not to reveal this woman's identity.
Yeah, you're making us all scared to leave our houses, afraid that our kids can't run out in their yards and play without running upon one of your people. It's peaceful here, it's beautiful here, and you're giving us a bad name.
Weird. These white supremacist terrorists are also terrorizing the community that has white folks in it as well who don't want them there, that are afraid to have their kids come out of the house because, there's terrorists outside. It's so, maybe these are just some one-off random terrorists that like to train off in the woods and build full facilities off in backwoods somewhere so they can have their fight clubs. Or we can remember this report from a few months ago in September where the U.S. Justice Department has scrubbed a study from its website concluding that far-right extremists have killed far more Americans than any other domestic terrorist group. So this report, which is now archived, titled What NIJ Research Tells Us About Domestic Terrorism, that report vanished from the Department of Justice website between the 11th and 12th of September. That's weird. The vanished study opened with this quote: since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist terrorists. I'm going to say it again. More ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist.
Between September 10th and September 11th is when this report disappeared. What happened? I think it was on September 10th. That's when Charlie Kirk was shot dead. And then that's when this administration came out and said that it was a leftist. The people on the left committed more political violence after they scrubbed the website of the actual facts. And you have somebody representing the FBI trying to pretend like they don't even know anything about domestic terrorism being front and center and the top of interest in the FBI prior to this administration being here. But no, they want to substitute that with Antifa. Let's continue.
Terror extremists. I'm just reminding you guys of the fact that this administration purposely, specifically took down studies that talked about the people that are training off in these backwoods to have some kind of a race war, took them off of the notification or any kind of study or opportunity for people to learn who the domestic terrorists are in this country, because they want them to be moving around in plain view without anyone really noticing what it is or understanding how they're ramping them up and giving them more power and more reason to do the things that they want to do, because they're all the same type of people. Here's Lindsey Graham's dumbass. Listen to the way he responded to that anti-Semitic attack in Australia, not the United States of America, in Australia, and how it's, everyone else's fault.
Obama and Biden have a lot to do with this. I blame the terrorist, but Obama allowed ISIS to come about when he withdrew from Iraq. Trump destroyed the caliphate, killed Soleimani, and got out of the Iran nuclear deal. And the dumbass Biden, the biggest dumbass on the planet, withdrew from Afghanistan, obliterated our borders, and rejoined the Iran nuclear agreement, making the Ayatollah flush with cash. And you want.
He's having a hard time trying to put together the bullshit that he's talking his goddamn self. But what they don't want to tell you, 4547 came out and said that this is a horrible anti-Semitic attack. But what they will not tell you about this attack, as horrible as it was a Muslim man that walked up on the shooter who was hiding behind a tree shooting people. It was a Muslim man that risked his life to take down that shooter. You're not going to hear that come out of their mouths because they are complicit in the fucking hate. Trying to make it appears like it's someone else. What the fuck does Obama have to do with this? Nothing. What the fuck does Joe Biden? Everything is always someone else's fault. How is this America's fault at all? What happened in Australia? The Australian knew exactly where he went, where he and his son went. They allowed him back into Australia. What the fuck does Obama and Joe Biden have to do with it? With what went on in Australia? But you got Lindsey Graham, a supposed Christian man, up here foaming at the mouth, so mad about some shit that he's trying to blame on Democrats.
Wondering what we're dealing with. Trump had him in a box. He killed Soleimani, the chief architect of terrorism in Iran. He destroyed the caliphate. He had him in a box. We had the Abraham Accords where people were recognizing Israel, and dumbass Biden comes along and tears it all up. And now we're fighting these bastards again.
Who has what on Lindsey Graham? Why has Lindsey Graham decided just now to come out and start screaming and start talking about dumbass? I think he's trying to progress with the whole I guess online community of rabid hatred and over the top wording. But this is still a senator. This is still Senator Lindsey Graham. He's not out of office. This guy, he should be. But dumbass, the dumbassery, dumb. Because Lindsey Graham wants to continue. He's getting a little bit frustrated, a little bit stressed that people are understanding where the propaganda's always come. So when propagandists need it to flow out further, what they do is they punch it harder because they learned that from Donald Trump, but it's beginning to not really work. And then it also leads to leadership that put themselves in Nazi-style uniforms and go on TV. So listen to Greg Bovino, one of the number one Nazis in this country, whose job it is to take Donald Trump's and other white supremacists' words and then translate that into actual action on the ground where they can fulfill all of their hopes and dreams.
I'm glad it's ground zero for you guys right now. Wow, thank goodness, because there's so many different communities. I don't think people realize how many different places in America that so many of these gangs settle in. Your goal
this fucking vapid ass Rita Crosby. I believe that she is a part of this whole mindset. Why are you talking about what America doesn't realize about where these gangs settle in? Is Greg Bravino a part of collecting gangs? Because by far, the people that Greg Bavino have arrested, up to 80% of them have no criminal record. So, bitch, you sitting up here acting like we believe that Greg Bavino is going after this Trende Awagra and MS-13 gang members. Bitch, are you serious? Yeah, she's on Newsmax. These are the people who are are forming the narrative of what is being presented to these right-wing news-watching people only. And that's why it is so dangerous that Larry Ellison is has come up against Warner Brothers to purchase Netflix, that whole package, which means he would then be the owner of CNN, and I don't even like CNN. But goddamn it, I do not need another fucking right wing lie machine putting out false narratives. It's bad enough that the for-profit media don't give you the real news as it is. But I sure don't need no 45, 47 sycophant in there so he can control the narrative of what real news is being put out. And curiously, 45, 47 inserted himself. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be that deal is I'm gonna be very involved in that deal. What does a president of the United States have to do with a merger? We're gonna talk about that as well. Let's continue. Look at this bitch. Look at this bitch. I hate it. I hate Rita Crosby from way back. From way back, I can't stand this bitch. I remember she used to be on after Greta Van Susteren and in between Nancy Grace, and then they finally canned this fucking sorry ass bitch. And then she filled in for Nancy Grace during this Casey Anthony thing. You know, the Casey Anthony trial where we knew the names of Casey's, Kylie's baby, the father of Kylie. We knew when he and Casey Anthony separated. We knew the mother. It was a everyday on day Casey Anthony and this person and that person and interviewing and Casey. And then she substituted for Nancy Grace one day. And then there was another story that came out of Florida, where a black woman reported her child missing. And the last place she allegedly dropped her child out was to what? A nanny at an apartment complex. And the apartment complex happened to be a vacant apartment complex. But did they CNN and sit down with this black mother to get her story? No. They sent a reporter out. They had the woman to come outside and to stand outside and answer questions. And Rita Crosby, well, ask her where the baby daddy is. Ask her who is the baby daddy. I was like, excuse me, bitch. Excuse me, bitch. Excuse me, bitch. This is what a national news person said. Ask her where the baby daddy is. I don't recall Casey Anthony having a father in her child's life, but you feel like it's okay. You want to address Kaylee Anthony's father by his name, and then ask a black woman where the baby daddy at. I hate this bitch from a long time ago. Look at this fucking fucked face bitch. Okay. Fat fucker.
Greg, is 5 because there's so many different communities. I don't think people realize how many different places in America that so many of these gangs settle in. You know, your goal, Greg, is 5,000 arrests in New Orleans. How did you come up with that figure?
How you gonna 5,000 arrests in New Orleans? Now ICE is in New Orleans. So Border Patrol, he's not even ICE, he's over Border Patrol. I didn't so how are they gonna get these 5,000 arrests in Louisiana? He was told that he must arrest 5,000 people by Stephen Miller, by hook or by crook. He's not going to answer this question because there is no answer to this question other than this is what I was told to do. Understanding that over 80% of these people have no records, and this bitch sitting up here, I know it's your duty to a lot of people don't know where all these gangs are going. You bitch, are you saying that there are 5,000 gang members in New Orleans? Is that what you saying, stupid hoe? Is that what you want your audience to believe? That people don't know where these gangs go, and you have been tasked with arresting 5,000. Are you saying that there are 5,000 gang members, not in Louisiana, in New Orleans specifically, bitch? See, this is the bullshit and the propaganda. That is why I hope more people go to channels like I drop here, the Midas Touch, Breaking Points. I've had it podcast, Ronnie Q, Be Easy, The Amazing Lucas, who else? Reese Waters, Joy Ann Reed. I hope you guys start venturing out, because this for-profit media is not giving you shit but hyperbole and propaganda, in my opinion.
Sure. Well, that figure is something that we talked about.
In New Orleans. How did you come up with that figure?
Sure. Well, that figure is something that we talked about, and it's definitely something that's attainable. And also, we take a look at the threat. What is the threat in and around the New Orleans area, as well as southern Louisiana and those neighboring states? There's a lot of bad people and bad things down here that we plan to take out of commission.
The question was, how did you come up with that figure of 5,000 arrests that you want to make just in one city? I mean, probably per day. You know, we know how Stephen Miller acts. But did you hear the answer? Because I didn't hear an answer. I heard him say the figure is something that we talked about and something that's attainable. Then he moved on to the scare tactics of talking about how scary these brown people are, because that's the objective. The objective is to scare you and make your brain then flip out, rather than hear him somehow come up with some kind of organizational reason why they have the number of 5,000 arrests to make. And the reason they have that number is because they're racist, and they're going to take anybody that they want, men, women, children, grandparents, grandchildren, who cares, as long as they're brown and it fulfills, you know, the requests of white supremacists. We got white supremacists training in the woods. We got Donald Trump supporting all of them, as he usually does. We got Greg Bovino implementing these policies. We got Lindsey Graham barking on TV about dumbasses and attacks that aren't even in the United States of America. And at the end of all of that, we've got some policy changes to make sure that Greg Bovino's job of being a Nazi is facilitated by the leadership in this country. The U.S. is ending temporary legal status for citizens of Ethiopia in the United States. According to a government notice on Friday, as the Trump administration continues its crackdown on legal and illegal immigration. Legal immigration, they have a crackdown on. After reviewing country conditions and consulting with appropriate U.S. government agencies, the Secretary, Kristi Noem, determined that Ethiopia no longer continues to meet the conditions for the designation for temporary protected status. Specifically, now it's Ethiopians. Before it was, I think when it came out, it was like Iran, Iraq, Somalia. No, Somalia came in later. It was Haiti, I think. Here's a little bit few people on these lists or countries that they listed on these, this hate group. The program that they're dismantling was started in 1991. And under Trump's predecessor, Joe Biden, it was extended to cover about 600,000 Venezuelans, 521,000 Haitians. Noam then reversed those extensions in February. And in recent months, the Trump administration has removed the protective statuses of people from numerous countries: Haiti, Myanmar, South Sudan, Syria, Venezuela. And in November, he announced the termination of protection for Somalis in Minnesota. Just there, I guess. This is how Nazism starts with rhetoric that we can say he was trolling the whole campaign, and how it's moved on into policy, and how it's then enacted on human beings who are American citizens in this country that he's now stripping away all of their legal protections. Because, again, here's the theme. They're a bunch of Nazi white supremacists. That's just who they are, which leads to the very last part here, because this is probably one of the most disgusting posts that I've seen put out. It's from Randy Fine, Congressman, Representative Randy. This guy is a representative of American citizens. A Muslim immigrant burning Holocaust survivors alive in Colorado wasn't enough. A Muslim immigrant executing National Guardsmen in Washington wasn't enough. Muslim immigrants attacking and killing non-Muslims in Australia wasn't enough. 9/11 wasn't enough. October 7th wasn't enough. Now the FBI has announced that they have arrested 5 Muslim terrorists who were planning Muslim terror attacks on New Year's Eve in Los Angeles and in New Orleans. This has to stop. Diversity is not our strength. Diversity has become suicidal. It's time for a Muslim travel ban, radical deportations of all mainstream Muslim legal and illegal immigrants, and citizenship revocations wherever possible. Mainstream Muslims have declared war on us. The least we can do is kick them the hell out of America. That's where this goes. And
you hear Lindsey Graham and his bullshit, and not one person is telling you that it was in fact a Muslim that stopped the shooter that they want to say was a anti-Semitic attack, but they won't tell you that. Now, let's get to Susie Wiles and all of. Do we want to go there yet? I guess we got to go there. Let's get to Susie Wiles. Where do I want to start with her? I guess let me get Susie Wiles out of the way.
Turning now to Susie Wiles. This just broke this morning. We had to add this in. This is one of the craziest interviews by a senior White House official I have ever seen in my life. In any other White House, any other time, normal time, she's getting fired today. Under this president, who knows? Let's put this up here on the screen. This is a New York Times write-up of a multi-page interview that Susie Wiles has been sitting with Vanity Fair for over the last year, in which she gets candid about the entire Trump presidency, admits that many of the things that the White House said are lies, admits that Elon is using ketamine. She criticizes the president. She says that the vice president is a conspiracy theorist who his conversion to away from never Trumpism was political. She says Trump has an alcoholic personality. So let me read from the New York Times write-up of this lengthy Vanity Fair profile. President Trump's chief of staff said she tried to get him to end his score settling against political enemies after 90 days in office, but acknowledged the administration's still ongoing push for prosecutions has been fueled in part by the president's desire for retribution. So, number one, the mortgage fraud case against Letitia James or against James Comey, all of that, it's not about the case. It's political retribution from the president. She just tweeted it out. That's an old meme from the 2010s, is just tweeting out what, as journalists, we've been working on this story, trying to prove that this is the true reason why Trump is doing this, even though, yes, it's obvious, we need evidence. And now we have the White House chief of staff. He's like, oh, yeah, he's doing it for political retribution purposes. That's what these prosecutions are about. Okay. let's sit with that. Let's sit with that as we continue, again, for over 11 interviews that she's given. The vice president, she said, quote, has been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. His conversion from Trump critic to ally was based not on principle, but was sort of political. Elon Musk is an avowed ketamine user, an odd duck whose actions were not always rational and left her, quote, aghast. Russ Vought, the budget director, quote, is a...
Let's be clear. This is who, they know this. They are sure of this. She had tried to walk this back and said that she would have no way of knowing that Elon Musk was a ketamine user and be tripping on ketamine. She tried to walk that back and say she didn't say that until they played the recordings of her saying exactly what this article quoted her as saying. So understand. She is supposed to be the one who is allegedly be the one who is able to walk into the Oval Office, close the door, and tell him the facts of the facts. And you need to quit acting a fool. You know, she is the one who's supposed to be able to talk some sense into him. Now understand, this bitch knew this. This bitch knew that he had put somebody in government who fired over 300,000 black women, who fired over I think it was over 600,000 people in total. She knew this. And that he was in there tripping on ketamine, going in there, taking all of our information out of the Treasury, giving them access to the U.S. Treasury payment system, every system in our U.S. Treasury. And she sat there and said nothing. Sat there and said nothing. The one who's supposed to be able to talk sense into 45, 47. They all knew this. They all knew that they had somebody who is reportedly always high in there with all of your information, collecting all of your data, had stacks and stacks of computers that they were taking the information out of secured systems in every branch of our United States government and putting it on computers. They don't know if these computers were secured, how these computers were secured, but they do know that they allowed Elon Musk, someone that they knew, someone that they say they knew was always high, to go into our fucking government and do whatever the fuck he want. And you mean to tell me that these Republicans don't see a reason why they can successfully impeach this whole administration? Article 2, Section 4, where they can go in and impeach this whole administration. Forget about Article 25. No, Article 2, Section 4 will allow them to impeach his whole government, and including impeaching judges as well, for what this administration is doing and the tearing down of America that this administration is being allowed to do, as Republicans and Democrats sit around with their thumb up their asses as if as long as I'm safe, I'm okay. I'm just gonna freeze like a roach when you turn the light on. I'm a freeze and maybe they won't see me and I'll be okay. No, you're going to be stepped on and squashed too, like a roach.
Right-wing absolute zealot, and the Attorney General Pam Bondi, quote, completely whiffed in handling of the Epstein files. She continued, by the way, to say about Venezuela. This is my personal favorite. She said here about the boats that the policy of the United States is that, or for Donald Trump, is to, quote, blow up as many boats as possible until Maduro decides to leave office. That's what she said. So admitting none of this is about drugs. It's not about fentanyl, which is all bullshit. Which again, I knew that. I've been saying that here. But to have the White House Chief of Staff just come out and be like, oh yeah, it's all fake and it's about regime change. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Susie Wiles. Continuing here, describing Trump as an alcoholic personality with respect to, quote, operates with the view that there's nothing he can't do. That's not usually something I would describe as an alcoholic, but okay. She said so much of her job revolves around the president's personality and stream of consciousness, public comments. She said that during the whole tariffs thing, that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, was sent in to convince Trump to pump the brakes on tariffs. And she said that there was a huge disagreement, that they were deciding, people were predicting disaster on USAID. She thinks no rational person could think the USAID process was a good one. Nobody. I mean, the whole thing is crazy. And we're just scratching the surface. I haven't even been able to get even all of them just yet, what these comments are. But trashing the cabinet, admitting the Epstein files is a huge problem, says she can't understand why Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a different prison, says that the Epstein files was mishandled, says that Venezuela is really all about regime change, that USAID was a disaster, that she was a Keep in mind, part of why this is so crazy is it's not just about telling the truth. This White House, her employee, Caroline Leavitt, took to the podium to defend every single part of this bullshit at the time as the official part of the administration. And she's admitting that in private, oh my God, we were aghast by it. We were disgusted. We tried to move off of this policy. The prosecutions are political. I mean, how is that going to play in court? How is this going to play? If this is a true court, James Comey, congratulations. You just got acquitted. All right, Letitia James, who they've tried to indict, 3 more times now?
3 times
from a
failed,
grand jury and can't get it. Good luck, to the prosecutors. Who are trying to do this. It's just so crazy. I have never seen anything like this in my entire time covering Washington, ever.
It is wild. Let me read. And she, by the way, undercut a number of other policies. She talked about how they need to be more careful with deportations. She said she did not agree with pardoning the violent January 6ers, that she pushed to just do the nonviolent ones and was overruled there. So all kinds of the most core and
I'm sorry, my mic was off. Not 3 times he tried to prosecute Letitia James and failed. He actually has a case that he's trying to prosecute her about violating his First Amendment rights and the First Amendment rights of the NRA in cases that she has tried and won. He has a fucking hard on to try to get Letitia James found guilty of a crime. The way that Letitia James put a case forth against him and the NRA and found them guilty of crimes, 42 or 43 crimes for him, and I don't know how many for the NRA. So he is still going after Letitia James. After after they told him that that mortgage fraud bullshit was exactly that bullshit. He went up 3 times trying to get her on that, but he actually has a fourth prosecution that he is trying to get a grand jury for Letitia James for her prosecuting him. He's trying to get her found guilty of a crime for doing her job and doing her job well. You know, this administration wants to tell you that they are about meritocracy. She has a great merit. She did her job well. And what is he trying to do? He's trying to ruin her life, make her lose her job. You know, like all of those other black 4-star generals that Pete Kegbreath cannot distinctly tell you the 4-star general who was the head of the Joint Chief of Staff was fired by Kegbreath, a 4-star general replaced with an unqualified retired 3-star general, and they want you to believe that everything they're doing is based on merit. When this general that replaced the 4-star general who was sitting in the office had all the merit that his replacement never had. And his replacement, Raging Cain, was given the job and wasn't qualified for the job that he was given, was sitting in, that they took from a black 4-star general who was doing the job. Raising Cain, who had been advanced through a meritocracy, just got qualified for the job that they sat him in maybe a month and a half ago. He just got qualified. They put a unqualified person in that position of the Joint Chief of Staff, and still to this day cannot tell you why they fired the Joint Chief of Staff, other than the president has the ability to fire whoever he wants. I thought that this administration was about merit. Let's continue. We knew it wasn't. It's about racism, in my opinion.
Controversial Trump 2.0 policies, she's effectively undercutting here everything from, the day one J6 rioters pardons up until Venezuela, where she's just giving the game away that the blowing up of the boats isn't about drugs, it's about regime change. On the political retribution piece, let me read a little bit of this. So she said, quote, "We have a loose agreement that the score settling will end before the first 90 days are over," she said at the time. When that did not happen by August, she told Mr. Whipple that I don't think he's on a retribution tour, but said that Trump was aiming at people who did bad things and coming after him. In some cases, it may look like retribution, and there may be an element of that from time to time. Who would blame him? Not me. And so in terms
you got 90 days to get it out of your system. Then 9 months later, it may, it's not a retribution tour. It may look like it at times, but who could blame him? Not me. Bitch, you're a failure. Another failure. Your job is to steer him in the right direction when he's going off the rails. And when you admitted that he was on a retribution tour and tried to ensure the interviewer that it's okay, just get it out of your system in the first 90 days, and you failed to do that, now you're rationalizing the retribution tour that he's on. Who could blame him? Not me. That's what this bitch is doing. A whole cast of fucking clowns, a whole minstrel show up in the motherfucking up in the White House. A whole clown car. It's not a fucking king. These are the court jesters.
of just actual real world impact, any of those court cases, Tisha James, James Comey, Eric Swalwell, Adam Schiff, there's been all sorts of talk about people they're going to go after on this mortgage fraud bullshit. Those cases will all be undercut to the extent that they had any legs to begin with. by this overt admission from the chief of staff that, yes, these are political. This is about retribution. That's what he's doing. So that in and of itself is wild. To undercut JD Vance, Trump may not really care that much about that, but to say, oh yeah, of course he converted to Trumpism because it was political, which is obvious, but here you've got the chief of staff acknowledging what everybody could see, the reality in front of their eyes, calling him a conspiracy theorist, talking about Elon Musk's drug use, all of it. I mean, yeah, it's pretty wild. And the other thing about this, Sagar, is the White House participated with all of this. Like, this was authorized. I mean, there's a big, glossy photo shoot involved with a bunch of different administration officials. Other officials spoke to this reporter as well. So this whole project, this whole write-up was greenlit by the administration, even though, I would be very surprised if they knew the extent of what Susie Wiles was saying here.
No, they didn't know. I can already, my phone's, it's pinging a little bit here right now.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that in terms of what people around Washington, including people who are, I mean, here's the thing. It's an unspoken rule here in DC. When you work for somebody, you never make yourself the story. Never. So the White House chief of staff, many chiefs of staff, to presidents and others, they don't sit for interviews. Why? Because your job is to execute the agenda of the president. You're never supposed to be the main character, ever. That's the job of the principal. I know this sounds like kind of servile, but in a certain way, that's the job, right? That's what you do as a staffer. And so for sitting for 11 interviews here, 11 interviews, and just letting loose about your thoughts about how Pam Bondi's an idiot. She said completely whiffed on Epstein. I mean, if the White House chief of staff thinks this, how can we as citizens have any confidence in our government? If the White House chief of staff is openly...
Yet they send Pam Bimbo out here to blow smoke up your ass and be condescending as if we are all dumb. We're not all dumb. The current supporters of 4547, the remnants of his supporters, those are the dummies. We are not dumb by far. And many of his supporters, many of his avid supporters have separated from him, from these lies that this administration tries to come out here and sell to you, and believing they're doing a good job because they walked away from the microphone without giving a adequate response to the bullshit. Why do you think he's out here telling reporters that they're dumb, they're stupid, they don't know what they're talking about? Hey, piggy. Why do you think that he's out here trying to get the public to look at the person who's asking a sane question to him, trying to make it appear, who are you with? They get low ratings. Who are you with? They're losers. Who are you with? Because you ask him a valid question, as the press pool is supposed to do. As you do your job correctly, it just by happenstance, you're asking him questions why he hasn't done his job correctly. But it's your fault for asking him a valid question. Catch.
Saying that what the president is saying is a lie, is that many cabinet members are idiots or incompetent, is that Doge, which was held up as a central pillar of the administration there at the time, what she was, quote, aghast by it. First of all, what are you doing in that job, lady? What are you even doing? If you think this, you should leave, right? What does it say about you that you think all of this and that you're sticking around to, quote, do something about it? Because you're obviously not doing a very good job. You actually don't have that much influence if that's what you think that you're doing. And then second, I cannot get over how you can just openly admit so many things, which again, we all know are true. But there is a difference legally, first of all, in a court of law to say that you have a political prosecution. But like on regime change, that's got to be one of the most consequential policies of the entire Trump administration. And to just come out and be like, our flimsy bullshit pretext is in fact bullshit is amazing. I mean, it's shocking to the character.
Well, and
so, and with that part of the story, these Venezuelan alleged drug boat strikes. So over close to 100 people killed in these alleged drug boat strikes. We have not seen any proof of anything this administration has even said about these boats that they have struck. And now, knowing that this was all smoke and mirrors for a regime change, that he was too punk and pussy to say out loud what everybody already knew, who had half a brain already knew. To understand that he used all of these key terms, narco terrorists, all of these terms that he wanted. Yesterday, day before yesterday, he just did an executive order making fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. All of these war terms that's supposed to have you quaking and shivering and saying, "Oh God, he's protecting us," when fentanyl does not come from Venezuela. They talk about all of the 25,000 people were saved by every boat that was struck, and all of this bullshit that he gave you about drugs and not having drugs come to our lands, when some of the boats wasn't even coming in the direction of the United States. All of this bullshit. So did Susie Wiles just tell you that this administration has been committing war crimes? Yes, that's what she told you. If there was any questions about it, if there's any hawing about it, she has told you that not only they knew, she also knew. But she's sitting her funky ass up there doing interviews like she a bad bitch. Like she is saving herself because she didn't believe that USAID should be shuttered, but yet USAID was shuttered, and people are dying all in Sri Lanka, all in Africa, because of the closure of USAID. Already dying. Farmers have gone without pay because USAID was paying farmers, as 4547 is giving Maduro $40 billion of our tax dollars to save them, to save Argentina, but they didn't give the farmers shit. Gave the and when he finally did give the farmers shit, it was shit. $12 billion, which is going to pay off the people that they borrowed money from. No profit will be made for the farmers to farm next year, but that's okay. JD Vance and his Acre Traders hedge fund group will be there to buy up these farms from these failing farmers if they don't unalive themselves, which many of them have already done. This is your administration. Why y'all playing games? Why y'all think that somebody give a fuck about you being stupid? Talking about Trump 2028? It just shows the ignorance of you. Nobody is concerned about this. We're dealing with facts here. Nobody's concerned about the dumb shit. That the actual audacity that you sit up here and are not embarrassed to be supporting of this person and this administration, when people are about to get kicked off their health care at the end of the year in less than 2 weeks. In less than 2 weeks, up to 25 million people are about to lose their health insurance. How many hospitals are going to be closing? And then an estimated 17 million people will additionally lose their health care when the effects of this big budgetous bill pass. The effects of the bill passing, approximately 17 million more people are going to be losing their health insurance. Well, you think somebody care that you stupid when we're giving facts? No, it just shows the ignorance of you, and I'm just glad to see it. Just stay around. Stay around, because I am so happy to have someone to give the facts to. Many people know the facts.
That's, something in a future administration, if you've got Democrats in control, like, people need to think about the, potential prosecutions. they clearly are worried about, like with the double tap strike, whether that was legal or not. Obviously, like I think the whole thing is illegal, but they clearly got nervous about that as well, judging by the reaction. So when you have her coming out and publicly undercutting the bullshit legal pretext that they've been using, yeah, that's a big problem for Pete Hegseth. That's a big problem for that Admiral, what was it, Admiral Bradley, who was kind of thrown under the bus. That's a big problem for all of the SEALs that were involved in this policy. That's a big issue. Let me read the part of the Epstein portion, because this is pretty wild too. So this is about Pam Bondi. She also gets into Trump a little bit with regard to Epstein. So as you mentioned before, Sagar, she says, I think Bondi completely whiffed on appreciating that was a very targeted group that cared about this. First, she gave them binders full of nothingness. Then she said the witness list or the client list was on her desk. There is no client list, and it sure as hell wasn't on her desk. Mr. Vance, by contrast, she said, understood the sensitivity because he himself was a conspiracy theorist, she said. So again, saying directly, when Pam Bondi told you that this was on her desk, she was lying. There is no client list. It sure as hell was not on her desk. That is what she had to say about that. And then she says that she has read the Epstein documents and acknowledged Trump's name is in them. Quote, we know he's in the file, and he's not in the file doing anything awful. Nothing awful, Sagar. So rest easy there. But neither apparently, this is one more part on this, neither apparently is Bill Clinton. Asked about Trump's claims going back years that Clinton had visited Epstein Island, Ms. Wiles said, there is no evidence. Asked if there's incriminating evidence about Clinton in the files, as Trump has suggested, she says, the president was wrong about that. So she's saying Trump is lying.
The president wasn't wrong about that. The president lied and said that Bill Clinton visited Epstein Island. But the one thing that you do know, that Bill Clinton said, well, release it. Release everything. That's what Bill Clinton said. And I'm not trying to, I'm just stating the facts. 4547 came out here and tried to say that they need to reinvestigate all the Democrats that were in a file that has been long investigated by tons of people that his administration had up until the point where this Marjorie Taylor Greene and who was it? I don't think it was Lauren Boebert. Where the 4 Republicans signed on to release the Epstein file. Lauren Taylor Greene, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the other kooky chick, what is her name? Fuck them hoes. Those dummies over there decided to sign on with the Democrats to release the files. And then all of a sudden, they had to review the files and investigate the files because there were so many Democrats that they wanted to investigate. No. Bill Clinton said release the files. 4547 tried to find every excuse under the book to keep the files hidden. And now, since he has, when he saw the writing on the wall, he wanted you to pretend like he was okay with releasing the files. And if they were going to sign the petition, yeah, go ahead and sign the petition to release the files. He wanted you to believe that he was giving them the okay to sign a petition to release the files, that they had no need to get a petition to release them. If he wanted them to release, he could have told them to release the files. There was no need for a petition to be signed. All he had to do was release the files himself. He can do everything else under executive order. He could have got his Sharpie out and signed an executive order to release the files. But he wants you to believe that they are still not hiding these files. And even after this petition has gone through, the files have still not been released. But he wants you to believe that he's like Bill Clinton and wants these files released as he continues to hide these files, which they are going to audit now, because they distrust your government so much that they believe that they have taken things out of these files and either destroyed or hid the things that are in this file. So these Epstein's file have to be audited because it is obvious that we are dealing with dubious people in this administration.
Trump is in the files, but not doing anything awful. And that he is lying about what the files contain with regard to Bill Clinton.
It's so crazy, man. I truly have never seen anything like this. The last interview that was anything remotely comparable, in my opinion, was maybe Steve Bannon in the first 100 days, where he openly trashed Jared Kushner and other members of the...
Hold on. Mike, why would they? They didn't campaign on releasing the files. Did the Democrats campaign on releasing the files? Were there congressional meetings and requests for the files to be released under the Democrat parties? Answer that question. Answer that. Why hasn't 4547 released the files though? While you want to ask a question, answer the question why 4547 had to have 4 Republicans side with the Democrats to sign a petition to get the files released, and he pretended as if he was okay with them signing them to release the files, and then signed on to the petition, but the files still haven't been released, when he didn't need them to sign the petition at all, because if he wanted the files released, he could have just released the files. While you asking about why the Democrats did, because nobody gave a fuck about the files during the Democrat administration. Joe Biden never campaigned on releasing no Epstein files. And it wasn't a question in Congress about releasing the files. So why, since the files are such a big thing, why since 4547 campaigned on releasing these files, has he not released them yet, is the question. Okay. No answer? I'll wait for your answer. I'll continue with the facts and the real topic that I'm talking about, Susie Wiles.
Administration. Who was it? To the American Prospect? Is that right? It was some like kind of lefty.
I thought it was like New York Magazine.
No, it was a lefty magazine. I remember.
New York Magazine is kind of lefty, but anyway, I don't remember exactly. But yeah,
there was that. But honestly, like Stan McChrystal, he was the general in charge of Afghanistan at the time, and Michael Hastings, the Rolling Stone journalist, ended up being delayed. And McChrystal, what did he say about Obama? He said he was an idiot, something like that. He said some comment about Obama where he was like, he's dumb. Published it, and he was immediately fired. But that was in the old rules. I don't know if that's going to happen now. I have no idea. I mean, how could you ever enter a cabinet meeting again when, Susie Wiles, who I guess is technically kind of your boss, is out there just trashing you in the public? It's amazing. But that's the world we live in. Is Kash Patel sitting for interviews about his love life with Stephen Miller's wife, who's dressed...
Christmas has come early for Democrats and a growing group of Republicans who are warning every day that Donald Trump's second term is off the rails and dangerous. That gift comes in the form of a rare on-the-record recitation of Donald Trump's manifest lack of suitability or fitness for the office he holds. Quote, an alcoholic's personality. That's how Donald Trump's current chief of staff, the effective CEO of Donald Trump's White House, describes Donald Trump right now. That's her view right now, to journalist and author Chris Whipple. It comes out in 11 on-the-record interviews she did with Whipple for Vanity Fair. Susie Wiles tells Whipple this, quote, some clinical psychologist that knows 1 million times more than I do will dispute what I'm going to say, but high-functioning alcoholics or alcoholics in general, their personalities are exaggerated when they drink. And so I'm a little bit of an expert in big personalities, Wiles said. Trump has, quote, an alcoholic's personality. He, quote, operates with a view that there's nothing he can't do, nothing, zero, nothing, end quote. Susie Wiles doesn't hold back when it comes to other members of Trump's inner circle.
He operates with a view that there is nothing he can't do, nothing, nothing, nothing. He thinks that there is absolutely nothing he can do.
people like J.D. Vance, who she describes like this, quote, he's been a conspiracy theorist for a decade, end quote. As for how J.D. Vance traveled from the belief that he said publicly that Trump might be, quote, America's Hitler, or, quote, a cynical a-hole like Nixon, not to mention an idiot, to now serving as his vice president, Susie Wiles offers this explanation, quote, his conversion came when he was running for the Senate. And I think his conversion was a little bit more sort of political, end quote. As for Russ Vought, he's the architect of Project 2025 and the director of the Office of Management and Budget. According to Susie Wiles, again, in an on-the-record series of interviews, he's a, quote, right-wing absolute zealot, end quote. Regarding Elon Musk, who took a chainsaw to the federal government, traumatized the federal workforce, Susie Wiles says this, quote, he's an avowed ketamine user, and he sleeps in a sleeping bag in the OEOB in the daytime. And he's an odd duck, as I think geniuses are. You know, it's not helpful that he is his own person, end quote. The journalist, Chris Whipple, adding this, quote, when I asked her, Susie Wiles, what she thought of Elon Musk reposting a tweet about public sector workers killing millions under Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, she replied, quote, I think that's when he's microdosing, end quote. It's safe to say nothing about this is normal. Nothing about this is reassuring. That Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, has a harsher view of Donald Trump than, frankly, anything people from the outside of that West Wing say and see. The White House chief of staff describing the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief, the person atop the nuclear command structure, as someone with an alcoholic's personality, that the vice president is simply there for politics, that he's an unprincipled conspiracy theorist and has been for a decade. That is not normal. And what it shows is that, in a lot of ways, the second Trump administration is similar to the one that came before, but very, very different. Here's how one of Trump's first chiefs of staff, former General John Kelly, described his approach to Donald Trump.
When I was in the White House, for that matter, DHS, I was, originally the conversation would be, Mr. President, that's outside your authority, or, that's a routine use. You really don't want to do that inside the United States. When he would tell me that he wanted to do something, 100% of the time I checked with the White House counsel, because oftentimes he wouldn't have the authority to do what he wanted to do.
That was then, though. Now in a second term, Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, is his chief enabler. Vance telling Vanity Fair this, quote, her job is to actually facilitate Trump's vision and to make his vision come to life, end quote. But at specific moments, far from facilitating the agenda, Wiles actually is blowing Trump's cover. Here's what she says about Trump's campaign to prosecute his political enemies from that Vanity Fair series of interviews. Quote, back in March, I'd asked Wiles, quote, do you ever go to Trump and say, look, this is not supposed to be a retribution tour? Yes, I do, Susie Wiles replied. We have a loose agreement that the score settling will end before the first 90 days are over. In late August, I asked Susie Wiles, quote, remember when you said to me months ago that Trump promised to end the revenge and retribution tour after 90 days? Quote, I don't think he's on a retribution tour, she said. A governing principle for him is, I don't want what happened to me to happen to anybody else. And so people that have done bad things need to get out of government. In some cases, it may look like retribution, and there may be an element of that from time to time. Who would blame him? Not me. But regarding the Tish James case, Susie Wiles admits this, quote, well, that might be the one retribution. And on the Comey case, Susie Wiles says, quote, I mean, people could think it does look vindictive. I can't.
Regarding Letitia James, the bitch actually admitted, well, that may actually be the one case of retribution. So Letitia James, no case is going to stand against Letitia James. All she has to file is a complaint of being prosecuted for retribution, and there will be no more cases. This fourth case that he has, after trying 3 failed times to get Letitia James, the canary is out of the cage on what and why Letitia James is being brought up on these flimsy charges by these sycophants who he has put into U.S. attorney positions who are unqualified to be even put in these seats.
I can't tell you why you should not think that. Susie Wiles said of Trump, quote, I don't think he wakes up thinking about retribution, but when there's an opportunity, he will go for it, end quote. In a statement, the White House stood by Susie Wiles today. She released her own statement on X saying that the article was a, quote, hit piece and that it was missing context. Okay, they're literally all her quotes. Joining us now, former DHS Chief of Staff during Trump's first term, Miles Taylor's here. Also joining us, managing editor of The Bulwark, contributor Sam Stein joins us. Andrew's still here. Miles, I'm dying to know what you think.
Well, a couple things. I mean, Nicole, when I first read this, my immediate reaction was, okay, Susie Wiles is admitting what we have long known about Donald Trump, that the guy wears his heartlessness on his sleeve. But as you noted, she also blew his cover that he wears lawlessness as a badge of honor. I mean, she just gave that up completely and in ways that can materially affect some of the cases that they have against Trump's enemies. I mean, she said the quiet part out loud that these prosecutions are basically vindictive. And I think she'll give people like Letitia James and others some of the legal support they need to make a direct connection between the president's official abuses of power and the actions being taken against them. So that's piece number one. But piece number two, Nicole, I really felt like comparing her to my former boss, John Kelly, she seems a lot more like a bystander in the Oval Office, a lot more like a bystander. She comes off in these interviews like a nice-ish retired lady who says, yeah, Mr. President, that might be bad, but doesn't really do anything to stop it. In fact, says avowedly that her agenda, even if she doesn't agree with it, is to go make the things happen, seemingly implying that the lawlessness is something she puts up with. And then she went even further. That quote you said earlier, Nicole, that Donald Trump has a view, in her words, that there's nothing he cannot do, nothing, zero. That's just a full admission that this man doesn't believe he can be stopped by anything, not by the law, not by the Constitution, and her job is to make that happen. That's scary as hell. And John Kelly's view was diametrically opposite of Susie Wiles' view. His view was, no, I cannot and should not tell the president he can do illegal things, and I should help him create off-ramps from doing illegal things and to comply with his duties under the U.S. Constitution.
Miles, you know how I feel, and some of our original or earliest conversations had some of this tension in it, but anyone that was a part...
Susie Wiles strikes me as the bitch who wants to present as an old, innocent grandmother who wants to pull out a peppermint wrapped in a Kleenex from her church purse when she is an old, surly, fucking demented, evil-ass old bitch. She's trying to have it both ways. And let's not forget she's a Netanyahu sympathizer as well.
Of it deserves to be held accountable for their role in Trump 1.0 because it was its own basket of horrible things for a lot of people. But I appreciate the distinction you're making, and I want to go deeper with you on that. General John Kelly was loyal to the Constitution. Don McGahn seemed to have a spidey sense for that which was legal. In the January 6th Select Committee's congressional hearings, Labor Secretary Scalia seemed to come out and have some sense that the Constitution should be an element in considerations about how to exit Washington after losing in 2020. Bill Barr draws the line and calls Trump's conspiracy theories about losing BS. Susie Wiles isn't wrestling with anything. She acknowledges working for someone with an alcoholic's personality, which seems to fail just a very obvious fitness test for the person who sits atop the military chain of command. And, you talked about the 25th Amendment being discussed in your op-ed and in the book Anonymous. I mean, she seems like a witness for Trump's lack of fitness, doesn't she?
And maybe even more than, sort of a passive witness. I mean, there seems to be almost admissions of guilt here, or perhaps direct admissions of guilt, that the president is engaged in abusing his power for political purposes. I mean, this was the exact thing when you and I talked in the early days, Nicole, that I had come forward to talk about. As my worry was, hey, if this guy wins a second term, he is talking about doing all of these things that would be clear abuses of his powers as president to go advance himself politically and to get retribution against his enemies. That's wrong. It's unconstitutional. It's un-American. And she seems to be conceding that that's what this presidency is all about. And I'll also agree with you, Nicole, that look, in the first Trump administration, myself included, there were no heroes. There were only survivors. But there were two kinds of survivors: people who survived to protect the skin on their own necks, and people who survived to protect the United States Constitution. And you don't have to love them, but we now see very, very clearly and in very stark relief what happens when the only people you have left in government are the ones that want to protect the skin on their own backs. And what you see is the Constitution gets torched. So as bad as the first Trump administration was, and believe me, it was a pride-swallowing siege every single day inside that thing, this is what people wanted to prevent from happening. The lawlessness, the complete lawlessness from top to bottom that we are seeing now in just 11 months of this administration.
Okay, I have a couple of more that I want to share with you, and I want to share with you what the interviewer, the person who she sat down 11 times after she tried to deny the things that she said until a actual audio tape was played for her, and then she had to wobble her lying ass away. Let me. Where is she? Where is this? Let's see what 45, 47
Does the composite at least
old attorney had to say about the chief of staff in this interview. Ty Cobbs. This link with all of these links that I'm playing about Susie Wiles, you can find them in my description box if you need to revisit them. They are under the title Susie Wiles. What else would I put them under? So let's see what Ty Cobbs has to say about this interview. Remember, he was one of the attorneys who was trying to fight the bogus, the election was stolen shit. And he has now come around and didn't want to totally ruin his law career, and is talking like he is a real attorney that is basing opinions on actual factual laws now.
was described in this piece resemble the administration? Does the composite, at least, that was described in this piece resemble the administration that you once worked for?
Oh, no. There were real guardrails. There was a real chief of staff. Susie Wiles, I think in these interviews struggled to try to establish some dignity for herself, some distance from the narcissistic, vengeful exercise that, Trump has undertaken, and the people who support that, and Elon Musk's, chaotic destruction of USAID. I mean, that distance is important because USAID's dissimulation, coupled with the craziness from RFK Jr. at HHS, is estimated to going to kill 14 million people, which even Hitler couldn't achieve that. So I think some of these interviews of people who are there, if they're being truthful, and she was at least partially truthful until the day when she tried to suggest some of these things weren't said and some of them were out of context. I mean, there are tapes of these interviews, it's pretty clear she said all this stuff. They have to downplay it because, frankly, what she said is true in many respects and worse than what she said in others.
Wow. All right. Well, you just said a lot there, Ty. Where to pick up on Susie Wiles? This is interesting. You referred to having a real chief of staff then. She's widely regarded as being a loyal soldier, someone who does not speak out of school. We remember the night that President Trump won the second term, she wouldn't even walk up to the microphone when he invited her. But incredible honesty, if we take Vanity Fair at its word, and to your point, these conversations were recorded, to say openly that the president was simply wrong about Bill Clinton and the Epstein files. What do you make of this casual honesty in such a forum by the chief of staff?
So I think that comment, coupled with her suggestion that he has an alcoholic personality. I'm not really sure what an alcoholic personality is. He definitely suffers from acute narcissistic personality disorder. And there's suggestions recently by psychiatrists and others knowledgeable in the area that he's exhibiting serious signs of dementia and other physical deterioration. So clearly, what he does is bizarre. Clearly, the media struggles with how far to go with that. They often wash some of the things he does, but she actually was almost candid about how weird things are in the administration, between Vance's conspiracy theories, Musk's ketamine addiction. I mean, she sort of aired some of these things out in a way that people need to understand that it's real. It's craziness what's going on.
Does this read like an exit interview to you, Ty, or she's going to be in the White House for many more months having done these interviews?
Trump doesn't fire loyalists. I mean, Pete Hegseth every day establishes a new level of incompetence that wouldn't have been tolerated, for 24 hours by any other president. And Pam Bondi as well. Even, of course, Susie Wiles was very candid about Pam Bondi. I don't think anybody in the administration has said a good word about Pam Bondi in months. So I think, but Susie is very, very loyal to the president. She does a good job of what he needs, which is, to try to keep the trains running. They don't run on time, but they're running to some degree. It is an odd White House now. People walk in and out of the Oval Office, in sort of an undisciplined manner, and you see these just bizarre comments coming from the president that nobody intercepts or prevents. I mean, most recently, of course, the the despicable, shocking, and unprecedented dancing on Rob Reiner's grave and that of his wife by the president merely because that the Reiners opposed his policies and the racism and other issues at the White House. So I mean, it's just those are the kind of comments no president in history.
Did you hear him say racism? Nobody says a word about the racism. Everybody trying to pretend like, oh no, this is not racism. Oh no, it's not what it's policy. It's make America great again. The overt racism that is coming out of this administration that your for-profit media ignores. And what did he say? They sane wash the things that are coming out of this administration, when none of the things that are coming out of this administration are sane, including it appears it is reported that the actual 45-47 isn't sane. These are reports that are out here, so let's continue.
Would have ever made no man, woman in history should have
As
ever.
a matter of fact, in one of his cases, one of these cases that he has bought to sue, they are requesting his I think psychiatry report from 45-47. So that's the hand that you're dealt when you are a crazy person and are trying to sue anybody who says something for $100 billion, for $10 billion to try to quiet people. You're open yourself up to depositions, and in one of the depositions, they are asking for his psychological evaluations or reports or something to that effect.
Made those comments, but they come out, and they come out weekly, if not daily. And that
administration was back in court today.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Ty. I only have about a minute left. I just have to ask you about this case involving the ballroom. The president fired his handpicked architect, as you know, and the ballroom is underway with, I guess, a more enhanced design. Having been sued, there's a legal challenge by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They want this to freeze in place before more can be done. The White House is invoking national security, that it must be built on the grounds of national security. Considering the fact that this is on the White House,
it has to be built on because of national security. Everything is an emergency. It's an emergency. It has to go directly to the Supreme Court because I know they are going to give me anything that I want. This 6-9 separated Supreme Court is going to just approve everything that I want to do. And now the ballroom is an emergency a declaration about having to get the ballroom. I don't have time to go through legal challenges on the illegal shit that I've done to build this ballroom. If it's such an emergency, does he even have a new architect? He fired the first one because the first one told him he could not increase the size of the ballroom. But you know what has increased? The ballroom was initially reported to be only costing $200 million, of which he would pay. But then it went up to 250, 300, 350. At what point he told you that he had great friends who were donating the cost to the ballroom. So what is it going to cost the American citizens that they're donating something, a pet project for 45-47 on personal bragging rights about some bullshit that does not do anything to improve you or how you live your life. What it actually does is let you know that he don't give a fuck about how you live your life because he's on to some grandiose type of bullshit as people in the United States suffer to eat, suffer to pay their bills, suffer to find health care. That's what he cares about, the ballroom, which has ballooned up to a $400 million price tag. Well, I'm going to do it for a little less. I don't think I'm going to need the whole $400 million. You know how these people are. If it's $400 million and $3, they'll say I went over budget, even though my friends and I have donators and all of this bullshit. He's sitting up talking about a motherfucking ballroom, having a motherfucking a party, a Christmas party, talking about a motherfucking ballroom when your health insurance is about to expire. People who need subsidies to pay to have health insurance. He's talking about a $400 million ballroom. And what people will say if he goes over budget. Well, the ballroom has already doubled in budget, bitch. Let's continue. Oh, let's move on. Wait a minute. Let me see the answer about this ballroom.
Grounds, Ty, in our remaining moment. Is there some truth to that?
No, there's zero truth to that. Now, there is a bunker there that, has some national security issues, but they don't have to build the ballroom to protect the bunker. But Trump always invokes national security. In fact, your last guest, Ms. Grant, talked about the OLC memo that, Trump has said that people are, that they're worthy war targets when legally they aren't, and it's largely made up. So national security invocation is sort of the last resort of, trying to say I can break the rules because of national security. I think the court's going to impose some rules.
They say one thing and then deny it. So they're trying to get the public.
Now, we have the actual man who interviewed Susie Wiles here. All of these you will be able to find under Susie Wiles. This is the actual man who interviewed Susie Wiles. This is under, you can find this link under Susie Wiles.
Susie Wiles, of her speaking to,
I think it's fair to say all hell has broken out in the White House. Every single member of the cabinet has tweeted about your subject. Tell us why this is the most important piece you've ever done.
It's one of those cases where, Joanna, every once in a while in a reporter's career, lightning strikes. And this was surely a case, this journey that I took with Susie Wiles, of her speaking to me with unguarded and on the record for 11 months. It's extraordinary. And it's an extraordinary glimpse. It's not just a profile of a person who I think is arguably the most fascinating person in American politics, but it's an inside glimpse of Trump 2.0 from a member of the inner circle. And so for those reasons, this just doesn't happen very often, but you can read.
Hold on. Darren Conley, I appreciate that. I'm usually behind the scenes when I'm pulling up videos. But Mike, I concur with Darren, and no one is going to be exposed in 2026. The elections will reveal that more than 20 Republicans are not even bothering to go up for re-elections because they know that the die is already cast from the failures of this administration. But keep typing. I'm so glad you're here. You are adding one more view to my number count. So thank you for being here. And Mike, make sure you hit the like button as well. Thank you, Darren. Yeah, please hit the like button. Thank you.
All about it in Vanity Fair.
So, Chris, why is she so upset about it? I mean, this has prompted Susie Wiles, who you say is the most important woman in American politics.
Most fascinating.
Most fascinating, yes. You've driven her to Twitter. She hasn't tweeted for over a year. And she said today, the article published early this morning is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff and cabinet in history. And then she goes on to say, significant context was disregarded.
It was a hit piece on me and this fine staff that has done so much for the American people, the greatest staff, the greatest president. This bitch is simping. Now the bitch is simping. She sat up and ran her mouth. What did you do? Offer this whole sum of wine and shit? And she talking like a drunken sailor. And now it's a hit piece on me. A lot of things were left out of context, and he didn't put things in context. I want you to see the person who interviewed her, what he had to say, or with this sad response. And the bitch never, at no point in this hit piece accusation did she ever said anything that was represented that she said didn't happen. She never said there was one lie in this interview, series of interviews.
Cabinet in a hit piece on me, and the finest president, White House staff and cabinet in history. And then she goes on to say, significant context was disregarded, and much of what I and others said about the team and the president was left out of the story. I assume after reading it that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team. Why do you think she's so upset by your piece?
Well, let's put this in a little bit of perspective, shall we? I'm old enough to remember the Watergate era when Ben Bradley used to refer to non-denial denials, and this is right up there. I'm not saying this is Watergate. It is an inside glimpse into the White House, but it's interesting that the White House has not disputed a single fact in the piece, because we're on absolutely solid ground. Everything in that piece, everything Susie said was on the record. And on tape, by the way. So, look, I understand that, they've made a statement. It speaks for itself. But the Vanity Fair piece is absolutely solid, and all of her comments were on the record.
And of course, all the people around her sat.
They made a statement. It speaks for itself. And she never told you I told one lie on her. These are all the things that she said. And you notice it said, and it was recorded. Everything was on the record. There was nothing that she understood clearly that everything she was saying was on the record. Capiche? Capiche? So you understand the inner workings of this chaotic White House.
For photographs too, we should point out.
Yeah, absolutely.
As you said, your access was unprecedented, certainly in Trump 2.0. What did you tell her about the piece before you embarked on this journey together?
Well, I first spoke to her back in January, 10 days before she took office. And at that point, she knew that I was the author of a book on White House Chiefs of Staff. She was the incoming White House Chief of Staff.
Now, in your book, of course, is The Gatekeepers, and you interviewed 17, I think, chiefs of staff for it, and 2 presidents.
That's right. And so, look, I think that she was open to talking to me, because I do think that because of the gatekeepers, I had a reputation for fairness and for for being very open, even-handed on both sides of the aisle. When the subject of Vanity Fair came up, that this would become a piece for Vanity Fair, I can tell you she was all in. She was enthusiastic about it, and here we are.
So what did Donald Trump know about the piece?
Good question. I honestly don't know. I dealt with Susie. We spoke, we had 11 long interviews over 11 months. And I told her at one point that I'd be certainly open to talking to the president, but that didn't happen. And so I not only interviewed Susie in depth on the record over all that time, but I interviewed Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, James Blair, Taylor Budowich, the whole inner circle.
Russell Vought.
Yeah. And everybody knew that the conversations were on the record. And as you alluded to, they welcomed Vanity Fair's photographer into the White House. They knew who he was. They'd seen his portfolio. This couldn't have been more, on above board and on the record.
So as we've been talking, the president has just weighed in. And as we said in the introduction, Susie Wiles described him as having an alcoholic's personality, which I want to unpack in a moment.
Sure.
But He says that she was actually right to tell you that he has an alcoholic's personality and that he's got full faith in Susie Wiles to continue in her role. And he also added that he avoids.
These are some of the photographs that the Vanity Fair photographer took of whom? Who is this with these polka dotted, blood infused, deflated lips? Who is this? 28 years old, with a motherfucking connect the dots lip line, where she was injecting her lips so much so they would be fuller. None other than the 28-year-old looking like a 56-year-old around the eyes, Caroline Levitt. That is some of the photography that was taken. I guess they thought that they would airbrush it for them. No, these are the people that are up there looking at you so with such contempt as they lie for this administration.
Alcohol, which I think we know, saying in the interview that he has a possessive and addictive type personality and that he wasn't offended by her word choice. He then went on to say, I didn't read it, but I don't read Vanity Fair, but she's done a fantastic job.
How about that? A fact check from Donald Trump. I'll take it.
A fact check from Donald Trump.
I'll take it. Yeah, look, the whole business of Trump having an alcoholic's personality, of course, was fascinating.
Well, I was literally coming on to that to say, what did she mean by that? Unpack that for us.
So one of the fascinating things about Susie Wiles is that not only that she ran a brilliant campaign in 2024 against all the odds and got Donald Trump elected. He would not be president without her. She's the first female chief of staff in history, as we all know. But she has this extraordinary background, this journey. She was daughter of the famous sportscaster Pat Summerall, who was an absentee parent and an alcoholic. She helped stage interventions with her mother to get him into treatment. He was sober for 21 years before he died. But she'd be the first to tell you that she has a PhD in difficult men.
Don't we all, Chris?
Some women more than others, baby. Susie, I tell you, she's world class when it comes to dealing with difficult men. She was raised by Pat Summerall. So she understands the personality of an alcoholic. And when she applies it to Donald Trump, obviously she doesn't mean that he's a drinker. As far as we know, he's not. But he does have this grandiose personality, untethered sometimes to reality. My words, not hers. But if you want to read her description of it, pick up Vanity Fair. I mean, she describes again how he believes, paraphrasing now, there's nothing, zilch, nada, that he cannot accomplish, that he cannot do. And what she's saying.
Okay, so that link to this interview is in my description box. Is there anything else? I think that's it. Keith Edwards, I have. Let's go with Keith Edwards.
Okay, so there is this.
Since this is where I got the pictures from. I don't have the Vanity Fair article, but go over to Keith Edwards and check this out.
Story that came out with Vanity Fair. If you don't know who Susie Wiles is, she is the chief of staff for Donald Trump. And she's probably the most important person in the administration besides Donald Trump, one of the most powerful. She gives a very low profile, except for today, where she did an on-the-record interview that I have some insight on as to how this all came about. But there are multiple things that have come out of this. She's attacked Elon Musk. She criticized Donald Trump. She talked about J.D. Vance. And there are all these photos that came out from this really wide-ranging interview, one of which of Caroline Levitt has gone super viral.
Okay, so he's gonna read. I'll see if he reads and disclose anything new in the article, and we're gonna get to the photos.
Let's get into this interview first because I have the most important bits. Now, when it comes to Donald Trump, she said that he's an alcoholic. He has an alcoholic's personality. Now, I am someone who is in recovery. I have not had a drink since 2009, and if you're in recovery, you know that there's a thing called a dry drunk where you could potentially stop drinking, but you might still have the personality of someone who has untreated alcoholism. And that seems to be what she's saying. And in this interview too, she says that her father suffered from alcoholism, though he did get sober. So she knows what she's talking about. And I'm going to say this at the top. I got some insight on this. And apparently what may have happened, I don't know this to be for sure what happened, but what may have happened is she's actually friendly with this reporter. And it could very well be that she thought much of these conversations were off the record when it was never explicitly off the record. And it could be that this reporter, Chris Whipple, decided to burn his relationship with Susie in order to get this story out. So that could be.
Well, I've already let you hear Steve Whipple in the last video. That doesn't appear to be the case. That is not accused. She has not accused him. I don't know what the fuck she was thinking. I have no idea what she was thinking. But I let you hear from Steve Whipple. I put the whole interview with him in my description box, as is this clip is in my description box from Keith Edwards. Go over there and check him out.
Why we're getting all this insight that typically you don't get from Susie Wiles or this administration. Now, she went on to say that Vance's transition from a never Trumper to MAGA was political. She also said that Vance is a conspiracy theorist and has been for a decade. She called Russell Vought, the architect of Project 2025, a right-wing absolute zealot. And she also said that Musk is a ketamine user. Now, she said of this when she was asked about Musk reposting a tweet about public sector workers killing millions under Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, she replied, I think that's when he's microdosing. Though it in quote says that she says she doesn't have firsthand knowledge of that. Now, she is the first ever woman to hold the position. And
though she said she didn't have firsthand knowledge of that, which was refuted by the actual audio tapes when she absolutely said that and didn't say, I have no firsthand knowledge. And that's what the reporter quoted her as saying. So she tried to step off of it unsuccessfully because there was audio.
We'll go through some of these photos. And as you can see, these are, I think, the photographer did a brilliant job on these. But as I said, she did have an absentee alcoholic father. And she says this, some clinical psychologist that knows 1 million times more than I do will dispute what I'm going to say. But high functioning alcoholics or alcoholics in general, their personalities are exaggerated when they drink. And so I'm a little bit of an expert in big personalities. Wiles said Trump has a, quote, alcoholic's personality. He, quote, operates with a view that there's nothing he can't do, nothing, zero, nothing. Goes on to say here of Elon Musk, he's an avowed ketamine user and he sleeps in a sleeping bag in the executive office building in the daytime. And he's an odd duck. As I think geniuses are, it's not helpful, but he is his own person. Musk, it says, remember when he got rid of USAID, apparently he did this without telling anyone. Susie Wiles said that she was shocked because she thought that for anybody that pays attention to government and has paid attention to USAID, believed, as she did, that they do very good work. Now, I also think some of this is cleanup. Like, I think this is kind of like brand management for her. I think she's really trying to separate herself from some of the bad things that this administration has done. We're not going to let her do it. But I do want to say that from these comments, it does seem like she is trying to distance herself from the worst things this administration does. I think if you're the chief of staff, you own all of this shit. You own all of it. And when it came to, as we all know now, that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was deported by mistake, she said that it could have been an overzealous border patrol agent. She doesn't know. I can't understand how you make that mistake, but somebody did. Well, you're the chief of staff. You should probably know why that happened. It went on to say here, now, when it comes to criticisms that the president is going to use the military to suppress or even prevent voting during the midterms and beyond, she's quoted saying, I say it is categorically false. It will not happen. It's just wrong-headed. She snapped. And then the reporter asked, do you understand where people who think that are coming from? She says, I do a little bit, but not fully. I mean, I think they hate the president. They think he's too wrapped up in what happened in 2020. Okay,
Yes.
I guess we'll see. I do not see that as a very, I don't trust anything coming out of this administration when it comes to that sort of stuff. I'm glad that that reporter asked that. Now, when J.D. Vance was confronted with these statements, here's what he had to say.
And that is the interviews that White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles gave to Vanity Fair, in which she's quoted as referring to you as, and again, not my words, sir, but a conspiracy theorist of a decade, and described your transformation from someone who once opposed President Trump to now his vice president as an act of political expediency. And I'd like to give you the chance to respond to that, sir.
Well, first of all, if Susie, I'll trust what you said. I haven't looked at the article. I of course have heard about it. But conspiracy theorist, sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true. And by the way, Susie and
What a cornball. What a fucking cornball. Well, I haven't read the article. You notice that he and 45, 47 haven't read the article, but they are taking everything that is presented to them at face values to say what a great gal that Susie is. All of this is bullshit.
I have joked in private and in public about that for a long time. For example, I believed in the crazy conspiracy theory back in 2020 that it was stupid to mask 3-year-olds at the height of the.
Oh God. He's on, and look, he's like looking at notes, totally prepared. Okay. Susie Wiles came out, and here's what she had to say about this. You know, they are in crisis mode. The article published earlier this morning is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff, and cabinet in history. Significant context was disregarded, and much of what I and others said about the team and the president was left out of the story. I assume after reading it that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team. The truth is, the Trump White House has already accomplished more in 11 months than, okay, and then she's going to go on to just lie. They are in crisis, baby. Caroline Leavitt said this. Chief of Staff Susie Wiles has helped President Trump achieve the most successful. Okay, so they got their marching orders. And I believe I have, yes, literally every cabinet member is saying the exact same thing. This is a White House in chaos. This is truly the White House panicking. What's so funny is that, like, I feel like so many YouTube titles say White House panics. This is truly the White House panicking. They are panicking over this. And she also got caught in a lie. Susie Wiles got busted for lying to the New York Times when she called Elon Musk an avowed ketamine user. Mr. Musk has acknowledged trying ketamine a few years ago, but denied reports of more recent use. In an interview with the Times on Monday, Miss Wiles took issue with the quote attributed to her about her drug use. That's the one I showed you in Vanity Fair. She says, that's ridiculous. She said, I wouldn't have said it, and I wouldn't know. But Mr. Whipple played a tape for the Times in which she could be heard saying it. So she got caught in a lie. These are professional liars. All right. And then this picture, I want to remind you, this is Caroline Leavitt. She is 28 years old. Let it be a reminder that hate ages you. It ages you. I do believe the hate that you keep in your soul comes out of the pores in your skin. And that, I don't know what that is. What is that? Does someone know? Is it herpes? Is it lip filler injection marks? Whatever it is, the Vanity Fair, these people did they do them dirty? I don't know. I guess in a way.
They're doing the country dirty, huh? So, hey. It is what it is.
And we begin with, of course, this bombshell that is shaking Washington. If I don't usually yell bombshell at you at the top of the hour, that's because while there's a lot going on and we're covering it all, we don't have a story like this every night. And this is politics, pure politics and real incompetence coming out of the Trump White House. This is a bonkers off-the-record interview. If you have been near a TV or phone, you've probably heard some of it. But I'm going to walk you through how the number one person in Trump's White House, the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, has basically torched the place rhetorically with brutal assessments. Again, Trump's number one aide, so she sees a lot. She's in the special meetings, the off-the-records, classified. And what she describes inside this Trump White House is a complete rebuke on so many issues. She says Donald Trump has a, quote, alcoholic's personality. She also hits the president's policies on tariffs, immigration, and something that Trump has tried to have both ways and denied. She admits they are unlawfully prosecuting rivals. I'll get into how that works, but that's the headline. That alone would be a big deal. She might have just doomed more than one case that Trump is trying to bring. So there's the ethics of this. Do people uphold the Constitution? And then there's the competence of this. If your job is to advance the president's agenda, well, through these comments to Vanity Fair, she has compromised his agenda, ignited a firestorm. She's the ultimate insider. She's close to Trump. I can tell you during the campaign, when we would reach out to the campaign managers, she shared that duty basically with one other person as kind of the top, and you couldn't hardly ever get comments from her. No interviews. Trump has shouted her out.
So Susie Trump, do you know Susie Trump? Sometimes referred to as Susie Wiles, Susie Trump. She's the great chief of staff, but the chief of staff, and she's fantastic. Where's Susie? Susie, come on, Susie. Look at Susie. Susie's the greatest.
That's a rare shout out from Trump to a staff level individual. Returning the favor here, Wiles says that Trump is like her father, an alcoholic. Quote, Trump has an alcoholic's personality. He operates with a view there's nothing he can't do. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Now, Wiles is not actually saying that Trump, who famously doesn't drink at all, is some kind of alcoholic, but that he has an alcoholic's personality, which is striking coming from her, working with him all day and night for all these times, that this is how she views him and how she deals with him. She contrasts J.D. Vance with Rubio, who says has some principles, while Vance went from opposing Trump
to supporting him for what she characterizes as rank self-interested opportunism. Again, Trump's top aide, still employed by him, by the way. Quote, Vance's conversion came when he was running for the Senate. I think his conversion was a little bit more political. She says Vance has been a conspiracy theorist for a decade, not exactly praised for someone who is a heartbeat from the presidency. She labels the leader of Project 2025, who now runs OMB, as a right-wing absolute zealot. And as for Elon Musk, who, unlike, say, Vance, has had more of a falling out with the administration, she says he's an avowed ketamine user, an odd duck, as I think geniuses are. You know, it's not helpful, but he's his own person. Discussing some of the policies that the Trump administration advanced through Musk, for example, like going after USAID, foreign aid, she says she was initially aghast. And she says she told Musk, you can't just lock people out of their offices. No rational person could think the USAID process was a good one. Nobody. That is, again, quite the condemnation. One difference there is she may be putting the blame at someone who's no longer in the administration. But she goes on in this absolute bonkers Vanity Fair interview on the economy. There was a huge disagreement over whether tariffs were a good idea, some predicting disaster. She asked Vance to pump the brakes, but Trump went forward. Again, Vanity Fair writing, Wiles believed a middle ground on tariffs would ultimately succeed. She said it's been more painful than I expected. Again, these are the quotes of Trump's top aide, and they are quite different from the usual defenses we hear. And they are more credible attacks on the administration, its policies, and some of its top members. Why and how this came out, why she talks like this, we'll get into in conversation. But I want to go to the enemies list here, because more than anything else, which might just be politically embarrassing, Wiles has taken action through these words tonight. She has given evidence and confirmation of an unlawful prosecution on the enemies list charges, which means what she says, because she's a government official, is now probably court evidence and could doom some of the cases you see on your screen. As for the Trump revenge plots, she says, I don't think he's on a revenge tour. In some cases, it may look like retribution. And there may be an element of that from time to time. Who would blame him? Not me. So that's sort of her warm-up. And if that's all she said, okay, debatable. Then, when Vanity Fair asked about New York Attorney General Letitia James, who the DOJ has now thrice failed to indict, she says, well, that might be the one retribution. That is a confession. That is potentially admissible in court. You have a top White House official admitting it's retribution. In case you're keeping score, retribution is exactly the kind of evidence that defense counsel needs to get the case tossed. As for James Comey, she says, I mean, people could think it does look vindictive. I can't tell you why you shouldn't think that. I don't think he wakes up thinking about retribution, but when there's an opportunity.
Understand that Ari Milburn is not just a talking head. He is also a practicing attorney.
He will go for it. This is meaningfully negative for the DOJ case and plan against Comey. If she meant to hurt her own side, okay. If she didn't, that's why some people maybe aren't as good at interviews. Wiles says she has a loose agreement with Trump that the score settling will end before the first 90 days are over. That was a planned deadline that he didn't meet because she admits the score settling continues. This is evidence of what is called selective prosecution, which A, can get the case tossed, B, can get other people in trouble depending on how judges view it. Wiles says today the article is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me with significant context disregarded. Notice what she does not say, and which makes her admittedly a little different than some around Trump. She doesn't deny saying these things. She doesn't say the whole thing is made up, because she did say these things, apparently, and there is good record of that. And some of these things will have repercussions long beyond the headache that many Trump aides and the president himself are likely nursing tonight.
I think we are clear on everything we need to know. Unless you go out and purchase the article, I'm pretty sure there will be coverage all day long about this. Let me see. There are some more things. Let's check this out.
For as much as President Trump talks a big game about being tough on crime,
I appointed patriotic, tough on crime warriors.
But as you know, we're a tough on crime administration.
We are going to be very tough on crime.
there's one type of criminal that he keeps pardoning.
President Trump has issued pardons to the 3 co-founders of the Bitcoin mercantile exchange.
President Trump today signing a pardon for Ross Ulbricht, the creator of a dark web marketplace named Silk Road.
He was charged with narcotics trafficking, distribution of narcotics by means of the internet, conspiracy, enterprise, and money laundering conspiracy.
criminals in the crypto industry. His favorite crypto criminal is Changpeng Zhao, or CZ, a man he pretends not to know, but who you're going to hear a lot about in this video.
Why did you pardon him?
Okay, are you ready? I don't know who he is.
CZ is the CEO and founder of Binance, the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, and one of Trump's most recent pardons. He was charged by the US government, much like the BitMEX founders, for ignoring anti-money laundering laws. He pled guilty, spent 4 months in federal prison, was fined millions of dollars, and actually was forced to step down as the CEO of Binance. What makes all
You will be able to find this in my description box under not so tough on crime.
all of these crypto pardons especially peculiar is that not too long ago, Trump announced this wildly speculative, fraud-ridden industry.
Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's another currency competing against the dollar.
So what changed between 2021, a time when Trump would liken crypto businessmen to scam artists, and now?
A lot of people say that he wasn't guilty of anything. He served 4 months in jail. And then what he did, well, you don't know much about crypto.
What did President Trump stand to gain from opening his arms to this industry? When journalist Jacob Silverman brought us this story, it became clear that of all of Trump's pardons, this was by far the most corrupt one. It reveals a covert arrangement of bribery, shadowy companies, foreign influence, and it might just be Trump's ticket to becoming one of the richest people in not just the country, but the world in only a matter of years. The story starts in 2024, when the crypto industry dumped at least $131 million into the presidential election, much of which was spent getting Trump back into the White House. Crypto also spent big on defeating anti-crypto Democrats like Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown, who lost his race after the industry spent $40 million supporting his opponent, Bernie Moreno. Jacob tells me it didn't take long for Trump to see that he could benefit both politically and personally from the industry. Can you tell me the story of the early days of World Liberty Financial, what it is and who's involved?
In October 2024, the Trump family announced that they had founded a new crypto company called World Liberty Financial. And they did it with Steve Witkoff, a billionaire developer who's a close friend of Donald Trump and is now his chief diplomatic envoy, and Steve Witkoff's sons, and 2 other kind of crypto lifers who hadn't really had much success in their previous projects. It quickly became the main crypto company, among several, but the main vehicle for the Trump family to take in billions of dollars worth of real money and crypto. They promised to build the financial system of tomorrow and marketed themselves as a decentralized financial company that, like so many other crypto companies, was somehow going to bring financial empowerment to the masses. And when Trump won the election in November, the money really started to pour in. World Liberty Financial announced $1 billion in WLF token sales the first week Trump was in office.
How does CZ get involved in this story? I know he helps out World Liberty Financial pretty early on in a big way.
So CZ's crypto exchange, Binance, which is the biggest exchange in the world, created the USD1 stablecoin for World Liberty Financial. They actually wrote the code that ended up making the token. A stablecoin is generally a crypto token whose value is supposed to remain constant, usually pegged to the US dollar. So one of these USD1 tokens is supposed to stay at a constant $1. The USD1 token is pretty much the same as any other stablecoin, but the main key critical difference here is that this one is attached to the president and the first family. The question we should be asking with USD1 is, why are people using this? Why do people want to use a token issued by the president rather than real money?
Let me explain with these different boxes. Imagine this is the US's traditional financial system. And let's say I want to send this money to a business to buy something, and maybe said business is located in another country. In order to do so, I have to put my money in this box, and away it goes. At each stop, the money is inspected. Its origin and destination is checked. Officials will verify that the money complies with the law. Anti-money laundering, sanctions compliance, conflicts of interest, know your customer, tax law. There are a lot of stops on the way. It's slow, but these protections are important. By the time the money arrives at its destination, we know a lot about it. The relatively slow speed is a feature. It's not a bug. Now imagine this is the system created by World Liberty Financial. Someone decides to send money, real dollars, to buy some of the company's crypto tokens. The money goes in. Because there's essentially no regulation, nobody really knows where it came from, who sent it, or where it's going. The box skips all of these stops and avoids all of these regulations. Money laundering, sanctions, not a concern here. At the end of this nonstop journey, which can be much faster than what we see in traditional finance, I have WLF tokens or USD1 tokens that I can use like digital dollars. I can send them anywhere, even the crypto wallet owned by the first family. And unlike the traditional process involving the US dollar, this crypto transaction generates money. Any money exchanged for USD1 is held by World Liberty Financial, which they then get to invest in things like short-term treasury bonds, which generates income for the Trump family. So critically, when people use this parallel system, it makes the president and his family richer, a lot richer. And it's all made legal by legislation like the Genius Act, passed by Trump and his party with an assist from some prominent Democrats. Welcome to the corruption economy. You can now buy influence with the president at speeds you wouldn't believe without any kind of permission, just buy this token. So you've brought us some examples, some egregious cases of people putting money in the black box.
So earlier this year, an Emirati company called MGX, which is affiliated with the government there, part of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, decided it wanted to invest $2 billion in Binance. Instead of just sending $2 billion to Binance, the UAE and this prince named Sheikh Tahnoon, who's a member of the royal family, decided to involve World Liberty Financial. So what they did was they sent $2 billion US to World Liberty Financial. In return, they got $2 billion worth of USD1 stablecoins. This is the USD1 stablecoin that was originally created by Binance. Then they take that $2 billion worth of USD1 coins, they send that to Binance, and now MGX, or the Emirati government, owns a $2 billion share in Binance. Right after this major investment in May, the administration gave the UAE access to highly advanced AI chips from the US. There was an SEC case against Binance that gets dropped, and seemingly all the legal issues facing Binance here in the US and in some other parts of the world start to go away. And finally, CZ had been...
Notice anything here? Do you notice anything here? The things that are being ignored. Has your for-profit media put this story together as independent media has done? If you haven't gone over to More Perfect Union, please avail yourself to their investigative media. Now, what crypto coin is defacing the dollar? And who is it enriching? 4547 and Steve Witkoff and his sons, who are partnered in 4547 what is it, Liberty Financial, all these fake patriotic names, Liberty Financial, for profit for 4547, and you don't know who is paying him and getting him and his family rich, and he doesn't care, and he will make sure that this finance method stays unregulated, so you won't know, and so there will be no rules put in place to prevent exactly what's going on.
Publicly asking for a pardon for months, and he finally got that. He was pardoned by, and seemingly all the legal issues facing Binance here in the US and in some other parts of the world start to go away. And finally, CZ had been publicly asking for a pardon for months, and he finally got that. He was pardoned by Trump despite pleading guilty to financial crimes and spending 4 months in federal prison. And let's not forget, Steve Witkoff, a founder of World Liberty Financial, helped broker this deal. Steve Witkoff is playing a dual role in that he is both Trump's top diplomatic envoy to the Middle East. He's negotiating a lot of these deals. As of his last financial disclosure, Witkoff still had an ownership interest in World Liberty, where, let me remind you, his 2 sons also work. So he's potentially directly profiting off of these both diplomatic and crypto deals.
Steve Witkoff is using the government to make these deals, and then he's profiting from the deals directly. That sounds like a quid pro quo.
If it's not a quid pro quo, I don't know what one is. Then we've got Justin Sun. Justin Sun is a very colorful, almost notorious crypto entrepreneur.
Hi, I'm Justin Sun. I'm Flo in the space.
Who has been involved in a lot of projects. His most notable one is called the Tron blockchain, which is widely used for money laundering in the criminal underworld. Sun has been in a lot of trouble with the SEC for a long time, charged with fraud and market manipulation. He recently stuffed $75 million into the black box, specifically buying the WLF token. And this really helped give an early start to World Liberty Financial when a lot of people were skeptical of the company and not buying its token. He starts becoming friendly with Trump's sons. He's named an advisor to the business. He's not just investing in the business or buying their tokens. He's actually basically on the masthead. He's part of the company now, working with them closely.
So what?
This is who your president is working closely with and making sure it stays unregulated. If you haven't gone over to More Perfect Union, please go over there and subscribe and get informed with actual facts that are going to affect you and how you live your life. As your president has created a way to value the American dollar.
What does Justin Sun get out of this relationship?
He gets potential financial benefits and the ear of the president and his sons, but more importantly, there was a multi-billion-dollar fraud case brought by the SEC against Justin Sun. And after this relationship forms between Sun and World Liberty Financial, that case gets thrown out. There's sort of a rogues gallery of strange and potentially criminal people surrounding World Liberty Financial, some of whom have given them tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars, and we don't...
What do they say? Water seeks its own level, so criminals pal around with other criminals. Where are the 45, 47 fans in the chat now? What say you now? How come Biden didn't do what about this now? What did Biden do wrong in this whole scheme that 45, 47 has going on to enrich him, his children, his friends, and their children? What did Biden do wrong in this scenario? See, why do you think that this person always want to talk about Biden? Oh, and Barack Hussein Obama. Why? Well, because he doesn't have to talk about what he's doing. He can keep you idiots upset about the libtards and all of this dumb shit, while you ignore the shit that is ruining our American dollar. You have nothing to say about that. Oh, okay, let's continue.
Don't know a lot about them. One of them is a company called Aqua One Foundation, which appeared at the beginning of the summer announcing a $100 million deal with World Liberty Financial. And we know that they sent $100 million worth of stablecoins to World Liberty Financial, but beyond that, they don't really seem to exist. I've looked into them, and there was also a Reuters investigation. And the best that we can find is that they're run by two guys from China who used to be involved with a company called Web3 Port. This was another crypto company that was accused of market manipulation and various scams. They claim to be based in the United Arab Emirates. There are no corporate records that a company called Aqua One Foundation even exists in the UAE. But apparently these two Chinese businessmen, one who seems to work for a Chinese state energy company and one who's being investigated for financial crimes in England, were able to send $100 million to the president. And we don't know what they want, what they expect in return, or
but you can be sure that they're going to get it. Whatever they want, you can be sure they're going to get it.
even where that money might have come from, but they definitely sent it.
The key innovation here isn't any kind of improvement on the financial system. World Liberty Financial looks pretty much like any other crypto company out there. The innovation is now anyone, anywhere in the world, at any time, has a way to buy influence with the President of the United States. Permissionless, mostly untrackable, with plausible deniability. It's not an exaggeration to say that this system could make Donald Trump the richest man in the world in a few short years. Meanwhile, the tough-on-crime president is associating with some of the biggest criminals in the world. ICIJ investigations have found Binance repeatedly helped transfer money for accounts associated with Chinese crime gangs and the Mexican Sinaloa cartel. And that's exactly why money normally moves slowly through the global economy. We need to know where this money is coming from, how it was made, and who we're doing business with. Anything less is just increasing the speed of corruption.
Did you know that? I think my goals have expired, but these are the goals when I come live to give you some information that you may not know because God knows for-profit media is not going to report this. Now, speaking of for-profit media, let's get into this Ellison media deal. Why it is not good to have all our media compiled together, merged together, so the actual facts in cases are seen through a prism of someone who is seeking favor from our administration. Where is that? Where is that? I have it. I have it. Here it is. Let's start here.
Netflix stocks is worth, it's within the collar. It's worth at least $350 a share to the deal. I mean, saying our cash versus theirs doesn't seem a fair comparison, David.
So probably respectfully, I disagree. I mean, look, those shareholders can basically go buy Netflix cash Netflix stock in the open market if they want to, and they're going to be sitting there with a linear stub that's valued at $1 a share, which is a business that's in secular decline. That without the synergies that's basically created by our deal, they will ultimately be holding something that is not worth anything. By every metric you can look at, we believe that our offer is superior to shareholders.
Right. And again, we're going to get a lot of debate around the value of that stub because even though it's an incremental, let's call it difference of $2, it can go to the value judgment. Let me ask you about Paramount, though. If in fact you are successful here, you're taking on a lot of debt, right? I mean, and you're diluting your own shareholders significantly through an inclusion of what, $41 billion in equity. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, but look, we're the largest shareholder of basically the Paramount Class B common stock.
We being
the Ellison family. We will also be the largest investor in this deal. we're literally sitting here today because we are fighting for our shareholders, and we're also fighting for the shareholders of Warner Brothers Discovery. And from that standpoint, this deal is accretive to our shareholders. You know, when you look at what the combined business would be with the synergies that you put through it, round numbers, $70 billion in top line revenue. We get to $16 billion in EBITDA very quickly, and it generates $10 billion in cash flow. What we're creating by putting these two companies together is a real competitor to Netflix, a real competitor to Amazon, a real competitor to Disney, not something that is so anti-competitive. There will be no more competition in Hollywood if this deal is allowed to come to pass.
Is it an existential issue for you, though, if you don't succeed here, David?
Look, as we've said on our earnings call, we believe in our standalone business. We have a great plan, but very simply,
we're just going to be a competitor to Disney. We are not trying to do anything. Netflix would just be a competitor. Netflix is already a competitor. So why must you consolidate all of these media entities? You know, to make them more expensive, to make the content worse, to not greenlight projects that they don't like, that upholds some antiquated values that they pretend to want to live by. You know, the fucking bullshit that they want to present to you as they are out here living like fat pigs doing whatever the fuck they want to do. As they are shutting down union jobs, union pay, so the regular American who are working for these media companies will not be able to have collective bargaining via a union. You ever think about that? You ever think about the quality of the bullshit that is going to be presented to you under these people? Larry Ellison, the person who gave the most amount of money to Israel than any other person. What type of content? Do you think that it is going to be free mind content that shows you a barrage of content? Look at how the news is now. This Skydance. He's over Skydance. The Skydance merger was put in the limelight because they wanted to fire Jimmy Kimmel from, I think it's ABC or CBS. They wanted to fire Jimmy Kimmel because Jimmy Kimmel rightly showed 45, 47, not giving a fuck about his dear friend Charlie Kirk, and they said he was doing fine and started talking about the ballroom when a reporter with a concern in her voice, how are you holding up since the Charlie? Oh, I'm doing fine. Look at the ballroom. Look over there. And Jimmy Kimmel commented on it, and he didn't say he said anything he didn't say. He played exactly what he said, and they fired Jimmy Kimmel because they wanted this Skydance deal to go through. Who was purchasing the Skydance deal? This motherfucker right here. Now he owns Skydance, and now he is going in and doing a hostile takeover from Warner Brothers, who is purchasing Netflix. And then he will own CNN. This motherfucker right here, the Ellison family. If you're unfamiliar with who the Ellison family is, the Ellison family is the reason why all of these small local broadcast news channels who are owned by St. Clair, and I forget the other media, they have a script, and you can watch every fucking every news channel throughout the country that is owned by St. Clair, and they all run the same script, state to state to state. There are points that must be made in the broadcast, and it is given to them, and they must follow it. So, do you want him to do a hostile takeover of another big media conglomerate? That's what he's not telling you. That's not what he's not telling you. They have scripted the fucking news that they are giving the American people. Let's continue.
We made the highest offer for the company. $30 in cash is more than 23.
Right. But when it comes to Paramount itself, if you aren't successful here, you have confidence that you still have the scale. I mean, we've had this conversation before. No. I would assume that you're going to try and figure something else out because there is a sense that you don't have the scale to compete in this world.
As we've said, we can absolutely, this is a buy versus build. We absolutely have a path to be able to build. But again, when we actually sit here today, having put forth the most value for shareholders for Warner Brothers Discovery, we believe that they need to be able to evaluate that offer, and that's why we're taking it directly to the shareholders.
I asked you about the president, but I'd love to come back to that. I mean, do you sense that he is in your corner here?
What I would say is I'm incredibly grateful for the relations that I have with the president, and I also believe he believes in competition. And when you fundamentally look at the marketplace, allowing the #1 streaming service to combine with the #3 streaming service is anti-competitive. And this whole notion of category.
You notice what has not been included in this conversation. Now, 4547 came out and said that he will be heavily involved in this merger. Which means you do as I say or you will not get the merger. Kind of like they sent that bald-headed guy out from the FCC who said that if Sinclair if they didn't fire Jimmy Kimmel, we can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way, insinuating if they didn't fire Jimmy Kimmel, they would not have gotten the merger that they were seeking because it had to be approved by the FCC. But there is some things that are not being said. Who has to approve this merger? The actual law about these large corporations creating mergers that make them a monopoly. He's not concerned about that because he just told you the key word that he likes Trump and Trump, the Ellisons are very buddy with Trump. So the law is not of any matter. It's about the likeliness of Trump putting his hand on the scale, allowing this merger.
Or ambiguity. Forgive me, David. What I would say is I'm incredibly grateful for the love to believe. When we actually sit here today, having put forth the most value for shareholders for Warner Brothers Discovery, we believe that they need to be able to evaluate that offer, and that's why we're taking it directly to the shareholders.
I asked you about the president, but I'd love to come back to that. I mean, do you sense that he is in your corner here?
What I would say is I'm incredibly grateful for the relations that I have with the president, and I also believe he believes in competition. And when you fundamentally look at the marketplace, allowing the #1 streaming service to combine with the #3 streaming service is anti-competitive. And this whole notion of category ambiguity, forgive me, David, you've been doing this a long time.
Yes, I have.
Like, I don't buy it.
You don't buy it. In other words, their argument, John Malone made this argument with me. It's not about streamers. It's about TikTok and Instagram and YouTube.
I'm sorry. Let's follow that analogy for a second, right? Okay. That's like saying Coke can buy Pepsi, that they're both beverages because Budweiser is a substitute for Coke. That's not a realistic argument. Now let's actually look at it from the talent community. The greatest showrunners in the world, David Benioff is not going to take the next Game of Thrones to basically TikTok or to Instagram. They're going to take it to Netflix. They're going to take it to Amazon. They're going to take it to Apple. They're going to take it to HBO Max. They're going to take it to Paramount Plus. That's not actually how the ecosystem works. If this deal is allowed to come to pass, it is anti-competitive, and it is a horrible deal for Hollywood. And as someone who spent the last 15 years of my life producing movies and television shows, this is an industry that I love. This is an existential moment for our business, and we believe that what we are offering is better for Hollywood, it's better for the customers, and it's pro-competitive.
Netflix and Paramount are both trying to buy Warner Brothers. And yeah, that means your prices could go up and up. Now, there are a lot of things wrong with these bids, and people get confused. So let's just start with how we got here. Warner Brothers put itself up for sale. That is the media giant that also owns a major Hollywood studio for producing movies, the iconic HBO brand, HBO Max, all of that. Combined with Discovery, which Warner Brothers also owns, it is the 4th largest streaming service in America. Last week, Warner Brothers announced that Netflix had won the bidding war. But now Paramount is launching what's called a hostile bid to swoop in and try to elbow out Netflix. Remember, this entire Warner Brothers bidding war raises red flags. Why? Because we're talking about some of the biggest media conglomerates in the world getting even bigger. And when one company dominates an industry and there's less competition, a few things can happen. Your costs will probably go up. Your options for shows and movies will likely get worse, and union workers just might lose their jobs.
This is a jolt for Hollywood and for streamers all around the world. You know, we live in a streaming era that has been defined by Netflix. Netflix has been growing by leaps and bounds for years. We already talk about it as the king of the streaming services, and now, Kate, it is trying to get even bigger.
Think about it this way. If Netflix or Paramount are allowed to buy Warner Brothers, that means one media giant would own a huge portion of the market. So one giant company will have control over even more of your favorite shows, like, and that's just to name a few.
So Netflix is clearly interested and wants to take over the HBO Max streaming service, the HBO content library, the Warner Brothers movie and TV studio. You know, this would this would bring together two of the three biggest streamers out there, and it would involve Netflix taking over one of the most famed movie studios on the planet.
So why am I saying your costs could go up? Well, right now, you have a few different streaming options based on what you want to watch. You want to watch White Lotus, one of my faves. You can subscribe to HBO Max. You want to watch Love is Blind. You can subscribe to Netflix. In other words, Netflix and HBO Max are competing for your views. So these rival companies have an incentive to make their content better, so you subscribe to their streaming service. And if one of them raises their prices too high, shoot, you might just cancel your subscription. But here's the deal. If two of these big companies merge, they no longer have to compete with each other to get you to subscribe. They know that if you want to watch a popular show, there's a good chance.
And what happened during this Jimmy Kimmel debacle? People start canceling their Disney subscriptions, their Disney strips, and quickly thereafter, Jimmy Kimmel was rehired. Because your money matters, and they are trying to get your money. And if they merge with each other, they are guaranteed to get more of your money because you're not going to have any other options. You see how that works?
You will have to pay them because they are powerful enough that they have most of the big shows and movies. And then that means they can charge higher and higher prices because what's your alternative? You won't have one. And that's what's happening here. Netflix is the #1 streaming service, and it's set to buy the #4 streaming service. Warner Brothers and Paramount are 2 of the 5 major U.S. studios. And look, I get it. Prices to stream shows and movies are already way too high. These companies are already too big. But if you don't think they're going to jack up their prices even more if they get bigger, then just take a quick look at what they've done over the past decade. Back in 2015, Netflix, with no ads, was just $7.99 a month. Today, it's $17.99. That's a 125% increase. The only thing keeping them from jacking up prices even higher is the fact that they have some competition. And that won't be the case if they buy out one of their biggest competitors. And that's what's on the table right now. Ever wonder why these giant companies say big mergers are good for business? Where do you think the money for their shareholders comes from? It comes from laying off workers, cutting corners, and ripping money straight out of your pocket. That is the typical monopoly playbook. It's no surprise that Hollywood workers like screen actors and filmmakers are raising the alarm about Netflix trying to buy Warner Brothers. Now, we've talked about prices. They can go up. We've talked about quality. That's likely to go down.
But didn't Ellison just tell you how much he appreciates this industry and how much he loves this industry? He didn't tell you the downside that people who work in this industry will face if he buys up Warner Brothers. He didn't mention none of that. He didn't mention the people who make these industry thrive and run. No, he's looking out for shareholders.
And we've talked about workers. Their livelihoods will be put at risk. That is a lose, lose, lose. So what happens next in the Warner Brothers saga? Donald Trump's Department of Justice, headed up by Attorney General Pam Bondi, is going to review the deal. And here's the thing. We have laws on the books that should block either one of these bids. As a country, we've said since the 1800s that we don't believe in monopolies because they're bad for Americans. If you're talking about the aluminum business back in the 1950s, or you're talking about the movie business in the year 2025, same laws still apply. We believe we should stop these giants from dominating an entire industry and making things worse, both for consumers and for workers. A possible Netflix Warner Brothers or Paramount Warner Brothers mega merger is pretty much the reason that antitrust laws exist. But under Donald Trump, the review process for mergers like these has become a cesspool of political favoritism and corruption. If you remember, earlier this year, Paramount settled this bogus lawsuit with Donald Trump for $16 million. Then Skydance reportedly made a shady, quote, side deal with Trump. And you know what? The Trump administration approved their merger shortly afterwards. And just this week, Trump said out loud that he'll, quote, be involved as this independent merger review process of Netflix Warner Brothers moves forward. That's not normal. This is a law enforcement matter that should be evaluated based on the facts and the law and nothing more. And now Paramount's hostile bid for Warner Brothers is backed by a who's who of Trump buddies, from his son-in-law Jared Kushner's private equity firm to the Ellison family to money coming in from the Middle East. And that's not just an issue of possible influence peddling and bribery. That also raises serious national security concerns. Why should Middle East sovereign wealth funds get a say in the future of CNN or in the movies produced in Hollywood? And if that name Ellison sounds familiar, it's because David Ellison is the CEO of Paramount Skydance, and he would be the CEO of Paramount Skydance Warner Brothers if their hostile bid wins out. Look, it's simple. One billionaire should not be able to buy up all of TV and decides who watches what and who pays what. And what's the play with Netflix? Well, we don't know yet. But what we do know is that the Justice Department has to enforce our nation's anti-monopoly laws fairly and transparently to protect consumers and workers, not use this Warner Brothers deal to invite influence peddling and bribery. Look, a giant Warner Brothers merger would create one massive media giant with a huge slice of the market. It could force you into higher prices and fewer choices over what and how you watch, and it could put workers at risk. That's only good for one tiny handful of people, big media executives and their billionaire owners. I'm going to stay in this fight.
Vanity Fair just pulled off the troll of the century.
Hold on. I don't want to go to this. I think no, I don't want to go to this. This is where I'm going with this Larry David Ellison debacle. Where is it? Here we are. The Ellisons want your data.
Listen, there's been some romantic drama brewing between the throuple Warner Brothers Discovery, Netflix, and Paramount Skydance. And yes, that's only 3 companies. With all the mergers, every company sounds like 5 companies these days. It's a tale of will they or won't they that has the entertainment industry up in arms, but also involves shady billionaire villains, covert government operations, and a bid to drain all of us of whatever data, time, attention, and money we have to give. Today, we're discussing the implications of a merger between Warner Brothers and one of its suitors, the Ellisons, the creepy billionaire family attempting to build a media and data empire, and why all of this is, as per usual, really bad for everyone except the rich and powerful. Love that for us. First, the details. Warner Brothers Discovery is already itself the product of massive mergers in the entertainment industry over the last few decades. First, it was AOL in the early 2000s, a merger that fell apart after the dot-com bubble burst. Then there was Warner Media and AT&T, a merger that fell apart because it never made sense to begin with, and then COVID signaled its death knell. And then in 2022, Warner Brothers and AT&T pivoted, with Warner Brothers merging with just AT&T's entertainment divisions and assets, including Discovery, CNN, TNT, HGTV, etc., to create a global leader in entertainment. This was, again, a merger that didn't actually make any sense. Warner Brothers' key asset includes HBO, the premier place for TV programming that created shows like Sex and the City and The Sopranos, these incredibly popular boundary-pushing programs. HBO's been known for its incredibly high-quality programming. So tell me why I can now watch my guilty pleasure show 90 Day Fiancé alongside The Sopranos and the Game of Thrones. The merger didn't make sense for consumers, but that's about the last thing any of these guys actually care about. And David Zaslav, initially the head of Discovery, is now the CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery and has proven himself incredibly inept at managing the company. He's the reason why HBO has gone from HBO to HBO Max to just Max to back to HBO or whatever the fuck it is now, because the merger doesn't make sense, and he's trying to push together a bunch of media solely for the sake of getting more of our eyeballs and time and attention and ad dollars, and he can't manage to land on a single brand identity for all of it. But that is the least of his concerns right now. Thank you to Private Internet Access for partnering with me on today's video.
Hold on, let me get past this commercial.
Here we are. On Friday, Warner Brothers Discovery announced it had reached a deal with Netflix for $72 billion for just its Warner Brothers movie studio and its streaming assets. Netflix's goal here is, of course, to expand its studio business and increase the amount of offerings it has. I heard reports that Netflix said Netflix wants to become HBO before HBO becomes Netflix, whatever the fuck that means. This announcement Friday came after months of the newly merged Paramount Skydance, headed up by David Ellison, attempting to woo Warner Brothers Discovery into agreeing to Paramount acquiring the entire company. This included lavish dinners and, towards the end, frantic texts and phone calls when Warner Brothers started not returning Paramount's texts as it cozied up to Netflix. And so on Monday, Paramount announced a hostile takeover bid of Warner Brothers. Basically, you wouldn't play nice, so we're doing it anyway. In a hostile takeover bid, typically a company will make an offer to buy another company's shares from its shareholders, usually explicitly against the wishes of the company's management. So Netflix's bid is something like $27 per share, as agreed upon with Warner Brothers management, whereas Paramount is offering $30 per share, going around management and saying directly to the shareholders, hey, we can offer you a better deal, and Warner Brothers is withholding this deal from you. Once Paramount buys all those shares and acquires a majority stake in Warner Brothers, it can then use that majority stake to install a new board of directors that would then approve the official merger. Shareholders have to vote to approve a takeover bid in this scenario. But even if they do, the government has to then approve the merger. There are three government bodies that are concerned with this potential merger. One is the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, which is concerned with fostering competition and the public interest within communications, like TV. In the case of a merger with Netflix, that is less of a concern because Netflix as a streaming service is less like Paramount, which owns CBS and other broadcasting companies. In a potential Paramount merger with Warner Brothers, that would put channels like CBS under the same ownership as CNN, which creates deep concerns about monopolization and the public interest that the FCC would need to review. Then there's the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, which more broadly is concerned with antitrust issues across sectors, including in tech and entertainment. Here, Netflix argues the FTC shouldn't be worried because Netflix thinks that it isn't just competing with other streaming services, it's actually competing with all other media, with YouTube, with TikTok, and with all other activities that humans could be doing besides watching Netflix. Yes, Netflix.
And guess who has a big hand in the ownership of TikTok? David Ellison as well. Let's continue.
Netflix has named Sleep as one of its competitors. So when you broaden the market like that, it makes Netflix look like a tiny share of the overall media and attention market. So what's the harm in one little merger? Despite the fact that it has the largest market share in streaming, and coming together with HBO would grow that market share to a level that will likely hurt consumers. And Paramount, of course, argues that it is the better bet when it comes to overcoming regulatory hurdles because of its diversified portfolio. It's not just streaming. It does so many other things. So its market share is also diversified, and therefore there's nothing to worry about. The third government entity that might be concerned here is the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, an interagency body concerned with national security risks posed by foreign investment in U.S. businesses. And why would they be concerned with this potential merger? Because the Paramount deal allegedly includes backing from the sovereign wealth funds of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi, as well as Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of the president, through his company Affinity Partners, all of which are providing the financial backing necessary for the multi-billion-dollar offer from Paramount. They claim there's no issue here because all of these entities.
So Jared Kushner, isn't he a wonder child? Jared Kushner, when he was tasked with taking over his family real estate company, bought the worst building in New York City, and shortly thereafter, 47, was elected for his first term in office, and used Jared Kushner to gave him some position that he couldn't even get a security clearance for, but he kept him in this position. And now Jared Kushner, after getting $2 billion from Saudi Arabia after his first term for a business that he had, that the Sovereign Wealth Fund refused to give him the money for. After the Saudi crown prince then overrode them and gave Jared Kushner $2 billion in a startup company. And now here we come back on the second dip. Saudi Arabia, Jared Kushner, Yemen, all of these people are buying into American media. Did you know that Jared Kushner is a failed real estate magnate, a sovereign wealth fund, a crypto professional? What else? He is a envoy of peace across Israel and Russia. Now, Jared Kushner is also a television and movie executive. Isn't it weird how Jared Kushner couldn't do the job that he was born into? But now he is getting billions and offering billions up to have control of these companies that is going to enrich him and his family. Isn't that weird how that works? Let's continue.
Have allegedly agreed to forego any governance rights, according to Paramount. I just made an episode about the unseasoning the financial backing necessary for the multi-billion-dollar offer from Paramount. They claim there's no issue here because all of these entities have allegedly agreed to forego any governance rights, according to Paramount. I just made an episode about the unsettling arrangements happening between Saudi oil wealth and US-based tech billionaires, as put on clear display at the lavish White House dinner Trump threw for Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman about a month ago. We want their oil and oil money. They want foreign investment and access to advanced weapons to further their own interests in the Middle East. And it's important to note how central.
And in that meeting, 4547 said that he was going to sell Saudi Arabia, I forget how many fighter jets. Quite a few fighter jets. They're getting what they want. They are absolutely getting what they want
in these deals, because at the head of all of this is, of course, Donald Trump. This is yet another reason why concentrating the power of the administrative state into the hands of the president by giving him complete control over hiring and firing and putting in place sycophants and yes men in charge of agencies meant to protect us, the people, is incredibly dangerous. See my video from Monday for a background on how the Supreme Court is about to expand Trump's power to do just that. Because we have a megalomaniac who will do anything if you stroke his ego at the helm of major bodies meant to regulate the very billionaires who are in his ear and stroking his ego. This was made obvious when on Monday, when asked about the potential merger, Trump said, "We'll see, quote, none of them are particularly great friends of mine. And whether or not the heads of major companies are friends with the president should not matter when it comes to governmental regulations, but here we are, and we're not even trying to hide it anymore." But also, that's a bold-faced fucking lie, because Trump is particularly good friends with one of the people involved in this takeover bid, Larry fucking Ellison. And let's talk about this creep, because I am so fucking sick of billionaires ruining my goddamn life, and this guy is fucking foaming at the mouth to make everything worse for all of us. Larry Ellison was born in New York City in 1944. He's 81. He's old. To a mother who gave him to her aunt and uncle to adopt him when he was 9 months old, and he has taken that deep wound of childhood abandonment and made it all of our fucking problems by becoming a literal Disney villain. Larry did the classic move of dropping out of college and getting into computers early enough that he was able to make a fortune off of it. His company, Oracle, is one of those companies that no one really understands what they do, but they handle the back end of the internet. They house the data. They manage the cloud. And so with this latest AI boom, which requires massive, like unprecedented earth-ending amounts of data, well, there's Larry to cash in. He briefly surpassed Elon Musk as the richest person in the world this year and currently sits at second. And that bump is all due to the AI bubble. And he's trying to take advantage of this blip in his fortune by building himself an empire, not based on the speculative AI market, but instead on the very real thing that he based his original fortune on: data. Our data he can derive from us through the time and energy we give to consuming never-ending amounts of content and the advertisements that get placed on that content. But before we get into that, I want to drive home how fucking evil this man is. Like, all billionaires are evil because you inherently must exploit workers and natural resources to accumulate that much wealth. But let's talk about how this specific billionaire, Larry Ellison, is evil. He owns 98% of the island of Lanai in Hawaii, an island where 3,000 people live. As part of that ownership, he owns the lands, and the people who live there pay him rent. They also work at the resorts and other tourist attractions that he owns. It's a company town on an island. The people there pay him rent. He pays them for their work. And then if they get fired, he also evicts them. He's also one of those old creepy rich white men who's obsessed with like Asian aesthetic, like really obsessed, like owns a 23-acre estate in Woodside, California that he has spent $200 million renovating into a Kyoto-inspired compound with a private lake, a tea house, a koi pond. Oh, but he also actually owns a literal villa in Kyoto located on the grounds of a Zen Buddhist temple. And he has an Asian wife to go with all of it, of course, though his fifth wife, 34-year-old Jolin Zhu, is Chinese. Ellison has more than a dozen homes, including one in Florida, which at $172 million was the most expensive real estate transaction in Florida history at the time of its purchase. He also loves flying so much that he owns 2 military jets on top of, numerous other just regular private jets. Oh, and his super yacht is called Musashi after the samurai warrior Miyamoto Musashi, obviously. It's 288 feet long, designed in, Yes, Japanese style. It costs $160 million, takes a crew of 23 people to operate, and is a downgrade from his previous yacht. This was his more modest choice because his last yacht was over 400 feet feet long, so huge it could literally only park itself alongside like major oil tankers. So he couldn't hang out parked next to his other rich friends because his yacht was too big. And on top of that, no one ever wanted to hang out with him on his yacht because they said it felt like hanging out in a creepy abandoned mall. That's how big it was. It was so big it creeped out other rich people. And just to put it into perspective, how fucking wasteful this all is, according to yachtco.com, super yachts, which are 100 feet long and above, reminder, Ellison's downgraded yacht is 288 feet long, super yachts can burn upwards of 500 gallons of diesel fuel per hour. 500 gallons of diesel per hour. And some of these vessels hold more than 50,000 gallons of gas, meaning it can cost more than $200,000 just to fill the tank on one of these things. 500 gallons per hour. For comparison, my Honda.
For comparison, these are the people who are in the ear of this administration. For comparison, these are the people who are getting everything they want out of this administration. For what? For why? To control all of the assets, including all of your media that you are consuming. All of these links you can connect to, and you can finish watching. They are in my description box under media and data for sale. I'll go a little bit further with this.
Hybrid gets 40 miles to the gallon. When I take her out to really stretch her legs at top speeds, that means I'm burning 2 gallons of regular unleaded per hour. 500 gallons per hour of diesel. This is what I mean when I say I don't actually give a shit about people who have a few $1 million. The people who are fucking ruining our lives through their unconscionable levels of exploitation, pollution, greed, collusion with the government, etc., are the ones like Larry Ellison, who can afford not only to buy, but also to upkeep super yachts that burn 500 gallons of diesel fuel per hour, or own at least 12 homes, all of which are probably larger than your average apartment complex that can house 100 people. It's fucking despicable. It is truly pure evil. And studies show that someone like Larry Ellison, conspicuously degrading our planet on a daily basis, cause more damage than just their own CO2 footprint alone. Because when the rest of us see something like that, it makes us all feel like, what's the fucking point? Like, thank God I compost my coffee grounds in a bucket in the backyard, you know? What's the fucking point? If we're not all working together to save the planet, if we see these people creating a CO2 footprint in 1 year larger than the one we will make in our entire lifetimes, it doesn't really help the...
I'm getting rid of windmills. Windmills, they're so ugly. I look out and I see windmills. And has absolutely no problem with the effects of climate change that have been greatly exacerbated in the past 10 to 15 years. He doesn't see that. He told Miriam Adelson, who donated over $250 million to his campaign, that $250 million isn't what it used to be. Because your president, who is telling you that this Democratic thing about affordability is a hoax, and I'm letting you understand why this administration, why 45, 47 don't give a fuck about you and what you're able to afford. That's why they are compiling a list in this government, and he will not tell you if he plans to get rid of American citizens. He can't be bothered with you and your needs that you are accustomed to having met by being an American citizen. He is figuring out a way to contain anybody who doesn't feign being happy about him and his policy as he hobnobs with criminals and billionaires to enrich himself and his family and his friends. Now, let's the link is in my description box. Let's get into the blockade.
U.S. President Donald Trump orders a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers leaving and entering Venezuela. Trump said he now regards Venezuela's leaders as a foreign terrorist organization. He accused the South American nation of stealing American assets, as well as drug smuggling and human trafficking. Trump's comments came after the U.S. seized a sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. This is Trump's latest step in a pressure campaign on the government of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, whom Trump blames for the drug problem in the U.S. Or the first funerals for the victims of the Bondi Beach shooting in
Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. I also want to
Okay,
share.
we now have multiple.
I want to share this with you about Kakai Patel and Bongino, quite possibly being booted out of this administration for their idiocy and their ignorance to even have the jobs that they have.
FBI sources that Trump is about to start firing people. Kash Patel, FBI director, and Dan Bongino, deputy FBI director. There is a major shakeup reportedly coming. And this tells us something bigger about how Donald Trump governs. And it really draws a very interesting distinction between the first term of Trump and who and how he hired then, and the second term of Trump. And I'm going to get to that in a moment. The reporting is FBI Director Kash Patel reportedly on his way out. Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino already on his way out. The reason is not ideology or internal resistance. It is incompetence that has now become politically inconvenient for Trump. Trump is willing to tolerate gobs, just massive dumps of incompetence, as long as it doesn't start affecting the perception of Trump. And once that starts to happen, the heads typically start to roll. The trigger was reportedly, what's putting this over the edge, so to speak, is reportedly the botched FBI response to the Brown University shooting. You may remember that, again, FBI Director Kash Patel rushed onto social media to brag, oh, we've already got a person of interest. Within hours, Rhode Island's Attorney General said, yeah, we released that person because there was no legal basis to hold them. They didn't have anything to do with the shooting. It was not an isolated incident. He has jumped the gun many times. He makes these dramatic public claims. They end up walking them back, and it just makes them look really bad. And inside the FBI, morale is reportedly at an all-time low because of the incompetence of leadership. And there are if nothing else, there are really serious people who work for the FBI, and they are saying the agency is in shambles under the leadership of these people, and it is because of Patel and Bongino. Bongino's situation is reportedly even more revealing. Staff say his office has been empty for weeks. Internally, he is seen by the FBI brass as unserious, unqualified, and more interested in maintaining his media brand than running the agency. One source reportedly referring to Bongino as a clown. This is not Democrats. This is not Bernie or AOC. This is Trump's own people and the staff inside of the FBI. What I believe makes this moment important and different is how it differs from Donald Trump's first term. During Trump's first presidency, Trump would often hire people who were at least marginally competent by traditional standards. So I'll give you an example. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. I don't want an oil man as my Secretary of State, but at least by the traditional sense of understanding how you relate to people, understanding diplomacy, understanding the responsibilities of a position. Rex Tillerson checked that box. And it could apply also in Trump's first term to some of the generals, some of the prosecutors, some of the establishment people, career professionals who were put in positions of power. And during the first term, the reason it backfired wasn't because they were incompetent. It was because they weren't. And slowly but surely, as Trump realized, they seemed to be prioritizing something other than loyalty to me, Trump started pushing them out. They weren't necessarily bad at their jobs. They pushed policies I didn't agree with, but the winning president gets to do that. They left or they were pushed out because they weren't loyal enough. And that started to become a conflict with Donald Trump. James Mattis is another example. John Kelly to a degree, Bill Barr, Jeff Sessions. They were not progressive heroes. They were not on the left. I didn't agree with them on policy. But at key moments, they might refuse to lie for Trump, for example, or refuse to break the law for Donald Trump, or refuse to put Trump above an institution and its checks and balances. And for Trump, that was unforgivable. So that was the first term. Trump learned from that. And then the wrong lesson, I should be clear. Trump learned if the people are competent and not loyal, it's a problem for me. And so this time around, exactly as we were all predicting, loyalty was the primary prism through which Trump made hiring decisions. Trump put ultra loyalists in the administration, media personalities, ideologues, people who have spent years attacking the very institutions they are suddenly in charge of. And now we see the results. This time, loyalty is not the problem. The problem is the dysfunction and the incompetence. And you get leaders who don't know the difference between performative bravado and actually doing their jobs. And again, Trump doesn't care.
He put some podcast influencers in these positions. What about the meritocracy that they always want to talk to you about? Fox News host pepper his administration. What about getting jobs on merit as they bemoan DEI when it's a whole bunch of DEI hires in his administration? So there's that. Let me see.
About the incompetence until it becomes an embarrassment for him. And that's where we are right now. And that is why Donald Trump is starting to turn on his own. Different scenario than in term one. For different reasons, Trump is having to start to push people out, but just as disturbing. The part that should really worry people is that whenever Trump fires people, he usually puts in replacements that are more dangerous, sometimes by virtue of being a little bit less cartoonish. I'll explain because we've seen this pattern. Think back to Donald Trump's initial second-term nominee for Attorney General, former Congressman Matt Gaetz. A walking scandal, cartoonishly extreme, deeply unserious. And that nomination failed because it was clear they weren't going to have Republican support. So Trump pivoted to Pam Bondi. Bondi is not less ideological than Matt Gaetz. Bondi is not less loyal than Matt Gaetz. She's more polished, though. She's more experienced. She has slightly fewer scandals in her backstory, and therefore she's in the more dangerous position of being able to get things done. In other words, Gaetz was worse in an obvious headline-grabbing way, but because of that, he probably would have been less effective because incompetence can act as a sort of brake. That's like not like a brake I'm talking about, like a brake pedal. And professionalism removes the brake pedal, and people with equally bad ideas can get more of it done. We're probably going to see the same dynamic play out here. If Patel and Bongino are pushed out, Trump is likely to replace them with people who are just as loyal, but probably more functional in some way, less cartoonish, fewer unforced errors, better at quietly bending institutions to Trump's will. So while the immediate story looks like chaos and collapse and all of it, the longer-term risk is consolidation. And in Trump's first term, people were fired for not being loyal enough. In the second, they're being fired for being so damn loyal, but so incompetent that they become a humiliation to Donald Trump.
And let's not just look at Donald Trump. Understand that Kash Patel had to be approved by the Senate, and he was. Look at all of the senators who put our country in danger by having a fool in charge of the FBI. You ought to look at them too. He had to be confirmed. Who confirmed him? The next time you go out to vote, the next time you don't acknowledge that the Senate and the Congress, the Republican Senate and Congress, were willing to sit on their hands and let all of the things that has happened in this year that 45-47 has been in power. He was empowered by other elected Republican officials as well. So I just wanted to share that with you. Now there is some more breaking news that 45-47 has done. You can't get a minute beyond him doing something that is going to impact your life in a negative way. Let's get into this.
We have some news right now. The Trump administration is dismantling the National Center for Atmospheric Research. That, according to Office of Management and Budget Director Russ Vought, who made the announcement on Twitter, saying that it is, quote, one of the largest sources of climate alarmists in the country. Now, the point of this is to provide universities and academics with state-of-the-art resources to promote and provide and perform advanced Earth system research, according to Politico. Essentially, it helps save lives, helps save property, gives research around devastating floods, devastating fires, and more. And many are warning that this cut could potentially move science backwards, move the United States and our research into climate change backwards by decades. And yet the administration is doing these cuts in an effort to end any talk about climate change. Spread the word. Full updates on my Substack, linked in bio, subscribe for free.
That link is in my description box under climate change. Okay, I think I have a couple of more things that I had pulled up to talk about. Let's talk about the economy. Isn't that why these idiots voted 45-47 into office? How's the economy going? There's not a lot of talk about the economy, but let's see what the numbers say.
Apparently couldn't. And yet, based on today's development, that project is failing in spectacular fashion. In some breaking news, the US labor market lost 41,000 jobs over October and November. In fact, since May, virtually no new jobs have been added. Take a look at this chart. 19,000 jobs were added in May, 13,000 jobs were lost in June, 72,000. I think it's safe to say that the principal issue on which Trump and Republicans were elected last November was the economy. Trump promised to move heaven and earth to deliver on what Joe Biden apparently couldn't. And yet, based on today's development, that project is failing in spectacular fashion. In some breaking news, the US labor market lost 41,000 jobs over October and November. In fact, since May, virtually no new jobs have been added. Take a look at this chart. 19,000 jobs were added in May, 13,000 jobs were lost in June, 72,000 added in July, 26,000 lost in April, 108,000 added in September, 105,000 lost in October, and just 64,000 added in November. In other words, since April, just over 100,000 jobs have been added. For comparison, there was only 1 month in the entirety of Joe Biden's presidency where the jobs numbers were lower than what Trump has created collectively in the last 7 months, which would be bad enough unto itself, but even worse given the fact that...
Wait a minute. Joe Biden? Did you say something about Joe Biden? I bet he doesn't want to talk about Joe Biden now in this failing economy that he has ruined. Do you? No, he doesn't want to talk about the economy at all. I inherited the worst economy and I'm doing something about it. Y'all were believing that bullshit? Y'all continue to believe that bullshit as he fired the person who gave the jobs numbers out. Y'all continue to believe that shit as they told you that the government shutdown prevented them to giving the jobs reports. Did y'all believe that? As he has the United States economy barreling off a cliff and not paying attention because he's getting personally rich and he's enriching his friends and family. Y'all believe that? Let's continue.
This is what Trump promised on the campaign trail.
Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. Wait till you see how fast we're going to get it going. We'll get the prices down. Don't forget, you can stop inflation, but the bacon is still at the all-time high, and the lettuce and the apples. There's a story that should never happen in this country. An old woman goes into the grocery store and she takes 3 apples. That's what she lives on. And she brings it up to the counter, and then they tell her the price of the apples. And she says, "I'm sorry." Then she takes 1 apple and brings it back to the refrigeration area, puts it.
She brings it back to the refrigeration area. She lives on 3 apples. That and you idiots heard that story and thought that it was plausible that a old woman who lives on 3 apples had to take 1 back to the refrigeration area. I've never noticed any apples in any grocery store being held in a refrigeration area. He just blew smoke up your asses. And now he doesn't want to talk about this horrible economy where prices have gone up. But he will tell you, maybe your daughter don't need so many dolls. Maybe just 1 doll as Christmas time approaches. Maybe your child don't need all these pencils. Maybe they just need 2 pencils. Now, let me tell you something. My mother grew up in the deep South. And every Christmas, they would get a gift, but they wouldn't get much. But they wouldn't get much. It was 6 of them. But let me tell you, her father owned his own land. Her father owned his own house. Her father made sure his children were taken care of. And she said she recalled. And she recalled that some Christmases they would wake up and they would get a peppermint stick and a pencil for school. Because he instilled education and owning your own property in his children. Now here we are in the year of 2025, and your president told you that maybe your child should only get 2 pencils. Let that sink in. And if my mother was still alive, she would be close to 85 years old. And that's what she was getting, one pencil when she was a child. And your president in 2025 told you that you should give your child only 2 pencils. Make that make sense. My mother's father, his mother, actually was a slave as a child. And here we are in 2020, and he was able to get his children, all 6 of his children, a peppermint and own his own land and a pencil for Christmas. And here you are in 2025. Many of you are destined to never own anything but to rent. And your president is telling you that maybe you should just give your child 2 pencils per year. Make that make sense. As he's collecting billions. Billions. He and his family is making. That's what your president told you. Okay, let me continue.
Back in and comes and pays for 2 apples. This should never be happening in our country. This should never be happening.
It isn't.
We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. Big problem. So we're 2 days away from the best jobs and the biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future.
So that shouldn't happen in our country. Old woman allegedly she survives on 3 apples, and she takes one and put it back in the refrigerated area. A whole fake story. But let's get to the real story. They shut down the government to extend healthcare subsidies. And then what did they bring into the fold? SNAP benefits. Nothing about the government shutdown had anything to do with SNAP benefits. But since they tried to pile SNAP benefits onto a reason why the government was shutting down, what have they done with SNAP benefits? They withheld SNAP benefits. This is the man who is giving you a fucking bullshit story about an old woman surviving on 3 apples and having to put one back under President Biden's economy. The same President Biden who that bitch who 4547 has sitting up in the Department of Agriculture telling you that President Biden is the reason so many people got so much money under the SNAP program. She's absolutely right, because President Biden was the only one who increased the benefits of SNAP recipients since its inception in 1972. He increased their benefits, $31 a month more. But this is the one who was giving some sad sob story about a woman surviving on 2 refrigerated apples from the grocery store. A whole lie story. And you numbskulls voted for this shit. And he has his ag secretary sitting up there making excuses of when they're going to give the farmers some relief, because they let Elon Musk high ass come into the government and close USAID that could have bought the grain and the soybeans from the farmers and used them from USAID, as they gave Argentina $40 billion of your tax money. And you think you saying something when you say dumb shit. Voting for your own demise. Upholding your own demise. I think that is weirdly funny. Weirdly funny.
Future the world has ever seen.
2 days away from the best jobs and the biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen, he said. 2 days away. That was last year. Guess that's the math they taught at Trump University.
So what have they done this year? The Department of Agriculture is making 42 million people reapply for food stamps because she wants to get rid of all the waste, fraud, and abuse by turning people off of their food stamps. See how the story has changed? Do you see how the story has? No person should have to live like that, is what he said. No person should have to live like that. But how people are living under these 45, 47 economy. So that link is in my description box. It is under, it's the economy, stupid. So let me see. I think there is one more thing I want to share with you. Hold on. I apologize. I had a package delivered. Now, let me share with you this. I think there is one more thing I wanted to share. I think we are, yes, here we are. Let me turn up the volume.
Saying this has nothing to do with regime change. They don't want regime change, that this has everything to do with so-called drug boats. But she, the chief of staff, who's literally one of the most powerful people in the world, let alone in the country, is saying, no, this has to do with Maduro crying uncle, essentially regime change. And that right there is a significant development because it comes as Trump is addressing the nation tomorrow, as the United States has a massive amount of firepower off the coast of Venezuela. And it does look increasingly likely that we are going to go to war in Venezuela at some point soon. We'll see what happens next. Spread the word. Full updates on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. Follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some news right now. Susie Wiles completely undercut Donald Trump and his administration's messaging on Venezuela. Susie Wiles is his chief of staff. Her interview with Vanity Fair, she said that Donald Trump wants to, quote, keep blowing up the boats to essentially until Maduro waves the white flag. The exact quote was until Maduro cries uncle. That is essentially regime change. But Trump and his administration for a long time have been saying this has nothing to do with regime change. They don't want regime change, that this has everything to do with so-called drug boats. But she, the chief of staff, who's literally one of the most powerful people in the world, let alone in the country, is saying, no, this has to do with Maduro crying uncle, essentially regime change. And that right there is a significant development because it comes as Trump is addressing the nation tomorrow, as the United States has a massive amount of firepower off the coast of Venezuela. And it does look increasingly likely that we are going to go to war in Venezuela at some point soon. We'll see what happens next. Spread the word. Full updates on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free.
What's going on, Happy Life? It is good to see you. Warmongering, no peace prize for him. Um, hold on. Let me pull this down. 8 Americans were killed by Obama drone strikes, over 500 sites. But yet, Democrats are crying about Trump. Hypocrites. Hypocrites, you say. So you're not crying over these over 100 people that were killed? Who's not who didn't say that the Obama strikes were wrong? Who didn't say that but did Obama convene um the largest aircraft carrier to where he was striking these drone attacks and taking you into a war, undeclared war, that a war that was not approved by Congress? Has Obama did this? Did Obama try to make a regime change and lie to you about what these people were doing? Hmm? Hmm? Okay. 5-time draft dodging chicken shit that we know Trump loves Bubba. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I thought I saw. Did I see? No, I didn't see Happy Life. I live in Maine. State's budget is a mess due to them catering to the illegals. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Be specific about how they are catering to illegals and how that has affected your budget. Be specific. Forget about all of the hyperbole. Be specific of how Maine budget is ruined by immigrants. I know their Social Security isn't injured by immigrants, because I know that the immigrants that work and pay into Social Security never receive Social Security back. So explain to me how these people who your who corporations give jobs to, but never have to pay the price for giving these jobs to these undocumented immigrants. Tell me how them paying into the Social Security system that has really propped up the Social Security system, because they're not giving you the jobs. So tell me how Maine's, not the federal budget, their state budget has been affected by these undocumented immigrants. Oh, so are you one of the ones who want to come out here and say, like 4547 said, at least 80% of the Somalians who are in, where are they in? Minnesota are on public assistance, when in fact a public assistance is not given to undocumented people. So you're saying that 80% of the people in Minneapolis are on public assistance, these American citizens? It um isn't public assistance for American people? So you want to talk about undocumented immigrants being, and your president said that they are on public assistance, when we know that people who are on public assistance have to be American citizens, because they cannot give public assistance to people who are not American citizens. So you are complaining about other American citizens being on public assistance because of the color of their skin, but you have no complaints about the majority of the people who are on public assistance and who are white being on public assistance? Is this where we're going? Uh, is this where we're going? MA, Massachusetts. I know it's Massachusetts. I said be specific how the Massachusetts budget has been affected, as you want to say how bad the Massachusetts budget has been impacted by illegal immigrants that you say are so flooding Massachusetts. What has it specifically done to your budget? Okay, nothing. Absolutely nothing. You see, when you ask for specific information, they have nothing. You have absolutely nothing. Okay, let's continue. Is there? I think there is one more thing. I think I do want to share this. Okay, here. What will the 2026 economy look like? This is just a projection based upon how the economy is heading today. Let's look at this.
A very bullish assessment of what 2026 is going to bring. That's obviously quite an optimistic take. I don't know if that's.
I think
it
is willfully stupid because there's a lot of fragility in the economy right now, largely caused by Donald Trump's own policies, including the trade wars, the deportations, the attempt to crush the Fed, attempt to crush the statistical agencies. All of those things are bad for the economy. To the extent that we're talking about AI's effects on the economy right now, I think AI is probably going to have big productivity gains in the long run. In the near term, as we've been discussing, there's going to be some severe pain from people who are displaced by AI, who are laid off because they're no longer needed. Graphic designers, podcasters, I don't know, lots of white collar workers.
Pity the podcasters.
Yeah, I know. Tiny violins for us. So there's going to be some pain in the near term. That's not about Donald Trump per se. There's also potentially going to be some pain if the AI bubble pops. And what I mean by that is, while there is a lot of potential for AI to improve productivity and maybe living standards in the long run, there's so much money chasing after being the big AI winner right now that is essentially propping up the stock market. It's propping up investment in the United States. And not all of that is going to pay off.
Well, you hear from the administrations, and I guess they have to because of the politics of it, but in a very bullish assessment of what 2020
doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. Now, I think there is one more thing I pulled to share. I think I said that. Let me go through my list. Be patient with me. I think I've got everything. I think I have gotten everything except this. Everything except one thing I wanted to share with you. I guess I got everything. Here we are. I think we're done. Let's talk about the separations of the MAGA and the Republican voters. Now, we remember the story that came out about the young Republicans text being leaked, which JD Vance said, "Oh well, they were just kids, if you saw some of the things I did when I was kids, when in fact these people were between the ages of 23 and 37 years old. These people who text thread came out." Using all type of racist terms, talking about get the showers ready, to all this anti-Semitic talk, as this administration pretends like they care about anti-Semitism. You know those text messages where they were saying derogatory things about Jews, about blacks, about women, and some of them were women. the young Republicans, they had a little soiree, soiree the other week. And let's see what happened. Now they are cracking among the Nick Fuentes part, the ones who say they're racism out loud, and the MAGA wing of the Republican parties. And it's funny enough, nobody in the administration has rebuffed the Nick Fuentes part of the MAGA wing because they want them and they need them. As many times as Nick Fuentes has cursed out the president and said the most derogatory things, everybody is still sycophanting behind Nick Fuentes. Why? Because he brings the attention of these people who will vote for them. They don't care about the content of their character. They care about getting in office to enrich themselves, as they see that is being done. So let's see what happened at this grand ball that the young Republicans had. Surely it was all classy and above bar. Let's see.
You had the New York Young Republicans Club. They had a big event the other night, and let's just reflect on the fact that these were the fucking assholes who had that group chat where they were talking about how much they love Hitler and they love the gas chambers, and one guy's got a bit of a Nazi streak, and like these people were outed as basically goose stepping and zig heiling all over the place. And so they had this get together, and apparently some of the people who were part of this had invited Nick Fuentes as a guest of honor. Nick Fuentes was going to show up at the last minute. They, rescinded his invitation because there would have been a mutiny among the people there if Nick Fuentes showed up. It would have just proven that the Republicans are as extreme as we know they are, right? And it's a bad look. It's a bad look to fully embrace fucking Nazism. Go figure. I got an amazing moment I'll show you in a second where Groyper gets fucking bitch slapped in public. But first, let me show you this. Here's the stuff that was going on inside the venue. Ready? Listen to this.
The first to endorse President Donald J. Trump in 2024. And Mr. President, the New York Young Republican Club is prepared to endorse in 2028.
So getting loud cheers when they say they want Trump to run again in 2028 and be president again in 2028. Honestly, it's embarrassing to be a right-winger. It's embarrassing. Because what do you guys actually stand for? What do you stand for? Clearly, you've decided you want this emperor, overlord, god king of Trump to, just run the country as long as possible, right? So, fully authoritarian, fully dictatorial, and fascist. So outside of, sucking off Trump on a daily basis, what do you guys believe? We know what you believe. You fucking hate women. You hate black people. You hate minorities. That's all. Your movement is a sadistic movement. Now, there is no equal opposite extremism problem on the left because what's at the core of our politics? So what's at the core of our politics is easy. We want higher.
Hold on. For debate, Steph, why would I need to learn to use the internet? That's your argument. If you don't have any facts behind your argument, what the fuck I'm going to look up your facts for? I looked up what I'm talking about. You decided to come here and talk about Massachusetts. I don't give a fuck about what's going on in Massachusetts. And I don't give a fuck about some bullshit that you sitting up writing in my chat, but you cannot expound on the facts of the bullshit that you thought that you were going to engage me with in my chat. And you can't even engage in a conversation with it because it's a bunch of bullshit, bitch. Why don't you learn to use the internet and log the fuck off my channel, ho?
Wages. We want universal health care. We want free college. We want to eliminate medical debt. We want to eliminate student loan debt. We want everybody to have the right to join a union so they get higher pay and better benefits. We want to end the wars. We want to end the corruption. We want to have an immigration system that's fucking reasonable and rational and empathetic and altruistic and not fucking insanely sadistic where you're ruining lives for fucking nothing. So that's what's at the core of our politics. It's not about any individual. It's not about any one person. To them, it's just let's do fucking hero worship of Donald Trump, which, by the way, at this moment is so embarrassing. How embarrassing is that? I mean, the guy's destroying the country. Inflation's out of control. Unemployment's out of control. The warmongering is out of fucking control. The billionaires are looting the treasury. The corruption is insane. Jared Kushner made $2 billion from fucking Saudi Arabia, giving him money, and he's slipping them classified information. This is what you guys like? And the answer is yes. They don't care about the facts. They don't care about the specifics. They don't care about the policies. They're just a movement based on sadism and hero worship. And so that's what's going on inside the venue. Here's what's going on outside the venue. So here you have a Jewish leftist protester who's basically being like, look, these motherfuckers are Nazis. That's who they are. Who are we kidding? Let's stop playing around here. They're Nazis. Everybody knows they're Nazis. They know they're Nazis. And so he starts protesting. Watch what unfolds from there.
Praise Hitler?
They invited people who call Jews cockroaches at this event. This is what this event represents. This is everything that this event represents. Shut the fuck up! You guys love Nazis. You guys failed to condemn Nazis.
So the argument is, hey, this is what this event represents, and it's a swastika and it's Nazism. And the guy instead of being like, that's not true, he goes, beta male. What? You don't love Hitler? You're a bitch, bro.
Constantly. This is what they love.
Nobody likes you.
I'll give this to you.
I'll have it.
Take it. Because this is what he is.
Wow, it likes the Nazi flag. Wow,
This is what they are. They are all Nazis. And
I
they are
wish.
happy. He wishes he was
Trump was a Nazi. I wish Trump was racist.
I wish Trump was a Nazi. I wish Trump was racist.
Trump is not racist.
We're
We're
not
not
associated
associated
with the NYYs. We're
I'm my own thing, by the way.
Okay, so thank you.
Here comes this other guy being like, oh, we're not affiliated with these people. We don't want to make them look bad by us goose stepping out here.
But
So
this
these
guy's
are
a
the people
faggot.
who are invited to the
Everybody
event.
knows it.
These are very true.
Hey, Max got thrown out. Ask him. I got thrown out. So listen, they condemned me for me.
They did not condemn him. These are exactly
What are you talking?
These people are invited. This is the entire event. The entire event, they invited the alternative.
This guy's a beta male. Nobody likes you. You're a faggot. Fuck you.
They invited fucking the pro-Hitler text guys. They invited the Jews or cockroaches guys. This is all they are.
Subversive, bro. Go back to Israel. Now, borders are racist. Let's let everybody in.
He said, go back to Israel. What? To be anti-Nazi means you're Israeli? I got bad news for you. The Israelis are on the other side of that argument. What are you talking? And borders are racist? What are you doing? What is this? He's just like, again, this is like fortune cookie politics or bumper sticker politics. It's like, I have like a couple phrases that are just in my mind that I just associate with the other side and I spew them and laugh at it. That's what this is.
Everybody in. Let everybody in. Borders are racist, guys. Flood the country. 10 million Indians. Come on. Borders are racist. We got to let 10 million Indians in.
What is this? What is this fucking babbling maniac even talking about?
What you're saying.
By the way, he's also like 5'2".
Does Israel deserve a border? Does Israel deserve a border?
You guys gotta go.
Let what go? All right, I'm taking it. This is mine now.
The Nazi guy wants the Nazi emblem.
I want it. We have plenty of home. We have plenty of home.
We know you do. We know you have plenty of them.
You guys are. Does Israel deserve a
I'm sorry. Why? Okay. I'm not a phrenology guy. You know that. However, why is it the like young Nazis are always the most unfuckable twerps of all time? God, you would think just to try to subvert the stereotype, they'd put a little more effort in, right? You do something a little different. You got the doughy ass Pillsbury Doughboy here, fucking.
And we did see the pictures of the people in the Young Republican group that were making all of these Nazi references and derogatory references against black people. They all look like they all look like Pillsbury Doughboys as well. All fat, unfuckable fucks. Talking all of this racist shit in their private group chat.
Trotting around, and you got the little Hobbit man fucking with his goofy 1830s mustache. Like, at least don't make it this easy for us to point at you and be like, of course you're a Nazi. Nobody touch your dick. Makes sense, right? That's why you're a Nazi now.
Border.
Is there actually going to use
Are
this
you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yes, I'm proudly
Does
Jewish.
Israel deserve a border?
What are you talking about?
Are you Jewish? Does Israel deserve a border? He's like, what?
You think borders are racist?
You invited.
Okay, so here comes the stump man. We're calling this man the stump man. Watch what happens here. This is amazing.
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yes, I'm proudly
Does
Jewish.
Israel deserve a border?
What are you talking about?
Do you think borders are racist?
You invited him to your fucking club. You gave him a ticket to the fucking club.
Oh.
The fuck out of
Now
here.
that is a build, ladies and gentlemen.
Get the
That
fuck
is a
outta
build
here.
right there. Holy shit. He just slapped the shit out of that Groiper. Watch this.
You gave him a ticket to the club.
Whoa. Okay, let's fuck out of here.
Oh, he's...
Notice he's not talking now. Notice his feet are paddling on that sidewalk as much as his tongue and mouth was paddling to that Jewish guy. Notice he's not talking now. The motherfucker almost took off and ran. See, they have all of this mouth, but nothing is behind it.
Terrified. The Groiper's terrified.
What the fuck out?
Oh, shit. Okay, so they literally ran over here. Sneako's over here, and Nick Fuentes is over here. And this guy runs over there, and he's like, holy shit, I just got my shit slapped, bro. I just got, like, totally reset. This guy just fucking hit me hard, dog. And Nick Fuentes goes, hey, nice to meet you guys, because apparently there's some, like, right-wing, I don't know, TikTokers or Twitter people or whatever. And Nick goes, damn, that's crazy. He turns around and walks away. Yeah, this is the moment of these young Nazi lives is like, oh shit, this is Nico and Nick Fuentes. Man, I just got smacked in the face. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Walks away. Oh man, L after L for this group.
Real talk. What the fuck out?
See, here's Fuentes right here. The tall guy is Nico. Here we go.
He's
trying to, and then what happened was, hey, mommy, daddy, and then what happened was, I said, go back to Israel, and then they said, and then this guy hit me. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. One more time. Let's have some fun with it.
You invited him to your fucking club. You gave him a ticket.
Oh, he got laid the fuck out. Look at this.
You gave him a ticket.
Now that's a smack, bro. That is a smack.
Whoa.
Okay, and then he ran over to his daddy, Nick Fuentes, who didn't give a fuck about him. Kind of like 45, 47 doesn't give a fuck about most of the people who voted for him. I concur, Sherry. I definitely concur. This is the future Republican Party showing up at the Young Republican events. The same Young Republicans who racist chat was revealed. And look who it attracted. The likes of Nick Fuentes, who they invited and then uninvited at the last minute, and these clowns. Representing the Young Republicans. Aren't you guys proud? Aren't you guys so proud who is representing the Young Republicans? Do you want to take a bow? Give you a round of applause. Thank you for showing yourselves as idiots. So that's all that I have for today. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something before I leave. Make sure there is no breaking news. There's some breaking Yollywood. 0 jobs gained since April. The Trump session is upon us. Kyle Kalinske is talking about 0 jobs that have been gained in the United States since April. A whole 100,000 jobs has been earned in this entire administration. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's it. There has been a press conference. Let's see what this press conference about Brown University, let's see what they're talking about since Kakai Patel bundled the investigation and gave the shooter a chance to get away. And lied and said that he got the tip from a local police department when the local police department said that they were working on a tip from the FBI. Let's see what's the update on this before we leave. Let's see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our daily briefing. I want to start by just acknowledging how the residents of Providence and the students and campus community at Brown are still feeling restless and eager for an arrest. And we understand and share that feeling. We are also eager for an arrest. The investigation is well underway, and we'll hear an update in just a second from Colonel Perez and Attorney General Noronha. But I want to reemphasize that in the Providence community and with the governor's help, really in the broader Providence community, we have tightened security and we have neighbors looking out for one another, and we will get through this. I know our city, and we are a resilient community.
Still no arrests. A whole mass shooting at a school at which Kakai Patel decided to go on the internet and say, we got him, being wrong once again, like he has been in every other high profile event in the United States that needed the FBI eyes on it. Where is Kakai Patel? Is he sitting in a van waiting for somebody to give him a flak jacket and take patches off of their jacket that read FBI so he can come to the podium? Or is he hiding? Where is the FBI representation? I don't see any FBI representation unless they are in plain clothes. Maybe they are wearing just regular clothes and they don't feel the need to dress up like comic book characters like Kalkai Patel and Christine Nome. Let's see.
And we are a city that will support one another as we move forward in this scary time. Just because you're feeling unsafe doesn't mean that that's invalid. We know that that's real, but we are doing everything we can to both advance this investigation, but also to provide the support necessary as we move forward and take the first steps together that we need to as a city to start to recognize that kids need to go to school and people need to go to work. And we appreciate the courage and sometimes even tentative steps forward that we're taking as we start to move forward as a community. At this time, I'd like to introduce Colonel Oscar Perez, who will give an update on the investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. We can please show the photo that we released earlier today. So we have released this enhanced photo earlier today, and I want to be clear that this is a person that we would like to speak with. We truly believe, based on the video footage that we have been watching for a few days, that may have relevant information to the investigation. So we're asking the public that you can help us identify who this individual is, as well as the individual themselves sees their picture, to please contact the police department. As far as one thing that I want to mention, I want to urge you, the public, not to rely on or circulate AI generated images that are currently being shared on social media, as they're not verified or credible. As well, the updates and information that you're getting will be provided exclusively through this department's official channels. I want to make sure that we make that happen, and please notify the public to make sure that that occurs. I would also like to clarify and show a map. Please, if you play the map.
Now, this looked nothing like the short, rotund person that they showed on yesterday. Is this another person who just may have information? It doesn't seem like they are saying that this is the suspect. Maybe they saw them conversing. I don't know. But this is definitely not the same limping, rotund, big belly, mask-wearing person that they showed yesterday. Do they know what they're doing? We know the FBI doesn't.
So the map here that you see is actually a map of the area that we have been intensively walking on those streets, canvassing the area. So as you see the blue image, yesterday I mentioned that we need the public's assistance to check their camera assistance or any sort of video that you may have that could be helpful to us, that you, as you're watching it or as you're reviewing it, you feel there may be something that we can use, please notify us. And if you need any help with that, viewing those videos, please also call us. We can come over and help you. The green area, that's color, that's when we have confirmed where the subject was prior to the shooting. The red areas, we have also confirmed that that's the immediate area where he left after the shooting. And so this is the map that actually we have so far. We've walked it all. We're still actively investigating, and we're still actively having agents, Providence police officers, members of the state police. There is about 9 federal.
Let me see if they're taking questions.
Attorney General Peter Nerona for an update. Okay, thank you, General. Me, and then we'll be happy to take your questions. First, I want to just take a moment to recognize and honor the memory of Ella Cook and Muhammad Aziz Umarzakov, who are the two deceased victims from this tragedy, and update you on the status of the survivors. Yesterday, we mentioned that one individual had been discharged. I'm happy to report that another individual has been discharged today. That leaves one survivor in critical but stable condition and 5 in stable conditions. The parents that I spoke with today.
Well, you hear from the administrations, you know, and I guess they have to because of the politics.
Lieutenant or
I apologize for that.
To, John
Perez, who will give an update on the investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. We can please show the
Oh, I
photo
did
released
that
earlier
part.
today.
I apologize.
And verified photo and video. That website is now live. It is providenceri.gov/tips, TIPS. providenceri.gov/tips is an online file folder that has the videos and photos that have been released to date, and it will be updated as we progress. There's been lots of conversation up here about the heroic work of the hundreds of law enforcement professionals who remain hard at work 24 hours a day and who are in fact making progress. I want to close with one additional thank you tonight. All of those tip line calls are coming into the city's telecommunications department, the same folks who answer the 911 calls, and they too have been working tirelessly. And I want to thank the men and women at dispatch and at telecommunications in this investigation, and we're grateful.
As he's walking around, I want to establish actually, what's the earliest that this person of interest emerges? I believe you had said Saturday morning at 10:30, but then someone else said maybe 20 days earlier. And I recognize that it fluctuates and this is evolving. But as of right now, what's the earliest that this individual, to your knowledge, shows up on camera?
About 10:30 a.m. on the date of this tragic incident. However, so like anything else, I also mentioned yesterday that they do case the areas. They do a lot of prior check-in for their crime, and so we truly believe that it could be that possibly it was there prior as well. And so we want to make sure that we don't miss anything. And so that's why we're asking the public to help us to ensure within that map area that I mentioned with the borders between Wicked, Brook, all those areas, Gano, that if you have a camera system, reach out to us.
I was in along Street, Gano today. Tremendous number of federal officials literally going door to door. Would you just, how would you describe? I mean, it just seems that this is probably right now the most massive, intense manhunt going on in the world.
I think I agree with you on that, John, and definitely commend the men of the men, women, obviously, and all our federal partners. It's a lot of work and it's intense, as you stated. It takes a lot to be able to knock on doors, see videos. There's terabytes of videos that you have to look. And I mentioned it yesterday. We're looking for a moment that takes almost less than a second. And if you miss it, you're missing something that could be critical and important for us to use. And so, yes, it's definitely an intense, and I believe that is probably the most intense investigation going on right now in this nation.
Earl, the second person that you want to talk to, can you drill down at all on any interactions that you believe you may have had with the main person of interest? Did he talk to it? How close was he to him? Any interactions? What can you tell us?
So yeah, we have video footage of that determines to us and the detectives that can tell that this person was in the vicinity where the subject of interest was that we wanted that we actually have an interest on. Close enough that we feel that we need to speak with them to find out what because videos don't speak. If you think about it, I wish the video could speak, and then I'll have the answers that we need to, so that we can continue on this investigation. So we're trying to find out exactly what it is, and that's why we need to speak with them. Please.
Does this person, this new individual, have anything to do with why the person of interest is being running in the surveillance footage?
Again, I wish the videos could speak. We're trying to get those answers.
And have you found any items of interest during your search, specifically clothing?
Nothing as we speak, no.
Up front here.
Who among law enforcement or other first responders was first on the scene that day, and who came next?
So Brown University was on scene, and then immediately the Providence Police Department within minutes was there.
Back there, the green jacket.
Previously released a video from 216 on the day of the shooting, where we see the person of interest come into contact or near another person. Is that the moment that you think this new person and the person of interest might have come close?
That's correct. That's around the area of Benevolent and Cook.
So behind the Rhode Island Historical Society, that corner of George.
Right near that area, correct.
And you had some searches going on in North Attleboro today. Is that connected at all to this case?
I can confirm we're all over the place. If a tip comes in and he needs us to go down to Connecticut, we're going down to Connecticut. If a tip comes in and tells us that we got to go to Boston, we're going to Boston.
Right there in the middle, the green jacket. Go ahead.
All we know is that that person was in the vicinity of the subject that we have an interest on, and we want to speak with them.
Listen, Greg.
Yes, so speak with them. So, esta persona, verdaderamente, el individuo, esta reacción hubo.
You found any DNA evidence from the crime scene or the area that you believe might belong to the shooter?
So we have found a lot of evidence that we need to, and we use and utilize them to hopefully guide us in the right. This actual physical evidence, this DNA evidence, there's a lot of evidence that we're collecting to ensure that we can find the answer. Pat.
A question for Attorney General Noronha. My understanding from the conversations over the last few days is that the Attorney General's office is taking the lead in terms of doing the investigation. My question is, what's the relationship between the Attorney General's office and the Rhode Island State Police, who we haven't heard much from over the last few days, in terms of who's doing what and what type of time commitment? I do have a follow-up.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that we're leading it. I think that we are working closely with our law enforcement.
The suspect is still at large. They have evidence. They have DNA evidence, but they are not saying if that DNA evidence is from the victim or the suspects. They're looking for a person who was in close proximity to the suspect, but they cannot say how them being in close proximity affects if the second person is also a suspect. So basically, that's all we got out of it. It seems like this is being handled. It seems like the local police are the only people who are trusted to give updates. It seems like the federal agents are, in fact, out scouring the area. They said federal agents. A large swath of federal agents are out canvassing the scene. However, there was no federal agent who addressed the media. Don't you find that particularly strange? Maybe not after the bumbling that the Senate confirmed FBI director came out here and how he botched this case, and with him botching this case, and with people believing that a suspect in this case had factually and actually been apprehended, tweeting it out on X. It could possibly have given the actual suspect a time frame to get out of the area and escape detection. So I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your day. That's it, and that's all for me. Do not forget to join me here on my channel on this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are going to have I always do little craft things. We are going to have a wreath decoration contest. If you would like to be a part of the contest, just show up with a undecorated wreath. You will have an hour and a half to decorate your wreath. I recommend that you have all of your ribbons or whatever you're going to use to decorate your wreath. I suggest that if you need to do any cutting, any tying, anything like that, prior to putting these things on your wreath, have them already in a pile ready to go. The only thing that we need to see is a bear wreath, and we need to see you decorate your wreath on camera. We don't need to see your face. We just need to see you putting your wreath together on camera. You will have an hour and a half. Right now, the prize pot is at $75. If you want to increase the prize pot, you can $ Ronnie Q, Cash App $ Ronnie Q, and put a cash pot or put a wreath contest or whatever in the notes, and I will add that amount to the prize for the winner of the wreath competition. It's not in 2020. It is in 2025. I had a typo there. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday, which is December 21st. Come on out, and it is always good to watch the competition as well. We have a lot of fun in doing these competitions, and I hope to see you guys here. When there is going to be at this point, there is going to be one winner. There is no second or third place winner. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And as Jill Comfort Zone always says, stay sucker free. Bye-bye.
Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.